Greetings to everyone. This is a lengthy video about the most dangerous criminals in America. Enjoy watching. Today I will tell you about the most dangerous black gang in America. This story is full of cruelty, betrayal, and an ongoing struggle for power. The main figure of this gang is Marcus King Jones, a smart and ruthless leader who keeps the entire organization under his control. Marcus King Jones became a gang leader at a young age, quickly earning a reputation as a ruthless strategist. His loyal assistant, Tyrone "Ty" Williams, is a jack of all trades, in charge of weapons and operations planning. Tyrone is known for his cold calculation and ability to find a way out of the most difficult situations. The gang's new recruit, James J. Miller, is young and ambitious, seeking to earn respect and money. James is determined to prove his loyalty to the gang, despite the dangers that await him. One of Marcus's main enemies is Latifah, Queen Brown, his former lover and now the leader of a rival gang. Latifah is no less cruel and treacherous than Marcus, and their confrontation has turned into a personal feud. One evening, under the cover of darkness, a convoy of gang cars drove up to an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city. There was tense silence all around, broken only by the rustle of footsteps and clicks of shutters. Suddenly, shots rang out. A furious firefight began in which bullets whistled overhead and cars exploded from accurate hits. James, hiding behind a container, watched as Tyrone calmly shot at his enemies, realizing that he was in the very center of a real war. The next day, tension reigned at the gang headquarters. Marcus found out that the drug shipment was lost, and this made him furious. The reason for the failure turned out to be Latifah, who again managed to outwit Marcus and deal him a blow to his pride and reputation. Marcus knew he had to act quickly and decisively to maintain respect and control of the territory. He decided to strike back, but this time he planned to act more cunningly. Tyrone agreed with him, knowing that another failure could cost them everything. James, despite his fear of the upcoming battle, was ready for a new mission. They began to develop a retaliatory plan, gathering information and preparing for the final battle. Marcus knew it wouldn't be easy, but he was confident in his strategy and the people around him. Each of their actions was thought out to the smallest detail, and they were ready for any turn of events. In this brutal world where survival depended on strength and cunning, Marcus and his gang would do anything for power and control. Every day the tension grew, and clouds gathered over the city, foreshadowing a new wave of violence and blood. The story of the most dangerous black gang in America continued, plunging all participants into an endless cycle of crime and cruelty. In response to the loss of the party, Marcus and his men began preparing for a retaliatory strike. They collected all possible information about Latifah's movements and plans. Tyrone got busy preparing the weapons and logistics, ensuring everything was ready for the operation. Marcus developed a complex plan that included several stages. The first step was to infiltrate one of Latifah's hideouts and capture her key man to obtain information. It was risky, but Marcus knew it was necessary for the success of their mission. Meanwhile, James tried to learn as much as he could from Tyrone. He trained with weapons, studied strategies and tactics, seeking to prove his usefulness. James knew this was his chance to earn Marcus's trust and become an important part of the gang. The night of the operation arrived. The gang quietly entered the area controlled by Latifah. They moved quickly and silently, using shadows for camouflage. When they reached their target, a surprise attack began. The enemy was taken by surprise, and Marcus personally captured one of Latifah's men. Over the next hour, Marcus interrogated the prisoner, gaining valuable information about Latifah's plans and movements. Having learned that she was preparing a major deal with a new arms supplier, Marcus decided to strike at this deal, disrupting it and causing even more damage to Latifah. Preparations for the new operation were in full swing. Marcus knew that this would be dangerous, But the success of this mission could significantly undermine Latifah's influence and strengthen the position of his gang. Tyrone developed a detailed plan of attack, including an escape route and backup options in case things went wrong. On the day of the deal, Latifah, Marcus, and his men were ready. They secretly watched what was happening, waiting for the right moment to strike. As the deal began and money and weapons began to change hands, Marcus gave the signal. The gang burst into the meeting place and a fierce shootout began. James showed his courage and skill by effectively supporting Tyrone and the other fighters. After a long and brutal battle, Marcus's gang was victorious. They seized weapons and money, leaving Latifah without resources and humiliated. This was a significant success, cementing Marcus's reputation as the undisputed leader. However, Marcus knew that Latifah would not stop. She was cunning and determined, and this blow would only anger her more. Marcus began to prepare for the next step, realizing that the war had just begun. He needed to be prepared for new attacks and plan his actions several steps ahead. James, having gained respect among his own, became a full member of the gang. He learned at every step, preparing for new challenges and dangers. Tyrone continued to be Marcus's indispensable strategist and assistant, ensuring that every operation ran as smoothly as possible. The story of America's most dangerous black gang continued to evolve, plunging all participants into even more brutal and bloody events. The war for power and control over the streets of the city was in full swing, and the end of this merciless struggle was not in sight. After successfully striking Latifah's deal, Marcus and his gang returned to their hideout. A feeling of triumph was in the air, but Marcus knew that he could not relax. Latifah was humiliated, and her answer was not long in coming. Soon the first news of Latifah's movements arrived. She began to gather forces and lure neutral factions to her side, promising them protection and a share in future profits. Marcus realized that they needed to be proactive, otherwise their position could weaken. Marcus decided to carry out a series of operations aimed at undermining Latifah's influence among other groups. He knew that this could cause open confrontation, but he was willing to take the risk. Tyrone and James were actively involved in the development of the plans, offering their ideas and strategies. The first operation was aimed at disrupting drug supplies that passed through the territories controlled by Latifah. Tyrone organized sabotage groups that began to systematically intercept and destroy cargo. This not only weakened Latifah's financial position but also caused discontent among her allies. At this time, James began collecting information about possible weaknesses in Latifah's defense. He infiltrated one of the neutral communities to establish contact with their leader. James used his charm and charisma to gain trust and gain the information he needed. Thanks to his efforts, Marcus learned of Latifah's plans to strengthen her position and was able to prepare countermeasures. Latifah, realizing that her actions were leading to a gradual weakening, decided to strike at Marcus himself. She organized an assassination attempt on him, hoping to eliminate his main rival. The assassination attempt was carefully planned, but thanks to the information received by James, Marcus managed to avoid death. Instead, the attempt turned out to be a failure, and this only strengthened his reputation among his men. Marcus decided to go on the offensive. He knew that Latifah was preparing a large gathering of her allies to discuss future plans. Marcus and Tyrone devised an ambitious plan to attack this meeting. They gathered the best fighters and prepared everything necessary for a surprise attack. The night of the attack was rainy and gloomy. Marcus's gang secretly approached the meeting place of Latifah and her allies. They took up positions around the building, waiting for the signal to attack. Marcus watched the scene through binoculars, preparing to give the command. When all the participants had gathered, Marcus gave the signal. The gang broke into the building and a furious shootout began. Latifah's men were taken by surprise, and Marcus's men quickly gained the upper hand. Latifah, realizing that her situation was hopeless, tried to escape, but was captured by Tyrone. Marcus personally met with Latifa to show his power and strength. He offered her a choice. Either she would recognize his supremacy and work for him, or she would face inevitable death. Latifa, realizing that resistance was futile, agreed to Marcus's terms. From that moment on, Marcus became the undisputed leader, controlling most of the city's underworld. His gang continued to expand its influence, subjugating more and more territories. Tyrone and James became his faithful assistants, ensuring the stability and prosperity of the organization. The story of America's most dangerous black gang continued, but now their path lay towards even greater power and authority. Cruelty and deceit remained their faithful companions, but with each new day they became stronger and more invincible. The war for control of the city's streets ended in Marcus's victory, but new challenges and trials awaited him, which he was ready to cope with at any cost. With Latifa defeated and subjugated, Marcus's influence spread throughout the city. His gang became a symbol of power and fear. However, despite the success achieved, Marcus understood that maintaining power would be more difficult than gaining it. The city was full of ambitious and cunning enemies, ready to take advantage of any moment of weakness. During this time, Detective Sarah Blake, an experienced and persistent police officer, began to focus on the activities of Marcus's gang. She knew that stopping him would not be easy, but she was determined to end his reign. Sarah began to gather information using her connections and informants in the underworld. One of these informants was Ray, a petty criminal whom the police took control of. Ray, fearing for his life, agreed to cooperate and began to transmit information to Sarah about the plans and movements of Marcus's gang. This information allowed her to begin preparations for a major operation to arrest the key figures of the gang. Meanwhile, Marcus decided to expand his influence beyond the city. He began to establish connections with other criminal groups in neighboring cities, offering them mutually beneficial cooperation. Tyrone was involved in organizing these meetings, ensuring the safety and security of the new alliances. James, who became Marcus's confidant, began to participate in negotiations and establish connections with new partners. However, despite the successes, tensions within the gang began to rise. Some of the older gang members began to become jealous of James's fast career and his closeness to Marcus. They believed that he was not experienced enough and less trustworthy. This caused internal conflicts and intrigues that could undermine the stability of the organization. Marcus, aware of the danger of internal dissension, decided to hold a meeting to resolve the situation. He gave a speech, reminding everyone of their common goal and that only unity would allow them to survive and prosper. He also made it clear that he would not tolerate betrayal and that punishment for undermining stability would be severe. Meanwhile, Sarah and her team began planning an operation to arrest Marcus and his closest associates. She understood that this would be a complex and dangerous mission, requiring careful preparation and coordination. Sarah decided to infiltrate her agent into Marcus's circle in order to gain access to key information. The choice fell on a young and talented detective named Alex, who was ready to risk everything for the successful completion of the operation. Alex went undercover, posing as a new recruit wanting to join the gang. His ability to quickly gain trust and his talent for disguise helped him ingratiate himself with James. Alex began to actively participate in the gang's operations, gradually rising through the hierarchy. He carefully collected information and passed it on to Sarah, helping her gain a complete picture of the gang's structure and plans. Despite the constant risk of exposure, Alex continued to carry out his mission, realizing that his work could be the key to the destruction of Marcus's empire. One day, during one of the operations, Alex overheard a conversation between Marcus and Tyrone about an upcoming major deal with foreign arms suppliers. This information was exactly what Sarah needed to carry out the decisive blow against the gang. Alex immediately relayed the information, and Sarah began preparing the capture operation. The night of the operation was tense. Sarah and her team surrounded the meeting place in preparation for arrest. Alex, being inside, ensured security and coordination of actions. Suddenly, the attack began. The police burst into the building and a shootout began. Marcus and his men put up a fierce resistance but were taken by surprise. In the chaos of the battle, Tyrone was wounded and captured. James managed to escape but was seriously injured. In the chaos of the shootout, when the police suddenly attacked the warehouse, Marcus managed to find cover and made a decisive choice: to escape. His head was racing with thoughts of how they could have made such a mistake and what would happen next. But he couldn't afford to panic. Slipping through the dark corridors of the warehouse, Marcus cursed his luck while concentrating on getting out of this trap. Maps of the city flashed through his head, knowledge of every corner and shelter that could become a temporary refuge for him. The sirens of police cars in the distance sounded like a warning of an approaching storm. Marcus decided not to stop and not count on chance. He knew that they were looking for him, and that every second increased the risk of falling into a trap. Standing at the exit, Marcus looked around carefully. The street was empty, but in the darkness he felt the presence of eyes watching him. But he had nothing to lose. He ran outside and quickly moved deeper into the city, in the direction where his gang kept their secret hideouts. Running, hiding, making new plans. This was his only hope. The time for reflection and self-sacrifice was over. Now Marcus had to act to maintain his position and power. Marcus's escape was just the beginning of his new strategy. A few hours later, he reached one of the gang's secret hideouts, a small abandoned building on the outskirts of the city, where Tyrone and James were already waiting for him. Tyrone, seeing Marcus wounded and exhausted, immediately began organizing security and planning further actions. James, full of determination and readiness for action, began to establish contact with the rest of the gang in order to gather them in this safe place. Marcus, barely catching his breath, began to analyze the situation. He realized that betrayal was inevitable. There may have been a mole within the gang, and that mole helped the police organize the ambush. He decided to start by finding out which of his people could cooperate with the police. He entrusted James and Tyrone with this important task, knowing that their skills and experience would help bring the traitor to the surface. Meanwhile, Detective Sarah Blake was not going to stop there. She knew that arresting Marcus was only half the battle. She was supposed to destroy his entire empire. Having received an order from her superiors, she began an operation to capture all key points and gang members. Over the next few days, Marcus and his team prepared a return plan. They knew that simply hiding would not save them in the long run. They had to deliver a powerful blow that would show everyone that Marcus King Jones was not going to give up his position. The first goal was clear. It was necessary to regain control of their main warehouse. It was not just a place to store weapons and drugs, but also a symbol of their power. Tyrone has hatched a plan for a night raid to retake the place and deal a blow to the police's ego. At night, under the cover of darkness, Marcus, Tyrone, and James, along with a group of loyal fighters, launched an attack on the warehouse. The warehouse was guarded by the police, but surprise and preparation played into the hands of the gang. A brutal firefight ensued, but Marcus was one step ahead. His men knew every corner of this place, and this gave them an advantage. After several hours of fighting, the warehouse was again under the control of the gang. It was an important victory, but Marcus knew that the war had just begun. He gathered his people and gave a speech, reminding them of the importance of unity and readiness to fight. Now their main task was to restore their positions and show their enemies that they were still strong. Marcus knew that the next goal was to restore ties with their allies and attract new ones. There was a lot of work ahead, and he was ready for every step. Meanwhile, Sarah, realizing the failure of the operation to seize the warehouse, intensified her actions. She realized that Marcus was more dangerous and cunning than she thought. Now her goal was not just to catch him, but also to predict his every move. The story of America's most dangerous black gang continued. The struggle for power and control over the city streets became increasingly fierce. Marcus and his people were ready to go to the end to preserve their empire. Sarah Blake was determined to end the power of Marcus King Jones. After the failure at the warehouse, she understood that she couldn't take him by simple force. It was necessary to find a way to penetrate deeper into his organization, identify weaknesses, and deal a crushing blow. Her new plan was to use her informants and introduce a reliable agent into the gang. She soon managed to find a suitable candidate, a young detective named Alex who had already proven his ability to work undercover. Sarah prepared him for this mission, providing him with the necessary legends and legendary connections. Alex began to gradually penetrate the lower layers of the gang, establishing contacts and gaining trust. He has proven himself to be a reliable and helpful member, carrying out assignments with precision and without question. Marcus, in his desperate attempt to strengthen his ranks after his betrayal and arrest, was willing to accept new men as long as they showed loyalty and usefulness. Meanwhile, Marcus and Tyrone continued to regain control of the territories, strengthen ties, and prepare for new attacks. They suspected that there might be a traitor in their ranks, but they had no concrete evidence. James took advantage of his new status to help identify suspicious individuals and eliminate potential threats. One day, when Alex had already gained some trust, he was able to overhear an important conversation between Tyrone and Marcus. They discussed plans to move to a new, more secure hideout, which only a select few gang members knew about. Alex quietly conveyed this information to Sarah, and she realized that she had a chance to capture Marcus. Sarah began preparations for a large-scale operation. She received permission to use special forces and organized careful coordination of actions. The operation had to be carried out quickly and silently to prevent information leakage and avoid bloodshed. The night of the operation arrived. Sarah and her team surrounded the gang's new hideout. The special forces were ready to attack, but their main task was to capture Marcus alive. Suddenly bursting inside, they took the gang by surprise. A short but fierce firefight ensued. Marcus, realizing that the situation was hopeless, tried to escape through the back exit, but Special Forces soldiers were already waiting for him there. Tyrone and James were captured, and this was a real blow for the gang. Marcus, seeing his comrades being handcuffed one by one, knew his game was up. Sarah personally handcuffed Marcus, looking him straight in the eyes. She knew that this arrest would be a decisive moment in her career and in the fate of the city. Marcus, without saying a word, was led into a police car. After the arrest, the process of clearing the streets of remnants of the gang began. Without a leader and key figures, the gang began to disintegrate. Many members began to testify in exchange for reduced sentences, and this helped the police expose the entire network of criminal activities. The city breathed a sigh of relief, but Sarah knew her work was not over yet. There will always be those who want to take Marcus's place, but now she had the experience and understanding of how to fight organized crime. The story of the most dangerous black gang in America came to an end, but the fight for justice and legality continued. Sarah and her team were ready for new challenges, knowing that their efforts were making the city safer for all its residents. After the arrest of Marcus and his closest associates, the city felt a long-awaited relief. Criminal activity dropped noticeably, and the streets began to return to normal. Sarah Blake, who became a hero among colleagues and citizens, was not going to stop there. She knew that it was necessary to consolidate the results achieved and prevent the possible revival of the gang or the emergence of new criminal groups. The trial of Marcus King Jones was one of the most significant events in the city's judicial history. The testimony of his former accomplices, numerous pieces of evidence, and the preparation of the prosecutor's office left him no chance. Marcus was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. He kept his cool in the courtroom, but Sarah knew that inside he knew his defeat. Tyrone and James, who were arrested along with Marcus, received long prison sentences for their crimes. Tyrone, a jack of all trades, attempted to strike a deal with prosecutors, providing valuable information about other criminal networks in exchange for a reduced sentence. James, who found himself in prison, realized that his ambitions and desire for power had led him to ruin. Sarah and her team didn't stop there. They continued to work to identify and dismantle remnant gang cells and strengthen cooperation with local communities to prevent a resurgence of crime. The introduction of rehabilitation programs for former gang members, improved living conditions in disadvantaged areas, and active participation of citizens in the fight against crime have helped to significantly reduce the level of violence. Alex, a young detective who successfully completed his undercover mission, received recognition and a promotion. His work played a key role in the operation, and he became one of the leading experts in the fight against organized crime. Under Sarah's guidance, he continued to improve and develop his skills. Several months have passed since Marcus's arrest. The city gradually returned to normal life. People could safely walk the streets without fear for their safety. The efforts of the police, activists, and ordinary citizens led to the fact that the city began to prosper. Sarah Blake, sitting in her office, felt proud of the work done. She knew that there were still many tasks and challenges ahead, but she was ready for them. Her team became her second family, and together they were ready to fight for justice and safety of the city. The story of America's most dangerous black gang has come to an end. Marcus King Jones and his men were defeated, and the city was able to begin a new chapter in its history. This victory became a symbol of the fact that even the most terrible and brutal criminal organizations can be defeated if determined and courageous people take up the cause, ready to defend law and order. The story of the second criminal. Today I will tell the story of Jack Harris, the most dangerous robber in America. His name evoked awe and horror. Legends about his courage, cunning, and ruthlessness spread throughout the country. This story is about his crimes, determination, and fall. Get ready to plunge into a world of crime and intrigue where Jack reigned as the unrivaled king. Jack grew up in an old, dilapidated house where there was constant chaos and restless screams. His childhood was devoid of joy and peace. Jack's mother, Linda, was a nervous woman, constantly screaming and swearing at everyone around her. She showed Jack no love or care. Every day was a challenge for him. When Jack was 8 years old, he loved to play with cars. On one of these days, he was looking for his favorite toy car among a pile of scattered things. Linda, hearing the noise, burst into the room and screaming, snatched the typewriter from his hands. Jack's eyes filled with tears, but he said nothing, accustomed to such treatment. The only bright moment in Jack's life was the time spent in the garage with his father. Mike was a tough man who worked as a mechanic. Despite his rude behavior, Jack felt that his presence was at least tolerated in the garage. Every time Mike tinkered with the car, Jack watched him with undisguised admiration. He dreamed that one day he would be able to help his father, but every time he received a sharp refusal. In the evenings, after his parents fell asleep, Jack hid in his room with a book about cars. He slowly turned the pages, studying each picture and dreaming of the day when he could touch a real car. Books about cars became a source of comfort and hope for a better future for him. But in reality, Jack continued to live in a world full of rudeness and indifference. His father, Mike, drank often and paid no attention to his son, except for occasional orders to fetch a tool or clean something in the garage. Jack felt lonely and unwanted. Despite this, a passion for cars grew inside the boy. He studied their structure and tried to understand how they work. This passion was the only thing that helped him cope with difficulties. Jack began to secretly watch his father at work, trying to remember everything he did. As the years passed, Jack became more and more skilled with cars. He learned quickly, and by his teenage years he could already fix minor problems on his own. But his life did not get any easier. Problems at home and lack of support from his parents made him withdrawn and suspicious. Jack began to seek solace on the streets. There he found new friends who, like him, were street children. They did everything to survive, and soon Jack began to become involved in petty thefts and car thefts. His skills quickly attracted the attention of local criminal gangs. Each stolen car gave him a sense of freedom and control over his life. With each new theft, he became more and more confident in his abilities. But with this came danger. The life he chose was full of risks and inevitable consequences. Years passed, and Jack delved deeper into the criminal world. By the age of 18, he had become a true master of his craft. His knowledge of cars and skills as a car thief made him a valuable member of the local criminal organization. Each new theft was for him not just a way to make money, but also a challenge in which he sought to prove his skills. One day, Jack was given the task of stealing the latest model of a luxury sports car. This hijacking was to be the most difficult and risky of his career. The car was parked in a well-guarded mansion owned by an influential businessman. But Jack could not refuse. The stakes were too high, and this was a chance to rise to a new level in the criminal world. At night, under cover of darkness, Jack approached the mansion. He skillfully bypassed security and cameras, demonstrating all his experience and dexterity. When he was inside the garage, his heart was beating fast. Before him stood the dream of any car enthusiast, a brilliant, powerful, and admirable car. Jack quickly hacked the security system and wasted no time in starting the engine. The roar of the engine broke the night silence. Jack pulled out onto the road, feeling the adrenaline pumping through his veins. But the joy was short-lived. Security noticed him. The chase began. Jack, relying on his skills and knowledge of the streets, did everything possible to break away from his pursuers. He maneuvered between cars, maneuvered through narrow streets, and made sharp turns, hoping to confuse his pursuers. But the police and security guards did not lag behind. Jack knew this could be his last run. At some point, he turned into an abandoned area of the city, where he knew every crack in the asphalt. This was his chance. Using all his knowledge and experience, he finally managed to escape. The next day, news of the daring theft and exciting chase spread throughout the city. Jack became a legend among car thieves. His name has become synonymous with skill and audacity. But along with this, new problems came to him. Influential people became interested in him, some to take advantage of his talents, and others to remove a competitor. One day, Jack received an offer that he could not ignore. A large criminal organization operating throughout the country wanted him to join them. They needed the best of the best to complete the most difficult tasks. In return, they offered protection, money, and power. Jack agreed. His life became a constant whirlwind of hijackings, chases, and adrenaline. Each new order was even more risky, but Jack enjoyed it. He became part of a team of professionals, each of whom was a master of his craft. Together they carried out complex operations, stealing cars with unimaginable dexterity and precision. However, with each successful theft, Jack realized that he was plunging deeper into a dangerous world where no one could be trusted. He was surrounded by betrayal, intrigue, and the constant threat of arrest. One day he learned that he was being hunted, not only by the police but also by his competitors. Jack began to wonder where this road was leading him. He knew that every day his chances of leaving the game unscathed were decreasing, but it was no longer possible to stop. The stakes were too high. One day, during his next assignment, Jack found himself in a difficult situation. His team was ambushed, and the only option was to risk everything. In this critical situation, Jack showed all his ingenuity and skill, leading the team out of the trap and successfully completing the task. But this incident made him think about the future. He understood that he could not play with fire forever. His life had become an endless chain of dangerous operations, and he knew that one mistake could be fatal. Jack decided to take a step back and consider his next steps. He understood that many were interested in his talents, but not all of them wished him well. He had to make an important decision: to continue living on the edge or find a way to get out of this game, preserving his freedom and, possibly, his life. Jack understood that staying in his hometown was too dangerous. The police and criminal groups increasingly narrowed the circle around him. Deciding that the only way to escape was to disappear, he chose Chicago, a big city where he could get lost and continue his criminal activities. Having collected everything he needed, Jack left the city under cover of darkness. His path to Chicago was full of dangers, but he managed to get there undetected. In Chicago, he began a new life, trying to keep a low profile and avoid unnecessary attention. At first, Jack worked for small criminal gangs, making a living by stealing and reselling cars. His skills quickly attracted the attention of local crime bosses. One of them was Mark "Fist" Riley, a powerful boss who controlled most of the criminal operations in the northern part of the city. Mark, having learned about Jack's talents, offered him a job. He understood that with a specialist like Jack, his organization would be able to carry out more daring and profitable thefts. Jack could not refuse such an offer. It opened up new opportunities and prospects for him. Working for Mark, Jack participated in the theft of expensive cars, which were then transported to other cities and even countries. Each new theft was thought out to the smallest detail, and Jack became an indispensable member of the team. He not only stole cars but also developed complex plans of operations using his knowledge and experience. One day, Jack was tasked with stealing a rare and expensive car from under the nose of a rival gang. It was a risky task, but Jack knew he could handle it. He prepared thoroughly, studying all security routes and security systems. At night, hiding in the shadows, he entered the protected area and, using his skills, started the engine. Everything went according to plan until security noticed him on the way out. The chase began. Jack, relying on his skills and knowledge of the streets of Chicago, maneuvered between cars, making risky maneuvers. At some point, he turned into a narrow alley where he was able to hide from his pursuers. After successfully completing the task, Jack's reputation grew even more. Now he was known as one of the best car thieves in the city. But along with this, new problems came to him. Rival factions began hunting him, trying to eliminate a dangerous rival. Jack realized that every new day could be his last. He began to develop a plan to go underground to protect himself and continue his activities. Jack purchased several false documents and rented several apartments throughout the city so that he would always have a place to hide. However, despite all the precautions, one day Jack was ambushed. A hostile group, having learned of his location, ambushed one of his apartments. Jack managed to get away, but he realized that something needed to change. He couldn't continue to live in constant fear. He contacted several old friends from the criminal world and invited them to team up to protect and carry out large operations. His idea was to create a network of car thieves who could work in different parts of the city and exchange information. This would reduce risks and increase profits. The friends agreed, and soon the network began to work. Jack became its informal leader, coordinating actions and ensuring the safety of participants. Their operations became more and more daring and profitable, but the dangers also grew. The past would not let Jack go. One day he received an anonymous message with a threat. Someone knew about his network and demanded a share of the profits. Jack realized that there was a traitor among his entourage. He had to find out who it was and eliminate the threat before it destroyed everything he had built. Jack began an investigation, checking each of his associates. He knew that he could not make a mistake. His life and the lives of everyone who trusted him depended on it. He soon discovered that one of the people closest to him, Tom, had been bribed by a rival faction. Jack set a trap for the traitor and neutralized him. Now Jack understood that he could only trust himself. He became even more careful, continuing to develop his network and avoiding direct conflicts. But he knew that in the world of crime, you always need to be on your guard. His life remained full of danger and adrenaline, and every day was a new battle for survival. Jack, realizing that his enemies were not asleep, increased security measures for himself and his network. He began hiring extra men for security and reconnaissance to stay ahead of his pursuers. Each member of the network was strictly selected and checked for connections with competing groups. Despite the growing tension and danger, Jack's network continued to expand and prosper. His unique approaches to planning and coordinating operations attracted more and more car thieves. They saw Jack as a leader who provided them not only with profit, but also with security. One day, Jack received an offer from a local drug cartel. They became interested in his skills and offered to cooperate. It was a dangerous game, but Jack understood that with such partners it was possible to earn a lot of money. He decided to take a chance and meet with cartel representatives. At the meeting, Jack offered his services to the cartel in transporting drugs and stolen cars. His plan was flawless. They could bypass checkpoints and deliver goods directly to customers. Cartel representatives were impressed by his proposal and agreed to cooperate. Thus began a new phase of Jack's activities. Now his network was engaged not only in car thefts, but also in the transportation of drugs. It was a risky business, but it was the risk that brought big profits. With each new operation, Jack felt himself becoming more influential in the world of crime. He was making more money than he could have ever imagined, and was gaining more and more power and authority in the city. However, success also brought new problems. Competitors were jealous of Jack and his network, eager to destroy him and take his place. The police also became increasingly active in the fight against crime, and Jack had to constantly confront them. But Jack was not going to give up. He was determined to fight to the end for his place in this world. Every day was a new challenge, but he knew that only the strongest survive in the world of crime. So Jack continued on his way, implacable and unwavering. His name became a legend in the world of crime, and his network became one of the most powerful in the city. But with each new victory, new threats also grew, and Jack had to always be on the alert, ready for any challenges and trials that this ruthless world threw at him. Every day, Jack became more and more influential in the world of crime. His network of car thieves and drug couriers operated not only in Chicago, but also beyond its borders. He gained the respect and fear of his competitors, becoming one of the most powerful players in the city. However, as his influence and wealth grew, so did the risks. Hour after hour, his enemies approached him, trying to overthrow him from his pedestal. Jack knew that there was no place for the weak in this world, and he was ready to fight to the end for his place in the sun. One day, when Jack was going to a meeting with representatives of one of the major criminal groups, he encounters an ambush. His car was surrounded by armed men, and he realized that this was the end. But Jack wasn't going to give up without a fight. He pulled out his arsenal of weapons and began exchanging fire with the attackers. The battle was bloody and brutal, but Jack managed to escape the trap. He realized that his enemies were becoming more aggressive and dangerous, and he needed to act quickly to protect himself and his people. Jack decided to unite with other local gangs for common protection. He offered them an alliance that would allow them to pool their resources and forces against common enemies. After some hesitation, the other bosses agreed to cooperate, realizing that this was the only way to survive in this dangerous world. Thus, under Jack's leadership, a powerful criminal coalition was formed, capable of resisting any threats. They pooled their resources and influence to protect themselves and their interests from enemies, both within and without. At the same time, Jack continued to develop his network and grow his business. He expanded his operations to other cities and states, penetrating new markets and controlling new territories. His profits grew, and he became increasingly rich and influential. But despite his success, Jack knew that the price he was paying for his place in this world was too high. He was burdened with the weight of his criminal deeds and the losses he suffered along the way to success. His conscience tormented him, but he knew that in the world of crime there was no place for the weak and the doubting. So Jack continued his path, fighting for his place in this world, where the laws were written in blood and power belonged to those who were willing to pay for it. After several successful thefts, Jack realized that he needed a team of professionals to increase the efficiency of his operations. He began to actively recruit people who had gone through thick and thin in the world of crime and were able to work in a well-coordinated team. The first person he invited into his gang was Michael, a former auto mechanic with good skills in hacking car security systems. Michael was a loyal comrade and an excellent specialist in his field. He was ready to work for Jack and bring his experience to the new project. Jack then turned to Johnny, an experienced driver who used to work for one of the local taxi companies. Johnny was familiar with every corner of the city and knew how to quickly maneuver through the streets, which was necessary when carrying out thefts. He agreed to join Jack's team. Next on the list was Paul, a former mixed martial artist who was not only strong in hand-to-hand combat, but also had excellent skill with weapons. Paul was a reliable defender of the team and was ready to stand guard over Jack's interests. Finally, Jack hired Linda, a young and ambitious hacker who could hack security systems and bypass security on cars. Her computer skills were invaluable to the successful hijackings. Linda agreed to join the team and contribute to the cause. Thus, Jack's gang was formed. Each of its members was a professional in his field and was ready to work as a team for a common goal. Under Jack's leadership, they began carrying out successful thefts, enriching themselves and expanding their gang's influence in the world of crime. Under the leadership of Jack and his team of hijackers, the gang began to operate in a cooler and more organized manner. Each team member performed their role with the utmost precision, making their hijacking operations virtually flawless. Jack was the brains behind the operations, developing strategies and plans and providing contacts and resources for successful implementation. Michael was responsible for hacking car security systems. Johnny was responsible for quickly and safely transporting stolen cars. Paul was responsible for physically protecting the team in case of problems. And Linda was responsible for hacking electronic systems and ensuring digital security. With each new theft, the gang became more and more experienced and dexterous. They have successfully stolen a variety of cars, from luxury sports cars to high-tech vehicles. Each operation was well thought out and planned in advance to minimize risks and maximize profits. Soon, Jack's gang's fame spread throughout the city, and they became known as one of the best car thieves in the region. They were feared and respected by their competitors, and many of them preferred not to come into conflict with them. But with increasing fame and success came new problems. Other criminal groups became jealous of Jack's gang and tried to eliminate them in order to take over their territories and markets. The gang faced threats and attacks from all sides, but they were ready to fight. Jack and his team began to wage a real war with competitors, using all their skills and resources to protect themselves and their interests. They were not going to give up without a fight and were willing to do anything to remain at the top of the criminal world. So Jack's gang continued on their way, facing obstacles and challenges, but steadily moving forward towards their goals. Their lives were filled with danger and adrenaline, but they were ready to accept this challenge and go to the end for the sake of their place in this world. Preparing to steal a powerful businessman's car was a complex and meticulous task for Jack's gang. They understood that such an operation required maximum precision and secrecy to avoid attracting the attention of the police and other competitors. First, Jack conducted a detailed intelligence analysis. He studied the schedule and routes of the target object, identified places where the car is usually located, and also identified security schemes and security systems that could complicate the theft. The team then conducted several night reconnaissance missions. Michael analyzed the technical features of the machine to understand how to bypass its security systems. Linda and Paul identified security weaknesses and planned escape routes if problems arose. Johnny checked possible escape routes and found secluded places where he could hide from pursuit. Each team member trained in their duties to be prepared for any situations that might arise during the operation. They refined their plans, checked every detail, and prepared to act like clockwork. Jack also developed a contingency plan in case something went wrong. He defined the roles and responsibilities of each team member in various scenarios to be prepared for any possible changes during the operation. Finally, when the preparations were complete and everyone was ready, Jack's gang went out to carry out their plan. Their goal was clear, and they were determined to succeed at any cost. On the night of the operation, Jack's gang took up the starting position. The cars were parked in a secluded area close to where the businessman's target car was usually located. Jack gave final instructions to his team, emphasizing the importance of executing every step of the plan precisely. Michael and Linda approached the car, armed with special equipment for hacking security systems. They were ready to quickly and quietly enter the car and turn off all the alarms. Johnny waited in his car at a distance, ready to drive to the scene instantly. His task was to quickly and safely evacuate the gang after the hijacking. Paul hid in the shadows, ready to intervene at any moment and protect his comrades in case of trouble. When everyone was in place, Jack gave the command to begin the operation. Michael and Linda set about hacking the security systems, working hand in hand to minimize the penetration time. Their hands moved confidently and quickly, and after a few minutes they managed to enter the car and turn off the alarm. Johnny then carefully drove to the operation site to pick up his comrades and the target vehicle. He was ready for immediate action to minimize the risk of detection. While Michael and Linda were busy inside the car, Paul remained in position, monitoring his surroundings and ready to respond to any threats. Everything went according to plan and the operation seemed flawless. But suddenly, at the most unexpected moment, something went wrong. Suddenly they heard the sound of footsteps and approaching voices. Paul instantly raised his guard and alerted the rest of the team. He quickly disappeared into the shadows, ready for action. Jack and his team tensed, ready for any development. At this moment, every second was precious, and there was no room for mistakes. Michael and Linda wasted no time in speeding up the work, completing the hack into the machine system. They persisted in working as Johnny prepared for a quick evacuation. Suddenly, a shadow flashed around the car. Paul sprang into action, leaping out of the shadows and blocking the path to any possible invaders. Thanks to his quick reaction and experience, he was able to prevent the attack at the last moment. Meanwhile, Michael and Linda had completed their work and the car was ready to go. Johnny immediately pulled up in his car, opening the door for his comrades. Quickly and flawlessly, Jack's team entered the car and headed off. They rushed off, leaving possible pursuers and dangers behind. The hijacking was in full swing, and Jack's team was on a wave of adrenaline. They were determined to succeed and ready for any challenge that might come their way. But a feeling of discontent and anxiety still beat in their hearts. Their feat was still far from over. Jack's gang still had many obstacles and challenges to overcome before they could consider their mission complete. After a successful operation in Chicago, Jack's gang was able to steal several luxurious and expensive cars belonging to influential businessmen and celebrities of the city. Among the stolen cars were 1. The Bentley Continental GT is an elite sports car, the cost of which starts from several $100,000. 2. The Lamborghini Urus is a luxury crossover with a powerful engine that is usually priced at several $100,000. 3. Rolls-Royce Phantom is one of the most expensive and prestigious cars in the world. the price of which can exceed several $1,000,000. 4. The Mercedes-Benz S-Class is a classic luxury sedan model which is also one of the most expensive in the Mercedes lineup. The stolen cars were sold on the black market for huge sums of money. Jack's gang was able to make a significant profit from each theft, given the prestige and value of the stolen cars. Each of the operations brought them thousands, if not millions of dollars, which allowed them to further develop their business and strengthen their position in the world of crime. After successfully stealing the aforementioned luxury cars, Jack's gang was able to sell each of them on the black market for impressive sums of money. 1. Bentley Continental GT ***. This luxury sports car sold for $300,000, which was a great deal for Jack's gang. 2. Lamborghini Urus ***. The luxury crossover sold for $400,000, which was a significant profit for the team. 3. Rolls-Royce Phantom ***. This exquisite car was sold for as much as $2 million, one of the biggest deals in the gang's history. 4. Mercedes-Benz S-Class ***. Even the regular S-Class sedan, despite its price, was sold for $150,000. In total, all 4 stolen cars brought Jack's gang a huge profit of $2,850,000. This money allowed them to further strengthen their position in the world of crime, expand their business, and protect themselves from competitors and legitimate authorities. The businessman was shocked by the courage and authority with which the hijacking operation was carried out. His normal life was disrupted when he learned of the loss of his precious car. This blow to his reputation and finances was unacceptable, and he decided to take drastic measures. The businessman turned to law enforcement agencies and hired the best private detectives to find the hijackers and return your car. He was determined in his desire for retribution and was not going to forgive the insult to his business and honor. However, as the days passed, the traces of the hijackers became increasingly blurred. The businessman felt that time was working against him, and he became increasingly irritated by his helplessness. But he didn't give up. He used all his resources, connections, and influence to find the car thieves and get his car back. His reputation as a powerful businessman was on the line, and he was willing to do anything to regain his lost dignity. Thus, the real hunt for Jack's gang began. The businessman was determined and would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. And Jack's gang had to be prepared for the fact that they were being followed and preparing for a response. With increasing pressure from the businessman and the involvement of the police, the situation for Jack's gang became even more tense. Now they are faced with 2 powerful opponents, an influential businessman and the law. Police began active investigations, collecting evidence and leads related to the thefts, including CCTV footage, witness statements, and data analysis. They distributed sketches of the suspects and sent them throughout the city, hoping for the public's help in catching the criminals. Jack's gang had to change their tactics and strategies. They began to act even more carefully, avoiding direct contact with the police and monitoring every step so as not to leave evidence. Each theft has become even more well-planned and hidden to avoid detection. However, pressure from the businessman and the police only grew. Jack's gang was forced to act quickly and decisively to maintain their position and avoid going to jail. Thus began a real game of cat and mouse between Jack's gang, the businessman, and the police. All sides were determined, and the outcome of this battle was far from predetermined. Despite all the efforts of detectives and police, evidence after the thefts remained extremely scarce and ambiguous. Jack's gang were masters at bypassing security systems and leaving minimal traces behind their operations. Detectives conducted detailed investigations of crime scenes, analyzed surveillance cameras, interviewed witnesses, but even with all their efforts, it was extremely difficult to find specific evidence or suspects. Jack's gang managed to act as if they disappeared into thin air after committing crimes. It was their skill and professionalism that made them one of the most dangerous and undetected criminal groups in the city. This was a big challenge for detectives. Their reputation suffered from their inability to catch criminals, and pressure from above only intensified. They were on the verge of despair, trying to find at least some traces that could lead to a solution to this series of thefts. Thus, Jack's gang continued to evade justice, remaining free and continuing their criminal activities, while the police and detectives remained in a fruitless search, encountering obstacles at every turn. Jack's gang were masters in the art of stealth and avoided pursuit by using various methods and places to hide. They had a network of hidden shelters, which they used as temporary bases. These could be abandoned warehouses, secret basements, or discreet apartments in quiet areas of the city. The gang managed to stay in the shadows, moving from one place to another without attracting too much attention. They also used false identification documents and made-up identities to avoid being tracked by law enforcement. This made them even more invisible in the eyes of the law. Jack's gang also had a network of informants and allies in the underground world who provided them with important information about militia movements and other dangers. This helped them respond quickly to threats and stay safe. However, despite their best efforts, pursuing Jack's gang remained at the top of law enforcement's priorities. Their days of freedom were numbered, and the police were not going to stop until they caught them and brought them to justice. Under pressure from the businessman's police and military, Jack's gang was forced to reconsider their strategies and tactics. They realized that the continuation of their criminal acts could lead to dire consequences. Jack realized that time was against them and decided to change his strategy. Instead of continuing the risky thefts, he began to look for safer and more discreet ways to make money. Jack's gang began to engage in other criminal activities, such as smuggling and arms trafficking, which allowed them to make money without such high risk. However, even with the change in their activities, Jack's gang could not completely escape persecution. The police continued to hunt for them, using all their resources and technology to identify their whereabouts. Every time they thought they were safe, they found themselves in danger. A plan was brewing in their hearts to leave the city and start a new life in another place where they could start over with a clean slate. They understood that it would be a difficult and dangerous undertaking, but they were willing to take the risk for the sake of their freedom and future. So Jack's gang was at a crossroads. They were faced with a choice: stay and continue to fight the law, or flee and look for a new path elsewhere. Their decision will determine their fate and future. After much discussion and deliberation, Jack's gang decided to move to Washington, the capital of America. They saw more prospects and opportunities for their criminal business in this city. Arriving in Washington, they began to actively conduct reconnaissance and look for opportunities for new criminal enterprises. They explored local areas, studied competitors, and built connections with underground groups and corrupt officials. However, Washington has proven to be a more dangerous and difficult place for criminal activity. Here they had to face tougher competition and more attentive police. But Jack's gang didn't give up. They used their experience and ability to adapt to new conditions to survive and thrive in this dangerous world. Over time, Jack's gang was able to strengthen its position in Washington and become one of the most influential and dangerous criminal groups in the city. Their activities were wide and varied, from smuggling and arms trafficking to racketeering and illegal gambling. They were at the height of their power, but were always on guard, knowing that every day could be their last. Their life was filled with danger and risk, but they were ready to do anything for the sake of their criminal empire. With their arrival in Washington, Jack's gang faced new challenges and obstacles that inevitably occur in the capital. They realized that the city is full of CCTV cameras, and the police and law enforcement agencies are working on every corner. Every action was carefully planned, every step carefully considered. Jack's gang had to work in the shadows, avoiding direct contact with the law and constantly changing places of gatherings and operations so as not to come to the attention of the police. Despite all the precautions, CCTV cameras became a serious obstacle for them. They were forced to use masks and cover their faces so as not to be caught on camera. Each mistake could be the last. Jack's gang was forced to adapt to new conditions and use new methods and technologies to bypass CCTV and tracking systems. They examined weaknesses in the camera network and found ways to work around them. But even with these difficulties, Jack's gang was not going to give up. They were determined to continue their criminal activities and protect their interests in this dangerous world, no matter what. Their determination and cunning were their most powerful weapons in this struggle for power and influence in the capital. Realizing that to survive and thrive in such a dangerous city as Washington, it is necessary to have more resources and support, Jack's gang decided to increase their ranks. They began to actively expand their gang, inviting new members who could bring them additional knowledge and skills. Jack and his closest allies carefully selected new recruits, paying special attention to their reliability, experience, and loyalty. They were looking for people who would be willing to risk everything for the sake of the gang's success and follow their orders to the end. With each new member of Jack's gang, she became stronger and more powerful. They had more resources, more power, and more power in the Washington crime world. But as their gang grew, so did the threats they had to overcome. Jack's gang knew that as their ranks grew, they attracted more attention from the police and competitors, and they had to be even more careful and more decisive in their actions. They were ready for any challenge that might come their way, knowing that only the strongest and most daring could survive in this dangerous world of crime. Got it. Let's refocus. Jack and his gang, deciding that car theft no longer brought in enough income, decided to move on to more ambitious crimes. They began preparing for a daring robbery of the largest bank in Washington. Gathering information became a top priority. Jack's gang began to explore the bank from all sides. They planned entry and exit routes, studied security systems, and determined the strengths and weaknesses of the security. The planning was not easy. Every detail had to be thought out to the smallest detail. They developed evacuation plans, escape routes, and prepared means to breach security. Jack assigned each member of his gang specific duties and roles during the heist. Days flew by waiting for the decisive moment. Finally, the hour came. Jack's gang, armed and ready to take risks, entered the bank, where kilometers of steel safes filled with gold and money were waiting for them. But even the most carefully planned plan can sometimes go wrong. During the robbery, an unexpected problem arose that the gang did not foresee. They were forced to quickly adapt to the situation and look for a way out of the current situation, while not forgetting the goal, to take possession of the bank's wealth and leave unharmed. Jack and his gang carefully studied the bank and developed a cunning plan that was supposed to ensure their successful robbery. Here are the main steps of this plan. 1. Reconnaissance and information gathering. Jack's gang began observing the bank from afar, studying its location, entrances and exits, security layout and security patrols. 2. Timing and location. They determined the optimal time to carry out the robbery, when the bank would be most vulnerable. They chose a time when the bank typically had the fewest customers and when security patrols were least intense. 3. Security hacking. The Jack gang used their best hackers to hack the bank's security systems. They probed and penetrated the network of CCTV systems, alarms, and electronic locks to create a security breach. 4. Bank entrance. Using forged documents and disguises, Jack's gang entered the bank through one unguarded entrance. 5. Neutralizing the security. They used a diversion strategy to divide and weaken the bank's security, and then quickly and silently shut down the communication systems to prevent the possibility of calling for backup. 6. Grabbing valuables. After the guards were disarmed, Jack's gang proceeded to seize money and valuables from the safes. They used special equipment and tools to quickly open and remove jewelry. 7. Evacuation. After successfully seizing the valuables, Jack's gang quickly and silently left the bank, using previously prepared escape routes and means of transportation. Thus, thanks to careful preparation and composure, Jack's gang was able to carry out a daring bank robbery and get away with the loot, remaining unknown to law enforcement. When the time came to carry out the robbery, Jack's gang acted quickly and decisively. They followed their plan exactly, each knowing his role and responsibilities. During the hacking of the bank's security systems, Jack's gang hackers penetrated the video surveillance and alarm network, temporarily disabling all communication systems within the bank. This created ideal conditions for the gang to sneak inside unnoticed. They used false identification and masks to fool security guards and gain entry into the bank. Moving quietly and unnoticed, they bypassed the patrolling guards and headed towards the safes. When they got to the valuables, Jack's gang had to use their professionalism and ingenuity. They quickly opened the safes using special equipment and began to take money and jewelry, packing them in special bags. While some gang members collected loot, others provided security and kept an eye out for possible threats. They had to remain at their post and be ready to respond to any unexpected circumstances. After all the valuables were captured, Jack's gang quickly left the bank, using previously prepared escape routes. They were fast and silent, remaining undetected by law enforcement. When Jack's gang left the bank, they were confident of their success. However, the real work was just beginning for them. They had to hide, redistribute the loot, and stay one step ahead of law enforcement to avoid arrest. Leaving the bank with their loot, Jack's gang used well-planned escape routes, which were laid out in advance through the intricate streets and hidden passages of the city. They also used multiple vehicles to create confusion and make pursuit difficult. After leaving the bank, they split into several groups, each moving in different directions to confuse law enforcement. Some of them used public transport, others used private cars, and another group chose to cross the city on foot to avoid detection. Jack's gang also managed to hide in secret hideouts and safe houses, which were prepared in advance for such cases. They were proactive and prepared for possible prosecution by setting up numerous false clues and traps to divert the attention of law enforcement. However, the most important element of their plan was to maintain a low profile and avoid attracting unnecessary attention. They were attentive to their every step and tried not to stand out from the ordinary crowd. Thanks to their cunning and professionalism, Jack's gang was able to evade pursuit and keep their loot safe. With the bank robbery netting Jack's gang over $5 million, their haul became one of the largest in Washington history. This success meant that Jack's gang now had enormous capital and could count on greater opportunities and influence in the world of crime. Immediately after the successful bank robbery, Jack's gang accelerated the process of redistributing the loot. They divided the money and valuables into pieces and hid them in various hiding places throughout the city to minimize risks and ensure the safety of their assets. It was clear to Jack's gang that with such large funds they could carry out even more ambitious criminal activities and expand their influence in the city and beyond. They decided to use their new resources to strengthen their criminal empire and protect themselves from competitors and law enforcement. However, with such huge spoils came new risks. Jack's gang became more visible to law enforcement, and they had no room for error. They understood that every step they took had to be carefully thought out and considered in order to avoid falling under the close attention of the police. Thus, with a bank robbery of over $5 million, Jack's gang has taken over the world of crime, Washington. They were ready for new challenges and adventures, ready to defend their prey and their freedom at any cost. A bank robbery for such a large sum shocked not only the banking world, but also law enforcement agencies. The police were on alert and on high alert, feeling pressure from the public and the authorities. When the police learned about the robbery, all efforts were thrown into searching for Jack's gang. They launched an investigation covering the entire area and began to analyze all possible traces and evidence that could lead them to the criminals. But Jack's gang were professionals in their field. They knew how to hide their tracks and remain undetected by law enforcement. They were prepared for this hunt and used all their skills and resources to avoid arrest. The police faced serious difficulties in finding Jack's gang. Despite all their efforts and resources, they could not find any evidence or witnesses that could lead them to the culprits. Jack's gang was like a ghost that disappeared into thin air after each daring crime. The police were in a stupor. They realized that Jack's gang was a dangerous and cunning enemy, and they would have to make great efforts to find and arrest them. But even with the most advanced technology and the best detectives at their disposal, it was not as easy as it seemed. Jack's gang were skilled at evading prosecution, and this made them even more dangerous and invisible to the law. Detectives began their work immediately after the bank robbery was reported. They arrived at the crime scene and began to carefully examine it, looking for traces and evidence that could lead them to the criminals. At the site, they discovered several interesting details. Among them were glass shards from the camouflage masks used by Jack's gang and some boot prints that may have belonged to the criminals. Detectives collected all the evidence they found and sent it off for testing, hoping to identify any unique characteristics or DNA that could help them find the suspects. They also began interviewing witnesses who might have seen anything suspicious in the area of the bank at the time of the robbery. However, most of the witnesses were confused and were unable to provide much useful information, as Jack's gang were very careful and acted quickly and silently. Detectives also began analyzing CCTV footage from the bank area, hoping to identify any suspicious movements or vehicles that could be linked to Jack's gang. However, these efforts have not yet yielded significant results. Despite all the difficulties, the detectives were determined and ready to make every effort to find and arrest Jack's gang. They were clear that this would not be an easy task, but they were willing to fight to the end to bring the criminals to justice. After a thorough examination of the crime scene, one of the detectives noticed a fingerprint left on the wall of the bank. This was an important discovery that could be a clue. Detectives immediately called in investigative technicians to lift a print from the surface and conduct a comparative analysis against the fingerprint database. They knew that if this print belonged to one of Jack's gang members, it would be a significant breakthrough in the investigation. After several hours of work, investigative technicians were able to successfully extract the print and submit it for examination. They then compared it to a database containing the suspect's fingerprints and finally found a match. The print belonged to one of Jack's gang members. This was a major breakthrough in the investigation that allowed detectives to narrow down the suspects and focus their efforts on finding this gang member. Now, with such a lead, detectives were closer to solving the mystery of the bank robbery and arresting the criminals. But Jack's gang was dangerous and cunning, and they still had a lot of work to do before they could bring them to justice. With the discovery of the fingerprint, detectives expanded their investigation. They used this information to narrow down suspects and increase pressure on Jack's gang. Detectives began active operations to raid places where gang members might be located. They assigned extra patrols and deployed forces to strategic areas where the gang might be hiding. At the same time, they began interviewing eyewitnesses connected to previous crimes to find out any connections to Jack's gang or possible evidence. Using their resources, detectives discovered that Jack's gang had recently been actively increasing its activities in some areas of the city. They decided to focus on these areas and conduct secret searches and surveillance. Their efforts were not in vain. During one of their searches at a suspicious apartment complex, they arrested one of the gang members whose fingerprint matched that found at the crime scene. This arrest was a key breakthrough in the investigation. Subjected to interrogation, the arrestee agreed to cooperate with law enforcement authorities and disclosed information about other gang members and their plans. Thanks to this valuable information, detectives were quickly able to apprehend the remaining members of Jack's gang and seize some of the loot from their hideouts. A bank robbery that seemed perfect eventually led to the arrest of the gang and the recovery of the stolen money and valuables. The detectives were rightly proud of their work, and their determination and perseverance saw the law triumph over crime. After arresting part of Jack's gang, detectives were on the trail of the remaining criminals, who were also on the run. They realized that time was against them and urgently began further investigation. Detectives utilized all available resources and cooperation with other law enforcement agencies to locate the fugitives. They launched an extensive operation to cordon off the city and state, hoping to find traces of the gang and their hideouts. However, the bandits turned out to be cunning and skillful. They were careful and avoided any actions that might give away their location. Detectives encountered a number of false leads and false hints that hampered the investigation. With each passing day, the remaining fugitives became more and more dangerous. They understood that they could be caught at any moment and therefore were ready to use any means to protect themselves and their interests. However, the detectives did not give up. They continued to monitor every suspicious movement and every message that could lead them to Jack's gang. Their resolve was unwavering, and they were willing to fight to the end to bring the remaining criminals to justice. One of the largest operations in the history of the state was successfully carried out on the border with Mexico. It was there that law enforcement authorities arrested part of Jack's gang, which was trying to cross the border illegally. Through close collaboration with Mexican authorities and intelligence agencies, detectives obtained valuable information about the whereabouts of the criminals. The operation was carried out with utmost secrecy and coordination to avoid alerting the gang. When the bandits approached the border, law enforcement agencies tried to stop them, but they fought back and tried to escape, leading to an intense chase. Ultimately, with the help of security forces, the gang was detained. The arrested Jack gang members were thoroughly questioned, and their personal belongings and mobile devices were seized for further analysis. This operation not only allowed law enforcement to catch some of the criminals, but also provided valuable information for further investigation. Now, with part of Jack's gang behind bars, detectives hope to use this breakthrough to find and arrest the remaining criminals. They continued to work to the best of their ability, willing to go the extra mile to bring all criminals to justice. The remainder of Jack's gang remained at large, and this posed a serious threat to public safety. The police understood that they needed to act quickly and effectively to apprehend the remaining criminals. Using intelligence and collaboration with underworld informants, law enforcement identified the possible whereabouts of the remaining gang members. They planned the raid, having previously prepared for possible resistance. One day, during a covert operation, the police stormed the gang's hideout in a coordinated strike. A large contingent of forces was deployed, including specialist units and dog patrol officers. The criminals were taken by surprise and did not have time to organize effective resistance. As a result of the clash, all members of the gang who remained at large were detained. There were no serious injuries to either criminals or law enforcement officers. Police officers conducted a thorough search of the crime scene, seizing all materials that could serve as evidence. They also interrogated the detainees to obtain valuable information about the gang's activities and connections. This successful raid closed the bank robbery case and brought all members of Jack's gang to justice. Now, with criminals behind bars, the city could be confident that its streets would be safer. After arresting all members of Jack's gang and conducting a thorough investigation, the police discovered that the loot obtained from the crime was significantly higher than expected. It turned out that the gang stole and received more than $20 million. This discovery shocked law enforcement agencies and society as a whole. They had previously assumed that Jack's gang was only involved in car thefts and small robberies, but it turned out that their criminal activities were much larger and more profitable. Police continued their investigation to find out how Jack's gang was able to obtain such large sums of money and where they could have hidden their loot. They crossed all possible clues and traces, hoping to find answers to these questions. However, even after extensive research, the police were unable to find all the money stolen by Jack's gang. Most of the loot remained hidden and their whereabouts remained a mystery. It was a reminder to the police that the world of crime was a complex and dangerous place. Despite their success in fighting crime, there were always those who were ready to break the law and get away with it. However, the success in arresting Jack's gang was an important achievement for the police and the community. This served as a good example of how cooperation and persistence can lead to law-defeating crime, even in the most difficult and dangerous situations. After a thorough investigation and trial, all members of Jack's gang were found guilty of a series of serious crimes, including bank robbery and car theft. The court sentenced them to long prison terms. Each of the gang members was sentenced to 30 years in prison for their participation in the criminal organization and the commission of serious crimes. For Jack, as the leader and initiator of the gang, the sentence was even more severe. He was given a life sentence without parole due to the severity of his crimes and his role in organizing and leading the gang. This sentence served as a serious warning to anyone who might be planning to break the law and engage in criminal activity. It also brought justice to victims and made society feel safer, knowing that dangerous criminals were behind bars and law and order prevailed. With clenched jaws and unwavering determination, Jack and his gang accepted their sentences. Locking themselves behind bars, they knew that the adventures of their lives were over. But even in the darkest corners of their imprisonment, they could not forget their exploits and their lost dreams. Meanwhile, order was restored in the city again. The arrest of Jack's gang served as an important example to society, emphasizing that the law severely punishes those who break it. The police continued their fight against crime, hoping to prevent new crimes and protect citizens from danger. Although the bandits were behind bars, their story was not forgotten. She became the subject of legends and tales of daring and deceit, but also of how the law always prevails in the end. Although Jack and his gang ended up behind bars, their story was a reminder that crime will always plague society, but the courage and determination of law enforcement and the community will help confront them and ensure safety for all its citizens. Story of the third criminal. Today's story will tell you about a man whose name has become a symbol of crime and lawlessness. Percy Johnson was a criminal genius, the leader of one of the most feared gangs in America. His ability to elude the police and his audience with the world of crime inspire admiration and fear. Let's figure out together today how he managed to remain free, robbing large objects and stealing huge sums of money. In the deep hills of Arkansas, in the small town of Little Rock, Percy Johnson was born. His parents, humble farmers, gave him a simple but warm childhood. Percy had many brothers and sisters, and every day on the farm was full of joy and laughter. But even from childhood, it was clear that something was different about Percy. He was persistent and knew how to find a way out of any situation. His parents were proud of him, but at the same time they were worried. Where would their restless son grow up? As time passed, Percy became more determined and purposeful. At the age of 18, he left his parents' home, deciding to try his hand outside the borders of Arkansas. After several years of wandering and hard work, he found himself in New Orleans, a city where dreams became reality and opportunities seemed limitless. In New Orleans, Percy plunged into a world of crime. He became part of the city's criminal subculture, where every day was filled with danger and excitement. Percy quickly learned to survive in this world, and his wits and cunning made him respected among other criminals. But Percy wasn't just a street hoodlum. He saw crime as an opportunity to fulfill his dreams of wealth and power. He began planning ambitious criminal operations that could bring him incredible wealth and power. After Percy left his parents' home at the age of 18, he began his career with petty pickpocketing. He was young and ambitious, and his passion for theft made him feel alive. With each successful theft, his confidence in his abilities grew. But Percy soon realized that in order to achieve more, he needed to move on. He began to look for ways to a larger and more profitable criminal business. Gradually, he infiltrated the circles of more serious criminals and learned new skills, from hacking security to planning complex robberies. Each new successful operation brought Percy more money and respect among his peers. He became known as a man who could arrange any business. But at the same time, he understood that his thirst for adventure and passion for criminal activity did not subside. And so, when Percy reached a certain position in the world of crime, he decided on his most ambitious feat: robbing a train carrying valuable cargo. This was the challenge he had been waiting for all his life, and he was willing to do anything to achieve his dream of wealth and power. One of the key members of Percy's team was Jack Harris, an experienced burglar and security specialist. Jack was a tall man with rough features, but his eyes sparkled with intelligence and cunning. He was known in the world of crime for his unique skills and ability to hack any security system. Jack and Percy met several years ago in New Orleans, when Jack was hired to crack a safe in one of the rich mansions. Percy was impressed by his professionalism and determination, and they quickly hit it off. Since then, they have become inseparable friends and reliable partners in criminal matters. Jack was not only a hacking and security virtuoso, but also a trusted ally. His composure and ability to remain calm in the most difficult situations made him a valuable member of the team. Together with Percy, they overcame many trials and dangers, and each time their friendship only became stronger. Jack was one of the people Percy could trust completely. His experience and professionalism were invaluable during the train robbery, and his presence gave the rest of the team confidence in the success of the operation. Together, they were invincible. Another key member of the team was Eddie Smith, known in the world of crime as the electronic brain. Eddie was a computer and hacking genius. He was short, with a messy hairstyle and unruly hair, but his eyes always sparkled with intelligence and ingenuity. Eddie became part of Percy's team after they met on one of the criminal forums on the internet. Percy was impressed by Eddie's intelligence and abilities, and invited him to join the team to carry out ambitious criminal operations. Eddie was not only a great hacker, but also a useful ally in other ways. His knowledge of modern technology and computer systems was limitless, and he could always find a way out of the most difficult situations. His composure and ability to keep a low profile made him a valuable asset to the team. Eddie and Percy were like two close friends, willing to do anything for their goals. Their teamwork was extremely effective, and each time they proved that together they were invincible. With Eddie on board, Percy's team felt more confident and ready to take on the most ambitious tasks. The third important member of the team was Jake Parker, known as the Navigator. Jake was an expert in route research and analysis. He was tall and thin, with cunning eyes that always saw far ahead. Jake joined Percy's team after they met at a crime meeting in New York. His knowledge of transport routes and travel planning was impeccable, and Percy immediately knew that he was essential to the success of their operations. Jake was not only an expert in his field but also a good strategist. His ability to anticipate possible scenarios and analyze risks made him an indispensable member of the team. Together with Percy, they could plan and carry out even the most difficult missions with ease. Jake and Percy were like complementary parts of one whole. Their work together was so coordinated that they could read each other like an open book. With Jake on board, Percy's team could be confident that their operations would be carried out with maximum efficiency and minimal risk. The fourth member of the team was Emilio Sanchez, known as the Shadow. Emilio was a master of spying and surveillance. He was a tall, slender young man with sharp features and dark eyes that always seemed full of mystery. Emilio joined Percy's team after they met at a dangerous event in Miami. His skills in espionage and information gathering were highly valuable to the team, and Percy immediately realized that he was needed to successfully carry out their operations. Emilio was a master of stealth and camouflage. He could sneak into the most secure locations without attracting attention and gather valuable information that would help the team develop action plans. His ability to infiltrate and deceive was invaluable to the team. Together with Percy, Emilio was able to plan and carry out even the most dangerous missions with ease. Their understanding and trust in each other was so strong that they could look at each other without words and know that their goals were completely aligned. With Emilio on board, Percy's team was prepared for the most unpredictable situations and ready to act at a moment's notice. Last, but certainly not least, was Jimmy "Rough Arm" McCarthy. Jimmy was an expert at doing the dirty work, physical and violent acts. He was a short, strong man with muscular arms and a serious gaze that made others tremble in fear. Jimmy joined Percy's team after they met in the cell block. His reputation as a hard worker who could do any dirty job was well known in the world of crime, and Percy knew immediately that he was needed to ensure the success of their operations. Jimmy was a master of physical violence and intimate handling of weapons. He could take on any task, be it protecting the team during an operation or removing obstacles in their path. His strength and fearlessness made him an indispensable asset to the team. Together with Percy, Jimmy was able to plan and carry out even the most dangerous missions with ease. Their mutual trust and understanding of each other was so strong that they could act as one in any situation. With Jimmy on board, Percy's crew was prepared for the toughest challenges and knew they could rely entirely on their trusted comrade. Over time, the Gang of Six, led by Percy Johnson, began to do more and more daring and ambitious criminal acts, causing a lot of trouble for America. Their operations became legendary in the world of crime. The combination of the unique skills of each team member allowed them to carry out incredibly complex and outrageous plans that even the most experienced criminal could dream of. The gang robbed banks, robbed jewelry stores, broke into safes and casinos, and stole works of art and valuable antiques. They staged daring robberies on the streets of major cities and intercepted valuable cargo on roads and railways. Their successes attracted the attention not only of the police, but also of criminal organizations wishing to control the underground world. But the gang was not afraid of anyone or anything. They were absolutely confident in their abilities and ability to succeed in any situation. But with each new crime, the risks became higher. The police began to actively pursue the gang, and criminal authorities sought to destroy their roots. But Percy and his team were ready for any challenge and were ready to continue their path to wealth and power, no matter what. The gang, led by Percy Johnson, quickly became known as one of the most dangerous and daring criminal groups of the 20th century. Their criminal operations became a legend in the world of crime. Their names began to scare even the most courageous people. The gang's numerous successes aroused respect and fear at the same time. They carried out robberies with impeccable precision and professionalism, leaving no chance for the police and security guards. Their plans were so cunning and sophisticated that the police were often powerless against them. Despite all the efforts of law enforcement agencies, the gang continued to evade arrest and avoid punishment. Their skills and professionalism allowed them to act as if they were untouchable. Their audacity and recklessness made them truly invincible. But with each new crime, the risks became higher and the police became more persistent in their attempts to catch them. The gang knew that each next crime could be their last, but they were willing to risk everything for their goals. Their story became legendary in the world of crime, and is still remembered today as one of the most exciting and daring criminal acts of the 20th century. The Percy Johnson gang has left its mark on history as consummate criminal masters and the epitome of danger to society. Percy Johnson's gang has long been planning their legendary crime, which will be a weapon for their reputation in the underworld. They decided on something that no one could ever forget. Their target was one of the most secure government vaults in the country, where not only millions of dollars were stored, but also the most valuable jewelry and antiques. Percy and his team spent months in secret, studying every detail of the plan. They developed innovative security hacking techniques, an escape plan, and a path to freedom after committing a crime. They were ready for anything. Soon they found themselves in front of the doors of the government storage facility. With each step, they overcame new obstacles, but their professionalism and solidarity kept them together. Soon they found themselves in front of the doors of the government storage facility. Using Eddie's hacking skills, they got inside, bypassing all security systems. Jack broke into the safe and they gained access to the treasure. But that was only the beginning. They were able to evade the police and get away with their loot. Their legendary crime was carried out successfully. Their name will go down in history as one of the most daring and impressive crimes ever committed in America. For Percy Johnson's gang, this robbery became a real challenge and a test of their abilities. This was one of the first big cases they took on, and they were ready to prove their worth in the underworld. Percy and his team spent months in preparation, studying every detail of the plan and searching for weak spots in the target's security. They knew that their success in this case would determine their future reputation in the world of crime, and they were willing to go to any lengths to achieve success. Their target was one of the largest banking institutions in the city, where millions of dollars in cash and securities were stored. The gang was determined to get in and take their share. When the moment of action arrived, the gang acted coherently and professionally. Using Eddie's hacking skills, they entered the bank and bypassed all security systems. Jack was able to crack the safe, and they gained access to valuable resources. The robbery was successful, and the gang were able to get away with their loot, evading the police and any attempts to stop them. This was the first big success for Percy Johnson's gang, which established them as one of the most daring and professional criminal groups in America. They were able to steal more than $5 million from the treasury. This was a huge amount of money that could establish the Percy Johnson gang as one of the richest and most powerful in the underworld. Let's imagine how this could happen. Percy and his team staged a cunning bank robbery that allowed them to gain access to the treasury and steal a huge amount of money. Using their unique skills and professionalism, they entered the bank, bypassing all security systems, and were able to get to the treasury itself. Jack, with the help of his hacking experience, managed to break into the safe, and they discovered a huge amount of cash dollars and securities. It was a huge haul that could change their lives forever. Despite the best efforts of the police and security, the gang was able to get away with their loot, evading any attempts to stop them. Their success in this case established them as one of the richest and most powerful gangs in the underworld. Their name became legendary and their crime remembered for years to come. After the successful robbery, Percy Johnson's gang thought they had avoided leaving evidence behind. They were confident that all traces were visible and eliminated, and the police would not be able to link the crime to them. But just as they began to enjoy their spoils, new circumstances suddenly intervened. Several months after the robbery, during the investigation, the police discovered some new evidence that led them to Percy's gang. Percy and his gang were stunned. They were sure that they had done everything to cover their tracks after the robbery, but it seems that they miscalculated. The police began a thorough investigation, checking every possible witness statement and analyzing every little detail related to the crime. The gang soon realized that they would have to act quickly before the police could find reliable evidence against them. This may have been their most difficult test so far, not only stealing the money, but also making sure no one could link it to the crime. Realizing that the police were getting closer to solving their crime, Percy Johnson's gang made a bold decision. They decided to leave their previous places of residence and move to New York, where they could find a new shelter and hide from the law. Arriving in New York, the gang began to live quietly, avoiding drawing attention to their person. They changed their appearance, used false names, and tried not to attract too much attention. The new city gave them the opportunity to start over with a clean slate and forget about their past crimes. However, their ambitions and thirst for criminal activity were still strong. Living in the shadows, the gang continued to plan new crimes that could bring them even more wealth and power. New York provided them with endless opportunities for criminal activity, and they were ready to use them for their own purposes. Thus, the move to New York was a new beginning for the Percy Johnson gang. They used this as an opportunity to start over and continue their journey to the top of the criminal world. One day, on the streets of New York, Percy Johnson's gang committed their most ambitious and audacious robbery. It was here, in the heart of American crime, that they decided to carry out their dream plan, to rob the largest bank in the city. Using their unique skills and unparalleled professionalism, the gang planned the perfect crime. They studied every detail, every move, every moment to make sure everything would go flawlessly. When the moment of action arrived, the gang acted harmoniously and coordinatedly. They entered the bank, bypassed all security systems, and overcame any obstacles in their path. Jack made easy work of the safe, and they gained access to a huge amount of money. This robbery was not only the largest in the history of the Percy Johnson gang, but also one of the most ambitious and impressive in the history of New York. They were able to evade the police and escape with their loot, leaving behind only the legend of their daring crime. This robbery established the Percy Johnson gang as one of the most notorious and dangerous in the underworld, and their name became a symbol of ambition and fearlessness. Percy and his gang decided that in order to rob the largest bank in New York, they would need a proven and cunning plan. After many days of deliberation and study of the area, they came to the following plan. Step 1. Exploration and study. They spent several weeks studying the bank's location, security systems, and operating procedures. They found that the bank usually transfers large amounts of cash on Monday evenings to cover customers for the weekend. Step 2. Preparation. The gang acquired parts to carry out the plan: masks, weapons, an escape vehicle, etc. They also found a suitable location for temporary shelter and an evacuation plan. Step 3. Implementation. On Monday evening, when the bank had already closed, a heavily armed gang burst inside. They quickly and professionally disarmed the guards and forced the bank staff to open the safes. Step 4. Escape. With the loot in hand, the gang quickly left the bank and boarded a previously prepared vehicle. They used alternate routes to avoid the police and fled to safety. Step 5. Split and hide. After the successful robbery, the gang split up and fled to various hideouts. They agreed to meet a few days later to divide the spoils and discuss future plans. This plan turned out to be a perfect fit for Percy Johnson's gang, and they were able to successfully pull off a heist that became legendary in the underworld. Confident in their plan, Percy Johnson's gang moved forward with confidence, knowing that planning and cold-blooded execution would leave little evidence for the detectives and police. By the time they pulled off their Audacity Bank robbery in New York, all the best detectives and police were already on high guard. However, their meters were inconclusive. Percy Johnson's gang were masters of evading the law. They ensured their heist left virtually no trace. The masks they wore hid their faces, and strategically chosen temporary hiding spots ensured their anonymity. Without modern technology such as CCTV cameras, DNA testing, or cell phone tracking, detectives and police were limited in what they could do. Instead, they were forced to rely on their professionalism, careful questioning of witnesses, and analysis of available information. Despite their best efforts, they encountered a solid wall. Percy Johnson's gang remained at large, and their robbery became more legendary with each passing day. It was a challenge like no other for the detectives and police, as their tenacity and perseverance were put to the test in this fight against ruthless criminals. With each passing day, the Percy Johnson gang continued to remain at large, and the police faced new challenges in the investigation. However, they did not give up. The best detective minds in the country worked day and night to find any clues that could lead to the gang. Their investigation was carried out with passion and thoroughness. Detectives examined every corner of the city, interrogated witnesses, and checked alternative versions of events. They looked at CCTV footage, even if it wasn't much, and looked for any clues about the perpetrators. But despite their best efforts, they could not find any concrete evidence that could lead to the gang. Percy Johnson's gang were masters at staying on the edge of the shadows, hiding from the law like smoke. Every day the crime became more mysterious and mysterious. The gang managed to maintain their anonymity and avoid punishment, and their robbery became a legend in the underworld. For detectives and police, it was a setback that turned into a challenge. They continued to fight, hoping that one day they would be able to find the key to solving this mystery and bring the criminals to justice. Events dragged on over time, and Percy Johnson's gang, although they were on the verge of destruction, was not going to give up. They hid again, changing their location, and tried to remain undercover. The police, overwhelmed by a fierce desire to catch these criminals, continued an active search. Detectives used all available resources and methods to find the gang. They scoured the streets, analyzed data, interviewed witnesses, and worked on every possible lead. However, despite all efforts, the police were faced with what seemed impossible. Percy Johnson's gang had disappeared without a trace. Even using all available technologies and search methods, they could not find a single hint of the criminals. It was a defeat for law enforcement, and another heavy blow to their reputation and self-esteem. They felt that the criminals, armed with knowledge and confidence in their actions, had once again eluded them. For Percy Johnson's gang, this was a temporary relief. They understood that this period of time without persecution was valuable, but their determination and ambition did not allow them to remain in place. They knew that sooner or later they would have to go hunting again, but for now they could enjoy relative peace and quiet. The police, although faced with difficulties in catching Percy Johnson's gang, did not relax. They knew that the criminals could not disappear forever and were waiting for the moment when they would take their next step. Every day they were on alert, ready to act if any evidence or hints about the gang appeared. During this time, Percy Johnson's gang remained on the side. They realized that any carelessness could be their last, so they acted with extreme caution. They had to temporarily suspend their criminal operations and concentrate on maintaining their anonymity and not getting caught by the police. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, and the tension grew with each day that passed. And then, suddenly, the police received information about possible gang activity in one of the city areas. This was their first step after a long silence. The police immediately responded to this information by sending their forces to the place. They stayed in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to act, hoping that this might be the key to catching the gang. Percy Johnson's gang decided to change their usual routine and commit a more daring and unexpected crime. They realized that the police always expected them to attack banks or jewelry stores again, and decided to use this against them. Thus, they planned to rob a train carrying money. This was a riskier and more difficult undertaking, but they were confident that it would help them bypass the police's expectations and surprise them again. Before carrying out the robbery, Percy Johnson's gang prepared thoroughly, studying all possible scenarios and developing a plan of action down to the smallest detail. They knew that every minute of their life inside the train would be critical, and they would not make any mistakes. And then the day came when the gang carried out their audacity train robbery. Their training and professionalism allowed them to cope with unforeseen difficulties and successfully take possession of the loot. This move was sudden and unexpected for both the police and the public. The Percy Johnson gang once again demonstrated their courage and ingenuity, and their name began to be discussed everywhere. But at the same time, the police were shocked by such an unpredictable turn of events and were forced to reconsider their investigative methods. A train carrying valuables from New York to Washington became the target of Percy Johnson's gang. They understood that robbing such a train was not only daring, but also required good preparation. The gang began to study the route, transportation features, and security scheme. Having gathered all the necessary information, the gang developed a daring plan that involved hacking the security system, intercepting a train in a remote location, and quickly disappearing with the loot. They knew they only had one chance and decided to make the most of it. Accordingly, the gang was divided into groups, each of which was responsible for its own part of the operation. They studied the train's layout, understood its vulnerabilities, and developed a strategy of action. When the day of the robbery arrived, Percy Johnson's gang was ready. They acted quickly and in a coordinated manner, hacking security systems and hijacking the train. Their well-thought-out plan worked, and they were able to take possession of the loot. This robbery became one of the most daring and successful in the history of the criminal world. Percy Johnson's gang demonstrated their professionalism and composure, leaving behind only mystery and admiration for their courage. Reconnaissance. Percy Johnson's gang began with a thorough reconnaissance of the train's route, studying its schedule, stopping points where the train was most vulnerable, and security features. Preparation. Knowing that they would have to act quickly and coordinatedly, the gang prepared special tools for hacking security systems, weapons for self-defense and escape, and vehicles for quickly escaping from the crime scene. Site selection. They chose a remote section of the route where the train would pass through open spaces devoid of mass populations and observers. Attack. While the train was in a secluded area, the gang suddenly attacked it, blocking the routes and seizing control of the train. They used their security hacking tools to gain access to the safes and valuables inside. Quick escape. After securing the loot, the gang quickly left the train and boarded pre-arranged vehicles to evade pursuit. They used alternate routes to avoid the police and fled to safety. On the evening of April 4, 1989, Percy Johnson's gang suddenly struck, jumping onto a train and knocking out the guards and driver. Their actions were quick and cool, their goal being to take control of the train before any passengers could call for help. Using their skills and professionalism, the gang quickly took control of the situation, blocking traffic routes and threatening them with weapons. They broke into safes and stole valuables carried by the train, including jewelry and money. Having loaded the loot, the gang left the train and boarded previously prepared vehicles to leave the crime scene. Their quick escape was also part of their plan to avoid pursuit and leave confusion and chaos around. This robbery became one of the loudest and most daring in criminal history, and the Percy Johnson gang became a legend in the world of crime. Their name became a symbol of courage and professionalism, and this robbery remained in the memory of people as one of the most audacity and successful in history. After a successful train robbery, Percy Johnson's gang were able to quickly disappear from the scene using a carefully planned escape route. They fled to a safe place where police and detectives could not find them. After the robbery, the disappearance of the gang caused shock and concern among law enforcement agencies. Extensive investigations were launched, but the leads were confusing and inconsistent. The gang managed to remain free while the police faced obstacles and false leads. However, even after a thorough investigation and extensive search, the Percy Johnson gang remained at large. Their unique skills, strategies, and organization allowed them to escape punishment and continue their criminal activities while remaining on the right side of the law. The train robbery of April 4, 1989 remained in history as one of the most daring and successful crimes of its kind. The Percy Johnson gang became legends, and their name was famous in the underworld, continuing to attract interest and admiration for their courage and professionalism. After the train robbery, the police immediately began to investigate. They knew that time was against them, and every minute was valuable in their search for Percy Johnson's gang. The police investigated the crime scene, collecting any available information and evidence. However, at the beginning of the investigation, there were few concrete leads that could lead to the gang. Police began by reviewing all possible video footage and witness statements to uncover any details about the robbery. They also analyzed the escape route and places where the gang could hide. Each piece of information was costly, and police worked around the clock to identify any patterns or connections. Gradually, through incredible diligence and careful work, the police began to put together the pieces of the puzzle. They found some inconsistencies in the witness statements and also found some leads that could lead to the gang. While Percy Johnson's gang remained at large, the police were persistent and relentless in their desire to bring them to justice. And although it was not easy, the police were not going to give up until they caught these criminals and brought them before the law. When the train robbery case began to become more and more complicated, one of the best American detectives, Jack Holland, was sent to the scene. His reputation preceded him, and his name was widely known in law enforcement circles for a number of successful investigations that led to the unraveling of complex criminal schemes. Jack Holland was famous not only for his professional skills, but also for his unwavering confidence and ability to solve the most difficult mysteries. He was known for his detailed work methodology and careful analysis of evidence. Arriving at the scene of the robbery, Jack Holland got to work immediately. He examined the crime scene, interviewed witnesses, and analyzed available evidence to identify patterns and clues that could lead to the Percy Johnson gang. Jack Holland was persistent and determined, and he knew that this case represented one of the most difficult challenges of his career. But he was determined to go all the way to bring the criminals to justice and return the stolen valuables. Even with his outstanding experience and unmatched skills, Detective Adrian Cross had a difficult time leading the investigation surrounding this train robbery. Despite a thorough examination of the crime scene and interrogation of witnesses, no evidence was found. All there was a lot of unanswered questions and the feeling that Percy Johnson's gang had skillfully disguised their trail. Detective Cross knew time was against him, so he persisted in his investigation. He studied every detail, reviewed every aspect of the case, looking for hints and connections that could lead to the criminals. However, even despite his efforts, Detective Adrian Cross found it difficult to locate key clues. Percy Johnson's gang were professional and careful, and their tracks were well erased. Despite this, Detective Cross did not give up. He knew that the resolution of this case was important not only for the law, but also for society as a whole. He continued to work tirelessly, ready to use every opportunity to bring the matter to an end and bring to justice those who committed this daring and audacity crime. As the police's hopes began to fade, an unexpected call from the old man brought new hope. He reported a discovery in his small forest: jewelry, money, and various valuables. This was a possible breakthrough in the investigation. The police immediately responded to this call, sending their forces to the location of the discovery. When they reached the forest, they were amazed at the scale of the discovery. There, among the trees and bushes, jewelry, money, and other valuables related to the train robbery were discovered. This discovery sparked a new wave of enthusiasm and energy in the investigation. The police began to carefully investigate the location of the discovery, collecting any available information and evidence. They used every detail to try to reconstruct what happened and find out who was behind this daring crime. This discovery also attracted the attention of Detective Adrian Cross, who immediately joined the investigation. He knew that this discovery could be the key to solving the case, and he was ready to use all his skills and experience to find the criminals and bring them to justice. The police and Detective Cross began a thorough examination of all discovered items. They sent them for examination to find evidence and fingerprints that could lead to the culprits. Among these items was a cassette tape that could contain important information about the crime. Experts analyzed the tape with special attention. After several days of intensive research, they were able to extract the data from the tape. And what was found on this tape was unexpected. The tape contained a recording in which conversations related to the train robbery were heard. This was a real breakthrough in the investigation. The recording contained conversations between Percy Johnson's gang about the details of the crime, plans, and distribution of the loot. This material became the key to solving the case. The police and Detective Cross used this information to identify the criminals and find evidence that would lead to their arrest. Now, with new evidence in hand, the police were closer to finding and bringing to justice Percy Johnson's gang. Having received the second tape, detectives hoped to find additional evidence on it or even see the faces of the criminals. However, when they played the contents of the second tape, they discovered that it contained footage from adult films. This disappointed them as they had hoped for more. But they quickly realized that researching this tape was also important. Even though this footage was not related to the crime, it could contain some information or clue that would help in the investigation. Detectives decided to carefully analyze each frame on the tape, hoping to discover something that could be connected to the case. They studied every detail, every face on the screen, every scene, looking for any sign or evidence that might lead them to a trail. Although the process was long and tedious, the detectives did not give up. They knew that sometimes clues lie in the most unexpected places, and they were determined to go through every frame on this tape to find any useful information. An ordinary grandmother named Elizabeth came to the local police station with an incredible testimony. She said that a few days ago, two men rented an apartment in her building. Elizabeth described them as strange. They were dressed in old clothes, but in their hands she noticed a wad of money. This incident aroused the grandmother's suspicion, and she decided to contact the police. She clarified that the men looked illegal, and her suspicions increased when she learned about the latest crimes in the area. The police were excited by this new evidence and immediately began to act. They went to the apartment the men had rented to conduct a search and check on the suspects. During the search, police found a large amount of cash, as well as other items that could be related to the robberies. This was a key point in the investigation, and the police immediately arrested two suspects. As the investigation continued, Detective Adrian Cross discovered that the evidence led them to Percy Johnson's gang. This was a turning point in the case, and the police were on their way to solving one of the most notorious robberies in history. When the police arrested two suspects, Jack Harrison and Edie Smith, they were shocked and unhappy. They maintained their innocence, but the evidence was against them, and the police were convinced that they were members of the Percy Johnson gang. Detective Adrian Cross interviewed the suspects in an attempt to determine their involvement in the robberies. Both suspects tried to hide their connection to the gang, but Detective Cross was persistent and used all his skills to extract the truth from them. With each new interrogation, it became clear that Jack Harrison and Edie Smith were indeed members of the Percy gang. Johnson. They admitted their involvement in the robberies and revealed some details of the organization of the gang and its activities. This arrest was a huge success for the police and Detective Cross. He confirmed their belief that they were on the right path to solving the case. Now they had to use the information obtained from those arrested to find and arrest the remaining members of the Percy Johnson gang and bring them to justice for their crimes. Despite the best efforts of the police and Detective Cross, Jack Harrison and Edie Smith remained silent regarding their partners. They refused to reveal the names and information about other gang members, preferring to keep their secrets. This created additional obstacles in the investigation, as police and Detective Cross relied on information from the suspects to find the rest of the gang. However, despite this, they continued to work tirelessly, hoping to find other evidence and traces that could lead them to the rest of the criminals. Detective Cross knew his next move would have to be carefully considered. He knew that he needed to use all his resources and skills to see the case through and bring all the members of Percy Johnson's gang to justice. The police continued to work intensively on the case, checking every corner and every possibility. They knew their task was difficult, but they were resolute in their quest to find and arrest all members of the gang and bring them to justice for their crimes. When police and prosecutors offered Jack Harrison and Edie Smith a plea deal in exchange for cooperation and disclosure of information about their partners, promising to cut their prison sentences in half, both refused the offer. Jack and Edie remained steadfast in their silence, despite the attractiveness of the deal. Their loyalty to the Percy Johnson gang and their steadfastness in keeping the secret remained unwavering. It was a disappointment for the police and Detective Cross, but they did not lose hope. They continued to work tirelessly, using all available resources and methods to find the remaining gang members and bring them to justice. And while Jack Harrison and Edie Smith could remain silent, the police and Detective Cross knew that they would not stop until they brought all the criminals to justice. After Jack Harrison and Edie Smith refused to cooperate with justice, police and detectives focused on finding the remaining 4 criminals from the Percy Johnson gang. They needed to find them before they committed another crime or disappeared into the shadows. The investigation was intensive and covered a large area. The police launched a wide operation, checking all possible places where the criminals could be hiding. Detectives interviewed witnesses, analyzed evidence and traces, and looked for connections and patterns of behavior that could lead to the criminals. As time passed, the pressure on the police and detectives grew. They knew that every minute was important and they could not let the criminals escape justice. Despite all the efforts of the police and detectives, the search for the remaining 4 criminals from the Percy Johnson gang was unsuccessful. They used all available resources, conducted extensive manhunt operations, and conducted numerous interrogations, but the criminals remained elusive. This was a major disappointment to law enforcement as they had been resolute in their commitment to bring all gang members to justice. But despite this, they never stopped hoping that in the future they would be able to find the criminals and bring them to justice for their crimes. After many unsuccessful attempts to find the remaining members of the Percy Johnson gang, police and detectives decided to review the available evidence and use new methods for the search. One of the key moments was a chance discovery in the form of surveillance camera footage from one of the bars in the city center. The video footage showed Jake Parker, one of the gang members, suddenly appearing in the city. This was a major breakthrough as it was the first piece of evidence linking the bandit to a specific location. Detectives began a thorough investigation based on this new information. They determined that Parker frequented the area of a certain bar and had connections there. Using mobile data analysis and information from witnesses, they discovered Parker's possible location. Under cover of night surveillance and sting work, police and detectives were raiding the bar when Parker showed up there again. He was arrested without incident and was found in possession of evidence related to the robberies, including weapons and items that were stolen from previous crimes. The arrest of Jake Parker was a huge success for law enforcement, and it prompted them to continue the investigation and search for other criminals from the Percy Johnson gang. After Jake Parker was arrested, detectives interviewed him in hopes that he would cooperate and reveal information about his partners. However, Parker remained adamant and refused to cooperate with law enforcement agencies. During interrogation, he remained cool and silent, not revealing any information about his partners or their plans. This created additional difficulties for the investigation, as evidence and witness statements were insufficient to fully establish their whereabouts and involvement in the crimes. The detectives understood that they needed to use all available methods and resources to get on the trail of the remaining criminals. They continued to analyze available evidence, interview witnesses, and expand their network of informants in the hope that this would lead them to the rest of the gang. Despite Parker's refusal to cooperate, the detectives were determined to see the case through and bring all criminals to justice. They knew that every piece of evidence and every witness could be the key to solving this complex case. After Jake Parker refused to cooperate with detectives, the investigation ran into difficulties. However, detectives did not give up and continued to work persistently to find the remaining members of the Percy Johnson gang. They expanded the pool of suspects by analyzing all available evidence and testimony. One of the key points was the discovery of similar modus operandi in a number of crimes, which indicated that the gang maintained certain patterns in its actions. Detectives also turned to the use of technology, including mobile data analysis and video surveillance, to get on the trail of the bandits. They actively worked with informants and developed covert operations to find the criminals. After many weeks of intense efforts, detectives finally received information about the possible whereabouts of one of the gang members. This was a clue, and they were ready to act. In one of the specially organized raids, police and detectives arrested one of the gang members, and they found evidence related to previous crimes. After the arrest and further investigation, it turned out that the man arrested had no connections with the Percy Johnson gang. This was a major disappointment to law enforcement, who mistook him for a gang member. The police were forced to release him due to the lack of evidence of his involvement in the crimes. This case provided a powerful lesson to detectives about the importance of thoroughly analyzing and testing all available evidence and testimony before arresting suspects. However, this did not stop the police in their quest to find and bring to justice the remaining members of the gang. They continued to work tirelessly, using all available resources and methods to get the job done. Meanwhile, detectives carefully reviewed available information and continued to expand the pool of suspects, hoping to track down the remaining members of the gang and bring them to justice. Emilio Sanchez, who turned out to be another suspect in the Percy Johnson gang case, developed a daring plan to escape abroad. He decided to use the desert areas on the border with Mexico to quietly penetrate the territory of the neighboring country. Sanchez cunningly circumvented border control by organizing a night crossing through desert areas. Armed with only a minimal supply of food and water, he hoped to cross the border and disappear into the depths of the Mexican terrain. However, his attempt to escape was discovered and stopped. Border patrols discovered him at the border when he was already near the entry point into Mexico. They quickly detained Sanchez and turned him over to local law enforcement. This was an important point in the investigation, as Sanchez's arrest opened up new avenues for law enforcement to find the rest of the gang. This incident showed that bandits were still in the country, and the police continued their persistent efforts to nab them. Under pressure from the investigation and in the hope of reducing his prison term, Emilio Sanchez agreed to cooperate. He revealed information about a hidden hideout where two of his partners were located, remaining at large after previous unsuccessful attempts to arrest them. The gang members chose an old abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city for their hideout. Sanchez described in detail his location and the specifics of the situation, which helped law enforcement agencies prepare an operational arrest. The police immediately organized a raid at the specified address. The special forces carried out a seizure operation, and as a result, the bandits were detained. They were found to have evidence linking them to a series of crimes committed by Percy Johnson's gang. This successful arrest was a major breakthrough in the case. Law enforcement now had every reason to believe that the remaining members of the Percy Johnson gang would be arrested and brought to justice for their crimes. Thanks to the cooperation of Emilio Sanchez and the hard work of law enforcement, the case moved closer to closure and the community gained hope for law and order. When the police and special forces arrived at the indicated shelter, they found only one criminal there, Jimmy McCarty. The suspect was caught by surprise, but even in this difficult situation he was ready to resist. Even though he was alone against numerous law enforcement officers, McCarty was not going to go down without a fight. He attempted to escape, but was quickly blocked and detained. During the interrogation, it turned out that Jimmy McCarty was really planning to leave America. His arrest occurred at the last moment when he was already preparing to leave the country. Now he was deprived of this opportunity and faced inevitable responsibility for his crimes. McCarty's arrest was the final chord in the long-running investigation into the Percy Johnson gang. The police and detectives successfully dealt with the call, and all gang members were either arrested or brought to justice. This success has become a shining example for law enforcement agencies and society as a whole. He demonstrated that law and order can overcome any obstacle and bring criminals to justice. After successfully arresting all members of Percy Johnson's gang, the police had to find the main villain, Percy Johnson himself. He became something of a ghost for law enforcement, their efforts aimed at catching him. But every time they got close to his trail, he disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. Percy Johnson was a master of stealth and skilled at evading surveillance and tracking systems. He did not leave any traces that could help law enforcement agencies locate him. His gangster cunning and flexibility allowed him to evade the law and remain free. However, the police did not give up and continued to work persistently to find Percy Johnson and bring him to justice for his crimes. They used all available resources, including covert operations, intelligence, and cooperation with other law enforcement agencies to get on the trail of a dangerous criminal. For the police, the task of finding Percy Johnson became a priority, since he was the last link in the chain, and his arrest was the key to closing this dark chapter in the history of crime. But their patience and perseverance were tested as Percy continued to escape their grasp, remaining free. Despite all the efforts of the police, Percy Johnson remained at large. Even after a lengthy investigation and many operations to capture him, he skillfully avoided arrest. His capture became one of the longest and most complex investigations in the history of law enforcement. Percy was a master of evasion, and every time the police seemed to be closing in on him, he disappeared without a trace. However, the police were not going to give up. They remained on duty and continued to work to find Percy and bring him to justice for his crimes. For society, Percy Johnson became a symbol of the inability of the legislature to deal with crime. His name became synonymous with impunity and caused a feeling of helplessness among many. Thus, the story of the Percy Johnson gang remained an unresolved chapter in the book of crime, and its conclusion remained an open question for justice. Despite the best efforts of law enforcement, Percy Johnson remained clumsy and faded into oblivion. Advanced technology and many months of investigation could not lead to his arrest. However, sometime after the last known contact with law enforcement, it became clear that Percy had managed to leave America. According to various sources and testimonies, he fled to Brazil, where he apparently continued his criminal activities under a new name and with new allies. This discovery was a serious blow to law enforcement agencies. They realized that the task of catching him only became more difficult as they had to collaborate with international partners and overcome many legal and bureaucratic obstacles to operate outside their own country. Following the discovery of Percy Johnson in Brazil, American authorities began pressuring the Brazilian government to extradite him. However, their efforts have faced serious legal and political obstacles. Percy, finding himself in such a situation, was ready to defend his rights and freedom. He was able to take advantage of Brazilian legislation that prohibited the deportation of citizens to countries where they would face serious violations of their rights and freedoms. Moreover, Percy managed to start a family in Brazil. He got married and had a child. Given these circumstances, the Brazilian authorities refused to respond to American demands for the extradition of Percy Johnson. Extradition was not possible due to legal restrictions and protections provided by Brazilian law. This was a serious blow to the American authorities, who were forced to admit that Percy Johnson would remain free, at least within Brazilian territory. For Percy, this was a victory and proof of his cunning and ability to circumvent the law, but for justice, it remained an unfinished chapter in their fight for justice. After Percy Johnson remained at large in Brazil, he became the object of increased public and media attention. His story of a criminal who managed to escape the persecution of American authorities intrigued many and aroused interest in Brazilian society. Percy, taking advantage of his new status, began actively giving interviews to various journalists and television programs. He talked about his life, his adventures, and how he managed to survive difficult times. His story has become the subject of much controversy and discussion in society. Some saw him as a hero who was able to defend his freedom and create a new life in another country. Others viewed him as a criminal who had escaped his well-deserved punishment and was now trying to justify his actions. Regardless of public opinion, Percy remained a charismatic figure capable of attracting attention to himself. His interviews attracted many viewers and readers, and he became one of the most talked-about characters in Brazil. Detective Cross found it difficult to accept that Percy Johnson had so cleverly evaded justice. Every time he saw an interview with an ex-con or read about him in the news, he reminded himself of his failure. This became a major shadow over his career, and he often reflected on what he could have done differently. In interviews following his retirement, Detective Cross spoke candidly about his feelings and thoughts. He admitted that the pursuit of Percy Johnson had become his most important task, and his failure in this matter remained the greatest disappointment of his career. Cross also noted that he and his team were doing everything possible to find and arrest Percy. They reviewed dozens of pieces of evidence, conducted thousands of interviews, and closely watched the criminal's every move. However, despite their efforts, Percy left, leaving them empty-handed and feeling unfulfilled. For Detective Cross, catching Percy Johnson was more than just a job. It was his life's goal, and his failure was a bitter lesson that even the most complex criminal cases can remain unresolved despite best efforts. Percy Johnson departed this world, leaving behind him a legacy of legend. In the last years of his life, he was able to enjoy quiet and peaceful days in Brazil, surrounded by his family and close friends. He lived a dignified and happy life, leaving behind the shadows of his past and his criminal exploits. Percy Johnson's death did not mark the end of his story, but rather opened a new chapter. His personality and his deeds will remain etched in the memory of people as one of the most striking phenomena of the criminal world. Despite his crimes, he left an indelible mark on history, attracting interest and admiration from some and condemnation from others. For Detective Cross, the death of Percy Johnson marked the end of their eternal game of cat and mouse. He realized that although he could not catch the criminal in the flesh, he was able to maintain his integrity and honesty in the fight for justice. His story with Percy Johnson was not just the captain of his career, but also a lesson he learned carefully. Never give up, even if the path to victory seems impossible. Thus ended the story of Percy Johnson, a criminal who became a legend. His name will remain in the memory of many as a symbol of the fact that even the darkest deeds can be forgotten under the weight of time, but his life and adventures will always inspire people and arouse their interest in the mysteries of human destiny. The story of the fourth criminal. Today I will tell you about how an ordinary guy from the slums of Chicago turned into one of the most dangerous car thieves in America. His name was Jack McBride. At first glance, he was a simple guy from a poor family who dreamed of a better life. But his modest appearance hid the intelligence and cunning of a true professional in his field. How many years he hid from the police, what tricks he used to avoid arrest, and how he was able to conduct an audit by robbing one of the most secure auctions in the country. You will learn about all this in this video. Jack McBride. He was born in Chicago in 1972 into a poor family where he had to fight for survival every day. As a child, Jack was a smart and quick-witted boy, but his family always experienced financial difficulties. He grew up without access to a good education or a stable job and soon encountered a world of crime. Jack quickly discovered that his dexterity and skill with cars could earn him a good living. He began his career as a simple car thief, but his ambitions were much higher. Over the years, he became a true master of his craft and managed to create his own criminal empire, specializing in the theft and resale of luxury cars. Jack's mother, Alice, was a hard-working and kind woman who worked as a seamstress to provide her family with some income. She always supported Jack in his dreams, despite the difficulties he faced every day. Jack's father, John, was a builder, an honest and hard-working man who did his best to provide for his family. He paid great attention to his son and tried to instill in him the values of work and honesty. Despite the difficult conditions in which Jack lived, he always dreamed of a better life. As a child, he often dreamed of beautiful cars and luxurious houses, dreaming of one day becoming successful and rich. However, life presented him with completely different challenges. At school, Jack faced difficulties due to his poor background, and his dreams of a better future seemed increasingly unattainable. Jack was a very withdrawn child at school. His silence and shyness often caused ridicule and bullying from his classmates. He preferred to remain on the sidelines deep in thought rather than attract attention to himself. This made him an easy target for those looking for something to tease. His classmates used his silence and privacy to insult him, bully him, and even physically hurt him. These were difficult times for Jack, where he often felt alone and misunderstood. Instead of turning to teachers or parents for help, Jack preferred to hide his problems and suffering from others. He believed that showing weakness would only increase his vulnerability, so he tried to cope with difficulties on his own. These unpleasant childhood memories became one of the drivers of his ambitions for the future. Jack decided that he would never again become a victim of circumstances and would build his life the way he wanted. This determination and thirst for self-empowerment led him on the path to success, although he paid a heavy price for it in the form of his humanity and moral principles. As a child, Jack McBride was a silent and withdrawn child. His father, John, a builder by trade, always wanted his son to share his passion for cars. One day, when Jack was only 7 years old, John invited him to a car show. Little Jack looked at the shiny cars in surprise, and his eyes sparkled with delight. Since then, John often spent time with Jack, telling him about different makes and models of cars. He taught him how to take care of his car, told him interesting facts about the history of the automobile industry, and even played car-related games with him. For Jack, this time with his father was a real discovery of the world of cars. He began to see them not just as vehicles, but as objects of art and a passion for which he could share with others. Gradually, Jack began to become seriously interested in the world of cars. His passion for cars grew to such an extent that it became one of the main motives of his life. This passion and his father's attention to her left a deep imprint on his heart, shaping his character and future goals. When Jack was 13 years old, he lost his father. John's death was a huge shock for Jack. He and his father had a warm and close relationship, and the loss of John left a big void in his heart. Without his father, Jack felt lost and alone. The difficulties of school life began to seem even more difficult to him without his support and understanding. He often remembered the times he spent with his father and missed his advice and encouraging words. The death of his father was a turning point in Jack's life. This made him look at life from a new perspective and appreciate every moment spent with loved ones. He realized that life can be unpredictable, and you need to appreciate every day as if it were your last. Although Jack lost his father, his passion for cars and his dream of a better life remained unchanged. Instead of succumbing to grief, he decided to use his pain as motivation to achieve his goals. He promised himself that he would make his father proud by achieving success and becoming the best at what he does. After his father's death, Jack became even more withdrawn and silent. His pain was so great that he almost stopped communicating with others. The previously quiet and shy boy has turned into an almost completely isolated teenager. Jack spent most of his time alone, lost in his thoughts. He refused to share his feelings and emotions even with people close to him, believing that no one could truly understand his pain. School became an even darker place for Jack. He avoided socializing with classmates and walked away during recess to avoid contact. He even attended teachers' lessons, trying not to attract attention to himself and avoiding any conversations. The only thing that continued to give Jack some comfort was his passion for cars. From time to time, he retreated into his world of automobile magazines and photographs, enjoying the beauty and elegance of mechanisms. Although those around him tried to get closer to Jack and help him cope with the loss of his father, he refused any help. His grief became his unspoken secret, which he carried inside himself, unable to find a way out of this dark, psychological labyrinth. After the death of their father, their family found themselves on the brink of poverty. The loss of the family's main breadwinner had a significant impact on their financial well-being. Jack's mother, Alice, faced enormous financial strain as she tried to provide her son with some kind of decent living on her own. Changes in living standards were obvious. The McBride family moved to more modest housing and gave up many of the luxuries they had once enjoyed. Buying new things became rare, and food became increasingly frugal. It was a difficult time for Jack. He felt like a burden to his mother and was ashamed of his poverty. His isolation and alienation from others intensified. He did not want to cause even more worry to his mother and tried to hide his feelings and emotions behind an impenetrable wall of silence. Jack's mother, despite her own difficulties, tried to support him morally. She consoled him, said that they would cope together, and that the day when they would be happy again would definitely come. She was his support and inspiration, and Jack valued every piece of advice and support she gave him. These difficulties made Jack even more determined and persistent. Instead of drowning in despair, he decided to use his pain and suffering as fuel for his ambitions. He promised himself that one day he would give back to his family everything they had lost and make them happy again. Jack wanted to provide his mother with money, but financial resources were extremely limited. It was clear to him that it was not easy to provide his mother with at least some kind of stable income in the existing conditions, but he was ready to make every effort to change their situation. However, despite his youth and limited opportunities, Jack decided not to wait for the mercy of fate, but to act. He began looking for ways to make money using his skills and knowledge. The first steps were modest. He helped neighbors around the house, worked after school, and tried to sell homemade products. But Jack realized that this did not bring him enough money to support his family. He began to consider riskier and illegal ways to make money, such as stealing and reselling cars. It was a risky path, but Jack was ready to do anything to provide his mother with at least some kind of well-being. Every day, Jack became more experienced and inventive in his methods. He became an expert in his field, learned to bypass the system and avoid prosecution by the law. His successes attracted the attention of other criminals, and he began to build his own criminal empire. Despite the illegal nature of his activities, Jack kept his goals pure. He did everything to provide for his mother and make her happy, even if it required him to do illegal things. For him, the main thing was the well-being of his family, and he was ready to do anything for this. After graduating from high school, Jack immediately decided not to pursue a higher education path. He realized that his mother did not have enough money for his studies and decided to take responsibility for his family. Therefore, he decided to start working. Jack was a determined and purposeful young man. He did not expect support from outside and did not count on luck. Instead, he decided to become successful on his own and provide for his family. He began looking for work in various fields, trying to find something that would bring him a decent income. He soon managed to find a job in a car repair shop where he could use his skills and knowledge of cars. The passion for cars that his father passed on to him helped him quickly master his new field. Jack worked hard, trying to learn all the jobs and gain experience. He was a dedicated and responsible employee, and his hard work was noticed by his superiors. Soon he managed to move up the career ladder and get a higher-paying position. Although working in a car repair shop did not bring Jack quick and easy money, he was willing to fight and work to provide for his family. His determination and dedication became the key to success in his new life, and he was willing to go through thick and thin to protect and provide for his loved ones. At some point, it became clear to Jack that his earnings from a car service were not enough to provide for his family. He still remembered the difficult times when they were poor after the loss of his father, and was determined to provide his mother with everything she needed. One evening, when Jack was closing a car service, someone named Danny approached him. Danny was well known in local crime circles, and his art of stealing and reselling cars was well known. He offered Jack a job in his gang of criminals, promising him a good reward and protection. At first glance, this proposal seemed unwise and dangerous, but Jack realized that this could be a chance to provide for his family financially. He was willing to take risks to achieve his goal. Jack gradually became a member of Danny's gang. He quickly learned and adapted to the harsh reality of the criminal world. His skills and experience in auto repair proved to be very useful to the gang, and he became one of its key members. Together with the gang, Jack committed several successful car thefts, and his share of the earnings increased significantly. He began sending money to his mother to ease her financial situation, and felt satisfied seeing her find some relief in her life. However, with each crime committed, Jack realized that he was sinking deeper into the dark side. His heart struggled with the dilemma between his desire to provide for his family and his moral principles, and he understood that sooner or later he would have to make a choice between his goals and his conscience. As Jack became more immersed in the world of crime, he began to realize that the path of crime leads to more profit than a regular job in a car repair shop. He became more and more attracted to the easy earnings and the opportunity to get rich quickly. He became involved in more ambitious and risky operations, including robberies and smuggling. His skills and experience made him a valuable member of the gang, and he quickly gained the respect of his comrades. Gradually, Jack began to live a double life. During the day, he continued to work in a car repair shop to maintain the appearance of a law-abiding citizen, and at night, he became a member of a criminal gang, ready to commit any crime in order to provide for his family. However, as he delved deeper into the world of crime, his conscience slowly began to torment him. He felt that he was losing his humanity and moral principles, and realized that the price he was paying for his enrichment was too high. The internal conflict between his desire to provide for his family and his conscience became increasingly acute. Jack knew that he was at a crossroads, and that he would soon have to make a decisive choice that would determine his future. Fully immersed in the world of crime, Jack and his gang initially engaged primarily in ordinary thefts. They chose cars that could be quickly stolen and resold. Soon their skills and experience became so developed that they were able to carry out thefts with professional precision and efficiency. Jack has become one of the best in the business. He was cunning, cold-blooded, and extremely professional. Together with the gang, he planned each theft to the smallest detail, studied the objects, chose the best routes, and developed escape plans. With each successful robbery, the gang received more and more money. Jack began to provide his family with lavish gifts and luxurious purchases, giving them a life of abundance that they had previously only dreamed of. As Jack became more experienced and influential in the world of crime, his leadership qualities inevitably emerged. When he turned 22, he became the leader of his gang. Jack was an intelligent, charismatic, and decisive leader. He was able to inspire and motivate his subordinates and make bold and strategic decisions. Under his leadership, the gang became even more successful and influential in the local underworld. From the moment Jack became the leader of his gang, his dreams of more ambitious heists became a reality. He developed perfectly calibrated plans and careful strategies that allowed them to carry out robberies with minimal risk and maximum gain. Jack put all his efforts into creating a strong and highly professional team capable of carrying out complex and well-organized heists. He invested in training his men and equipped them with the most advanced equipment and technology to ensure the success of every operation. With each new robbery, Jack and his gang became richer and more influential in the world of crime. They were at the top of their game and no one could stop them. However, inside Jack there was still a smoldering fire of discontent and doubt. He realized that his dreams of wealth and power did not bring him happiness, and he felt that the further he delved into the world of crime, the more he lost himself. But his passion for adrenaline and thirst for risk suppressed his doubts and encouraged him to continue on this path. With each successful heist, Jack and his gang became more and more ambitious. They moved from small thefts to larger and more profitable operations, specializing in poor people. This new approach allowed the gang to carry out robberies with minimal risk and maximum gain. They chose their victims wisely, targeting those who were less protected from crime and less likely to protect their property. Jack and his gang used various methods and tricks to identify their victims' weaknesses and carry out robberies with minimal risk. They could break into a house while its occupants were at work, or rob a car while its owner was unattended. This new approach to heists brought the gang even more money and power. They became fearsome and impenetrable to the law, and no one could stop them on the way to their goal. With each passing year, the scale of car thefts under Jack's leadership increased rapidly. Over the past year, the number of robberies has increased tenfold, reaching impressive figures. Jack and his gang have developed new, more daring and effective methods of committing robberies. They became masters of their craft, performing operations quickly and silently, leaving no traces. Profits from robberies increased significantly, and Jack became even more influential and rich. He manipulated his gang like a puppet master, directing their actions and controlling their every move. However, as the size and frequency of the robberies increased, Jack increasingly faced the consequences of his actions. Increased attention from law enforcement and increased security measures undermined his position and made each new robbery more risky. With the increase in car thefts, local police could not ignore such changes. They immediately noticed a spike in criminal activity and began an active investigation to find out who was behind these robberies. Police began analyzing the data, identifying commonalities between robberies and traces left by the criminals. They collected information from various sources, conducted raids and searches to identify criminals. Gradually, they approached the source of the crimes. But Jack was careful and cunning. He and his gang were experienced and professional, and they managed to avoid falling into the hands of justice. However, every day the pressure from the police increased, and Jack realized that time was working against him. The internal conflict still raged inside him, and he realized that his criminal acts could not last forever. Realizing that the police were actively investigating their activities, Jack decided to change his tactics. He began to act even more carefully and cunningly in order to avoid falling into the hands of justice. Jack and his gang began to conduct more detailed intelligence work and analyze each operation to the smallest detail. They took into account all possible risks and developed escape plans that allowed them to avoid police detention. They have also begun to use new methods to circumvent security systems and tracking technologies to avoid detection by law enforcement. Jack personally supervised every operation, taking strict precautions to ensure the safety of his gang. This new approach helped Jack and his gang avoid arrests and continue their activities despite the best efforts of the police. They became even more invisible and untouchable by the law, and no one could stop them on the way to their goal. In 2001, the largest car auction was held in Chicago, where the rarest and most expensive models were collected. Jack, having heard about this event, realized that tight security would be deployed there, but this did not stop him. He decided that this was the perfect moment to commit one of the most daring robberies of his career. Knowing that the security would be top-notch, he began to develop a plan that would allow them to bypass the security system and reach their targets. Through his connections, Jack learned of a special consignment of cars that was to be delivered to the auction. Among them was a model that was worth a fortune on the black market. Jack and his team began preparations, taking on challenging roles and equipping themselves with cutting-edge equipment. They developed a plan that took into account every last detail and then began the operation while the auction was in full swing. Jack's gang developed a complex but ingenious plan that allowed them to successfully rob a car auction in Chicago in 2001. Step 1. Reconnaissance and information gathering. Before starting the operation, the gang carefully studied the location of the auction, the location of the guards, the security systems, and the delivery schedule of the cars. Step 2. Bribing an insider. Jack and his team found an employee who had access to a list of cars for auction. They offered him a good sum of money for providing information about a special consignment of cars that was to be delivered to the auction. Step 3. Masking. Jack's gang purchased fake work uniforms to look like vehicle delivery personnel. They also used special masks and costumes to avoid being recognized. Step 4. Swap truck. With the help of information from an insider, Jack's gang knew the exact time and route of delivery of the cars. They disguised their truck to look exactly like the delivery truck and placed it in the delivery route. Step 5. Robbery. As the truck arrived at its destination, Jack's gang quickly and efficiently unloaded the valuable vehicles and quickly fled the scene before anyone even realized what had happened. This cunning plan allowed Jack's gang to successfully rob a car auction and get away with the loot without leaving a single trace. Gathered in a dark corner of the auction parking lot, Jack's gang sat in their van, discussing the details of the plan. Jack, sitting at the wheel, listened carefully to each team member's ideas. The first step was to gain access to the building where the cars for the auction were stored. Luckily, one of the gang, Tom, had a set of keys in his arsenal that could open most standard locks. When it was time to take action, the gang emerged from the van dressed in security uniforms. They walked past the guards, winking at them like old acquaintances, and headed towards the warehouses. There, under the cover of night, they found the target car, which was prepared for auction. It was dark, and the gang had to work quickly and quietly. Jack and his partners used tools to open the car door lock, after which Jack took the driver's seat. He was a master at this and knew how to get it in and out quickly. The rest of the gang quickly got into the cars behind the wheel and clung to the bumpers. In a few minutes, they were ready to leave. The next step was to get to a safe place where they could leave the cars until the police stopped pursuing them. Despite the risk, excitement, and adrenaline that beat in their veins, Jack's gang acted coherently and professionally. And when they finally left the auction area with their loot, they knew that their plan had been successfully carried out. According to the plan, the target car that Jack's gang stole from an auction in Chicago was a luxurious and exclusive 2001 model. It was the Lamborghini Diablo VT 6.0 SE, which stands out for its elegance, power, and rarity. The value of this car at the time of the robbery was over $200,000, but its actual value on the black market could be much higher due to its rarity and collectible value. This particular example was especially valuable as it was produced in limited quantities and had a special design and special features. By stealing this car, Jack's gang not only made a large amount of money, but also attracted a lot of attention from car enthusiasts and collectors. This Lamborghini Diablo VT 6.0 SE has become the talk of the criminal underground and raised eyebrows among the owner who was planning to put it up for auction. After the successful auction robbery, law enforcement agencies were in shock. They were dumbfounded by the courage and cunning with which Jack's gang committed this crime. Such daring robberies were rare even for experienced criminal gangs. The police have launched active investigations, looking for any opportunity to catch the criminals. They analyzed CCTV footage, collected witness statements, and verified any available information. However, despite their best efforts, Jack's gang remained invisible. They were masters of their craft and skillfully hid their tracks. The police were faced with difficulties in finding evidence and suspects, and time was working in favor of the criminals. Jack's gang, gathered in their hideout, knew that they had done something unique and exceptional. They were confident that they would not be caught and continued to celebrate their success, but at the same time they remained wary and ready for any consequences. The robbery of the Lamborghini Diablo VT 6.0 SE auction in Chicago caused a real flurry of news headlines across America. This was an unusual case that attracted the attention of not only law enforcement agencies, but also the public at large. News of the daring theft was featured on the front pages of newspapers and news website portals. Reporters and journalists discussed the audacity of the criminals, their professionalism and ability to carry out such an ambitious operation in the heart of the city. This case became the main topic of discussion in the press and on television. Experts expressed their opinions on the possible causes and consequences of such a robbery, and viewers discussed it on social networks and forums. The police and FBI were under great pressure from the public and authorities to find and arrest the criminals. But despite all efforts, Jack's gang remained at large, and this caused even more unrest and anxiety among the community. This case was not only the largest theft in the history of Chicago, but also one of the most famous robberies in the United States as a whole, and its consequences were felt long after the crime was committed. Following widespread news coverage, the Lamborghini Diablo VT 6.0 SE auction heist sparked widespread public outrage. Citizens of Chicago and other cities across America expressed their feelings regarding this bold and unprecedented act of crime. Social networks and forums were filled with discussions. Many expressed their bewilderment and disappointment at the growing crime rate in the city. Some demanded strict action by law enforcement agencies to stop such brazen criminal acts. Popular outrage was fueled by the fact that this robbery took place in the very heart of the city, in full view of everyone who was watching the auction. Many ordinary people felt vulnerable and unsure of their safety. For many people, this robbery became a symbol of growing crime and lawlessness in society. It raised questions about the state of law and order and the effectiveness of law enforcement agencies. The police were put in an awkward position under public and government pressure to find and arrest the criminals. But despite all efforts, Jack's gang remained at large, which only further increased public indignation and anxiety. America's most experienced and best detectives were involved in the investigation of this high-profile robbery. They reviewed surveillance video, analyzed witness statements, examined crime scenes, and even used advanced technology to track down clues. However, despite all the efforts and resources spent on the investigation, detectives could not find a single piece of evidence that would lead them to the criminals. Jack's gang were masters of their craft and skillfully covered their tracks, making them virtually invisible to the law. This caused great confusion and disappointment among law enforcement agencies as well as the public. The best minds in the country were focused on this case, but even they could not penetrate the defenses created by Jack's gang. Gradually, public unrest and discontent grew, and trust in justice began to be undermined. The robbery became a symbol of the system's failure to provide security and justice to citizens. Despite this, the detectives did not give up and continued to work on the case, hoping that sooner or later they would be able to discover a weak point in the defense of Jack's gang and find evidence that would lead to their arrest. The months following the auction heist were tense and exciting. Despite all the efforts of law enforcement, Jack's gang remained at large and the public continued to demand justice and the arrest of the criminals. But even with such onslaught from law enforcement agencies, Jack's gang remained invisible. They continued their criminal acts, confident that they would not be caught. Each new robbery only increased tension in the community and a growing sense of security. During this time, Jack and his gang remained cautious, did not relax, and did not share the details of their operations. They understood that law enforcement agencies were becoming more and more persistent, and every mistake could have fatal consequences for them. Under intense pressure from the public and the authorities, detectives continued to work on the case, delving into every detail and conducting their investigation with unrelenting enthusiasm. Despite the complexity of the task and all the obstacles along the way, they continued to hope for success and believed that sooner or later they would be able to get to Jack's gang and bring them to a just punishment. Every day the tension in the city grew. The public was furious, demanding decisive action from the authorities. Under pressure from the public, the police and FBI stepped up their investigation, deploying additional resources and technology to catch Jack's gang. Detectives conducted undercover operations, developed networks of informants, and analyzed every possible lead. However, time passed and no evidence was found. Jack's gang, realizing that all the attention of law enforcement agencies was directed at them, began to act even more carefully. They changed tactics, choosing new targets and developing more cunning plans. Each new robbery became a challenge and test for them, but they remained one step ahead of the law. Society was in a state of anxiety and fear. This robbery has become a symbol of uncontrollable crime and the helplessness of law enforcement agencies in the face of the courage and cunning of criminals. With the public and law enforcement busy investigating previous robberies, Jack and his gang decided to take a risk on one of their most ambitious ventures yet. They decided to steal the car of a businessman known for his connections and influence in Chicago. This businessman, named Richard Stanley, was known for his connections in the political and business circles of the city, and his car was one of the most valuable objects in his possession. Jack and his gang devise a cunning plan that involves monitoring Richard's schedule, discovering his daily routes, and choosing the most opportune moment to carry out the robbery. They spent weeks scrutinizing every detail of the plan to ensure its success. For Jack and his gang, every step was carefully thought out, and the theft of a businessman's car was no exception. Their plan was cunning and daring, and every element of it was aimed at maximum concealment of their identity and maximum effectiveness. First, they found a place where Richard Stanley often left his car unattended. It was a secure parking lot near his office. In order to get into this parking lot without suspicion, Jack and his team received false passes and documents, posing as private security workers. Next, they carefully monitored Richard's schedule and chose a time when his guards were least vigilant. This was the time when most of his guards were taking a lunch break. When the right moment arrived, Jack and his team approached Richard's car using copies of the keys they had previously copied. Using advanced devices, they easily bypassed the alarm and started the engine. Then, with minimal noise and maximum speed, they drove out of the parking lot and disappeared into the bustle of the city, disappearing like ghosts. This plan was well thought out and executed, ensuring Jack's gang's success in their ambitious undertaking. On the day of the plan, Jack and his gang arrived at the parking lot dressed as private security officers. They had fake passes and documents, looking like ordinary employees. They went through security presenting their false IDs and headed to where Richard's car was parked. At this time, part of the security was on a lunch break, which made the gang's task much easier. Once they reached the car, Jack used a special device to copy the key's signal and create a copy of it. He was a master of such techniques, and the process only took him a few minutes. After copying the key, they easily opened the car and activated its engine, bypassing the alarm system. This was done so cleverly that none of the guards suspected what was happening. Seconds later, the engine hummed and the car began to move out of the parking lot. The gang managed to drive out of the parking lot before the guards even noticed what was happening. When they were out of sight, they accelerated sharply and disappeared into the bustle of the city. With every minute that passed, Jack's gang became further and further away from the crime scene, getting closer to the successful completion of the operation. Jack and his gang stole a luxury 2002 Bentley Continental GT. This car was one of the most expensive and prestigious at that time, and its value was more than $200,000. This choice was not random. The Bentley Continental was known for its luxurious design, powerful engine, and superior levels of comfort. Businessman Richard Stanley was known for his expensive tastes, and his car was a fine example of his status and wealth. The theft of such a car would not only bring huge profits to Jack's gang upon subsequent sale, but would also attract even more attention to them in the criminal world. The police, having received a report that Richard Stanley's luxury Bentley Continental GT was missing, immediately began an operational investigation. They turned to CCTV footage, hoping to get some evidence. However, to their surprise and disappointment, the cameras were turned off and had no recording of the event. This caused even more concern among law enforcement agencies. They understood that Jack's gang acted not only professionally, but also very cunningly. The switching off of CCTV cameras indicated that the criminals were prepared for such situations and took all necessary measures to ensure that no evidence was left behind. The police were left empty-handed, adding even more complexity to the already difficult task of catching Jack's gang. However, the detectives were not going to give up. They understood that even in the most difficult situations, there was a chance to find a clue or a trace that would lead them to the criminals. After a thorough police investigation and investigation of the crime scene, it was discovered that one of Jack's gang members was able to break into the premises where the CCTV systems were located. He used his skills and tools to enter through the vents and delete all CCTV footage. It was a blow to law enforcement, which relied on camera footage for evidence, but it was also a sign of how professionally and dangerously Jack's gang operated. The police understood that the enemy they were dealing with were not ordinary criminals. Jack's gang was well organized and highly skilled in criminal activities. However, it opened up new avenues of investigation. The police realized that they were dealing with an enemy who would stop at nothing to remain free. This only made them more determined and motivated to catch Jack's gang and bring them to justice. When police contacted the parking lot security guards for more information, they reported seeing several men moving in the direction of Richard Stanley's car on the day of the theft. Although the security cameras were turned off, the guards remembered the special men and made identikit photographs based on their descriptions. Although the sketches were not perfect, they provided police with valuable information. Using these sketches and descriptions provided by the guards, detectives began spreading information about the suspects, hoping that someone in the public might recognize them and alert the police. This turn of events has given new hope to law enforcement. Even with all the difficulties they faced, they now had concrete evidence and a direction to investigate. They began to work more persistently, distributing identikit images throughout the city and conducting operations to capture them. For Jack's gang, this was a signal that time was working against them. They realized that law enforcement was closing in, and they had to be more careful and prudent in their actions. Police and detectives, armed with sketches of the suspects, began thorough searches and checks throughout the city. They turned to databases and local archives to check every person who matched the description, but none of them matched the sketches. It was a disappointing turn of events for law enforcement, which now finds itself at an impasse. Time passed, and Jack's gang continued to remain at large, without giving any evidence or hints that could help in the investigation. Detectives knew that every minute was important, and they were devoting all their efforts to finding and capturing the gang. They expanded their search efforts, bringing more resources and experts into the case, hoping to find some clues that would lead them to the culprits. But despite all efforts, time passed, and the traces of Jack's gang seemed erased. It was a game of cat and mouse, and while the gang continued to remain invisible, the hope of catching them diminished with each passing day. While police and detectives continued their unsuccessful search, Jack's gang did not sit idly by. They were attentive and began to change their tactics, becoming even more careful and selective in choosing their targets. Jack realized that the police were persistently looking for them, and so he began to develop even more cunning plans. He collected information about the actions of the police and analyzed their methods to find a weak point in their defense. The gang soon decided to move their operations to another city, where they were not yet known and where the police were less aware of their activities. They chose new targets and continued their crimes, leaving a trail behind them only as a hidden threat to the law. But despite the changes and movements, the police did not lag behind. They continued to work, using all their resources and connections to track down Jack's gang and bring them to justice. The war between law enforcement and criminals grew increasingly tense, with each side preparing for the final showdown. Jack's gang decided to move to Atlanta, Georgia. The city was an attractive location for criminal activity due to its large area, diverse culture, and huge population. In addition, Atlanta was known for its developed business center and booming entertainment industry, which made it attractive to criminal gangs. The move to Atlanta gave Jack's gang the opportunity to start with a clean slate, avoid the intrusive scrutiny of the police, and continue their criminal activities in a new location. They planned their actions carefully, and Atlanta seemed to be the ideal place for a new beginning. However, they did not expect that the police were not going to let them go easily. Immediately after the police learned of the gang's move, operations were launched to monitor and collect information about their new location. Now, Atlanta has become the new battleground in the war between law and crime, and only time will tell who will emerge victorious in this battle. With the move to Atlanta, Jack's gang began to develop their criminal activities in the new city. They carefully selected their targets, studied the city's infrastructure, and found new ways to circumvent the law. While the police continued their efforts to nab the criminals, the gang remained one step ahead, acting quickly and efficiently. Jack, aware that their actions were becoming more ambitious and risky, tried to maintain discipline in his gang. He knew that any mistake or miscalculation could result in disaster, so he tried to control every aspect of their activities. While the Atlanta police stepped up their efforts, chasing the gang through city streets and investigating suspicious locations, Jack's gang continued to carry out their audacity crimes, leaving a trail behind them, but never falling into the hands of the law. In their battle with the law, each side sought victory. Although the situation was tense, both sides were determined in their goals. The future of Jack's gang and their fate remained hanging in the balance, and only time would tell who would come out on top in this deadly game of cat and mouse. Jack and the gang began planning another car theft, and this time their eyes turned to one of the most powerful and wealthy entrepreneurs in Atlanta, Edward Stanford. Stanford was known for his luxury automobile collection, which he kept in his secure garage. Not only was he a prominent businessman, but he was also an avid car collector and owned precious examples that he considered his most prized possessions. Jack and his gang saw this not only as an opportunity for a big heist, but also as an opportunity to strike at the most powerful man in the city. Their plan was well thought out and risky, but if successfully executed, it could bring them enormous benefits and respect in the underworld. Jack and the gang carefully thought out their car theft plan. They knew that for the operation to succeed, they would need to act quickly, stealthily, and coordinatedly. This is what their long and well thought out plan looked like. Step 1. Scouting and preparation. The bandits began with a long period of reconnaissance. They studied the location of Edward Stanford's home, identifying his habits, schedule, and protected objects. They then conducted a thorough reconnaissance of the secure garage where the precious cars were stored. They were able to discover weaknesses in the security system. Step 2. Preparing tools and transport. The bandits prepared special tools for picking locks and disabling alarms. They also prepared several vehicles to transport the stolen vehicles, making sure that each vehicle was in good technical condition and fully ready for use. Step 3. Hacking the garage. On the night of the planned robbery, the bandits disguised themselves and armed themselves with their tools. They quietly entered Edward Stanford's secure garage. Using specialized tools, they broke the locks on the garage doors and disabled the security system. Step 4. Car theft. When the way was clear, the bandits quickly began stealing cars. They took 3 of the most expensive and luxurious cars from Edward Stanford's collection. After they stole the cars, they quickly loaded them into prepared vehicles and fled the scene. Step 5. Avoiding pursuit. After the hijackings, the bandits changed their routes to avoid patrol officers and leave any traces behind. They acted quickly and decisively to evade the police and escape to safety before the excitement surrounding the hijackings died down. Before embarking on the hijacking, Jack's gang carried out lengthy and thorough preparations to minimize risks and increase the chances of success. Here's how they prepared for the operation. 1. Intelligence. The gang watched Edward Stanford's house for several weeks, studying his daily routine, lifestyle, and habits. They also found out when he was usually away from home in order to choose the moment for the hijacking. 2. Route planning. The bandits conducted reconnaissance of the surrounding area and chose the optimal escape routes after committing the theft. They chose secluded streets and bypasses where they could avoid police patrols. 3. Gathering information on cars. The gang carefully studied the makes and models of cars in Edward Stanford's collection, as well as their characteristics and features. This helped them determine which cars were worth stealing and which would sell best on the black market. 4. Preparation of tools and equipment. The bandits purchased the necessary tools to pick locks and disable car alarms. They also prepared masks, gloves, and other means to conceal their identity during the hijacking. 5. Training and rehearsals. The gang conducted several training sessions to hone their skills and coordinate their actions during the operation. They rehearsed the hijacking plan in secluded areas to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. 6. Planning the escape. After the theft, the bandits planned an escape route and a place to hide the stolen cars until they were resold. They also made contacts with potential buyers to quickly exchange stolen cars for cash. Thanks to careful preparation and coordinated efforts, Jack's gang was prepared to carry out the hijacking and had all the necessary resources to successfully complete the operation. Under cover of darkness, Jack's gang carefully parked their cars in the shade of trees near Edward Stanford's house. Jack and several of his trusted accomplices got out of their cars, carefully checking the area for any observers. Convinced that no one was paying attention to their actions, they began to penetrate the villa's courtyard. First, the bandits headed to the garage where Edward's precious cars were kept. They used their special tools to pick the locks and disable the garage door alarms. Following this, they rushed inside, where the precious cars were waiting for them. Each of the bandits knew their role. Some began to drive cars to the exit. Others began to load them onto trucks prepared in advance for transportation. Jack led the operation with cool skill, issuing instructions and ensuring everything went smoothly. Only a few minutes passed, and the bandits were already placing the last car on the truck trailer. They stayed like shadows in the darkness, trying to remain unnoticed. Once all 3 vehicles were successfully loaded, the bandits quickly left the crime scene, leaving behind only traces of their covert efforts. Hiding in the darkness, they headed to a pre-prepared place where they could safely resell the stolen cars. Their operation was carried out with such skill and flawlessness that not a single neighbor or police could have guessed what had happened. While Jack's gang continued their manipulations with stolen cars, the police had already begun to examine the crime scene. Arriving at the scene, investigators found signs of forced entry and other evidence indicating that the theft had been carried out professionally. Law enforcement immediately began to analyze information about previous crimes and investigations related to similar cases. They soon discovered similarities between this hijacking and previous activities of Jack's gang. Realizing that they were dealing with dangerous criminals, the police mobilized all their resources to apprehend the gang. They began gathering information, including analyzing CCTV footage, interviewing witnesses, and checking telephone conversations. Every minute, the police were getting closer to solving the mystery of this hijacking case, preparing to take effective measures to apprehend Jack's gang and bring them to justice for their criminal acts. The arrival of the world's most famous detective from the Netherlands was a turning point in the investigation. This detective, known for his ingenious methods and unique approach to investigation, attracted the attention of not only local law enforcement agencies, but also the world media. He began to analyze all available evidence and data, applying his unusual analytical approach to the investigation. His ability to identify hidden connections and understand the motives of criminals made him the best in his business. In a short time, the detective collected an extensive database of Jack's gang, their previous crimes, and possible accomplices. He identified the unique characteristics of the gang's operations and began to formulate hypotheses about how they might operate next time. Thanks to his talent and experience, the detective from the Netherlands quickly became a key figure in the investigation. His persistence and tenacity knew no bounds, and he was willing to go to any lengths to bring justice and uncover the secrets hidden behind Jack's gang's car thefts. Maxime Vandenberg is a famous detective from the Netherlands, whose name has become synonymous with professionalism and genius in the world of investigations. Maxim grew up in a family of law enforcement officers, which instilled in him from childhood a love for the law and a desire to fight for justice. His father was a police officer and his mother a prosecutor, and they raised him with strict standards of honesty and integrity. From an early age, Maxime showed unique abilities for analysis and logical thinking. He trained at a prestigious police academy, where his talents were noticed and highly appreciated by his teachers. After graduating from the academy, Maxime quickly rose from an ordinary police officer to a detective, thanks to his unique investigative style and successful cases. His fame spread far beyond the Netherlands thanks to his unusual methods and successful exposure of criminal gangs. Maxim Vandenberg is known for his professionalism, ability to find hidden connections and penetrate the most complicated cases. He does not know the word impossible and is ready to overcome any difficulties in his quest for truth and justice. Maxim Vandenberg, having heard about a series of car thefts associated with Jack's gang, decided to take on the case himself. He was interested in this investigation not only because of its complexity, but also because of his desire to bring to justice those who committed crimes unchecked, violating law and order. First of all, Maxime began to analyze the available information about previous thefts. He reviewed police reports, delved into the details of previous investigations, and analyzed the general characteristics of the crimes. He was impressed by the coordinated and professional nature of the hijackings, which indicated an experienced and organized criminal group. Maxim then began to study the possible motives of Jack's gang. He found out that the thieves specialized in expensive cars, which could indicate their desire to get rich quick. However, it also became clear to him that behind these thefts were not simple robbers, but experienced professionals who were ready to do anything for their goal. The next step was to conduct an investigation at the scene of the most recent hijacking. Maxime examined the crime scene, studied traces and evidence collected at the crime scene, and interviewed eyewitnesses. He also began analyzing CCTV footage and telephone conversations to identify any connections or commonalities between the hijackings. Maxim Vandenberg was convinced that by sticking to his method of systematic analysis and detective intuition, he could get to the heart of the matter and find those behind a series of car thefts in the city. During his investigation, Maxim Vandenberg discovered several key clues and patterns that helped him get closer to Jack's gang. The first important discovery was CCTV footage taken near the site of one of the thefts. Thanks to his keen eye and experience, Maxim noticed movements that seemed suspicious. He noticed several people who seemed awkward and inexperienced, but at the same time they showed caution and determination. The detective decided to focus on these individuals and began researching their past. He found that some of them had convictions for minor crimes, which allowed him to establish connections between them and other members of the criminal group. The second important evidence was the discovery of correspondence between the suspects through encrypted messages in instant messengers. Thanks to his skills in cryptography and computer technology, Maxim was able to decipher some of these messages, which helped him understand their plans and strategies. During further investigations, Maxim discovered some financial transactions that connected the suspects with suspicious individuals and companies. This confirmed his assumptions that the hijackers act not only for personal gain, but also to order. As a result of all these efforts, Maxim Vandenberg collected enough evidence to present them in court and obtain an arrest warrant for members of Jack's gang. His careful analysis and hard work had paid off, and he was now ready to bring the criminals to justice. After carefully analyzing all the clues and evidence, Maxim Vandenberg and his team formed a plan to apprehend Jack's gang. They decided to act secretly and quickly in order to avoid possible resistance and escape from the criminals. The detectives' team developed a plan that included synchronized strikes in several places where gang members could be located. They provided themselves with all the necessary information and coordinated with local police departments to provide support and assistance in the operation. When the time came for action, Maxim Vandenberg's team deployed in several places at once. They infiltrated the gang's homes and hidden hideouts, using special techniques and equipment to infiltrate undetected. Thanks to their coordination and professionalism, the operation went off without a hitch. The gang members were detained and neutralized before they could do anything. During the arrest process, evidence and materials were found confirming their involvement in a series of car thefts. This evidence was presented in court, and the bandits were found guilty of committing the crimes. Thus, thanks to the strategy and professionalism of Maxim Vandenberg and his team, Jack's gang was successfully exposed and arrested, and law and order were restored in the city. After detaining Jack's gang and beginning interrogations, law enforcement discovered that the scale of activity of Jack and his accomplices was much greater than originally thought. Detailed questioning and further investigation revealed that Jack and his gang had stolen over $10 million worth of cars in the last year alone. This figure amazed even experienced detectives and caused a wave of shock in society. The details of their activities began to become clear. They were masters in the field of car theft and were able to operate in different cities, leaving virtually no traces behind them. Their cunning and organization allowed them to evade arrest for many years. It turned out that the stolen cars were used for various criminal operations, as well as for resale or dismemberment for parts. Jack and his associates built their criminal empire on the basis of car thefts, earning huge amounts of money in the process. Their arrests sparked a wave of public outrage and interest in the case, and Jack himself became the object of widespread media attention. His story became the subject of discussion on the news and social networks, and his name became a symbol of dangerous and dodgy crime. After the extent and seriousness of the crimes were made public, Jack and his accomplices were charged with car theft and other serious crimes. After a lengthy trial, they were sentenced. The court found them guilty and sentenced them to long prison terms. Jack and his gang members were each sentenced to 35 years in prison without parole. This verdict caused a wide resonance in society. Many expressed surprise and outrage at the harsh sentences, especially given the young age of some of the gang members. However, the court believed that the seriousness and scale of the crimes of Jack and his accomplices required severe punishment to protect the public from their activities and prevent the recurrence of similar crimes in the future. After the verdict was announced, Jack and his gang were sent to prison, where they would spend many years behind bars. Their story became the subject of public debate. Their names became symbols of brutal and organized crime, and their arrest was a victory for law and order. The story of the fifth criminal. Once upon a time, in a small town on the outskirts of Texas, there lived a young guy named Jason Morgan. His childhood was far from easy. He grew up without a father, and his mother died when he was only 10 years old. In short, Jason was doomed to a difficult fate from the very beginning. After his mother died, Jason changed. The previously open and cheerful boy turned into a withdrawn and complex teenager. He found no place in this world full of pain and injustice. However, the most bitter thing for him was that his grandmother, who took custody of him after the death of his parents, also died when he was 18 years old. His grandmother was the only person who truly cared for him, and with her gone, Jason felt like he was losing the last piece of his family. This blow made him even more withdrawn and touchy. He could not forgive rich and successful people who, in his opinion, lived in their own world of luxury, not noticing those who suffer next to them. Thus began the story of a small-town boy who turned into one of America's most dangerous criminals. But how did he reach such heights in the world of crime, and what trials did he have to go through along the way? This is the story of how one life, full of pain and loss, turned into a legend, frightening and inspiring at the same time. Jason Morgan grew up at number 13 Takaya Street, an old, dilapidated house surrounded by gloomy trees. His parents, working to make ends meet, were often absent, and Jason spent most of his time alone. From childhood, he realized that the world could be cruel and unfair. Jason was a silent and withdrawn child. He often retreated into the world of his thoughts, preferring solitude to the circle of his peers. But his eyes showed determination and perseverance. At school, he was known as an excellent student, but was avoided because of his silence. He always sought to help those who were in trouble, although not always successfully. This often resulted in Jason himself being in danger. The fateful moment was an attack on their home, as a result of which Jason lost his family. Standing to the side, he watched as the flames consumed everything around him. This event broke his heart and forced him to turn to the dark side of life, a path that made him a legend of the underworld, but also a curse of society. The death of Jason's parents became a turning point in his life. The loss of loved ones changed him, turning him into a silent and complex teenager. He closed himself off, as if blocking the entrance to his world. Jason began to avoid socializing with his peers, preferring the solitude of his room. He spent his days lost in his thoughts, trying to make sense of what was happening. Having lost self-confidence, he began to doubt his strength and abilities. School days became torture for Jason. He felt like an outsider among his peers, like an invisible shadow that was always present but never called attention to itself. His loneliness became his protective shield from a world that seemed hostile and incomprehensible to him. Every day, Jason closed himself off more and more. His confidence and desire disappeared, as if washed away by water. But the fire of determination burned quietly in his soul, a fire that would one day transform him from a quiet and inconspicuous teenager into the most dangerous criminal in America. After the tragic loss of Jason's parents, his grandmother, Elizabeth Morgan, took custody of him. An energetic and determined old woman, she has always been a support for Jason, despite his reticence. Grandma Elizabeth was an amazing mixture of kindness and severity. She tried to provide Jason with everything he needed, but at the same time demanded responsibility and independence from him. She understood his pain and the difficulties he was going through after losing his parents, and tried to be his support. Living with my grandmother brought some relief during difficult times. She tried to make Jason feel comfortable and understanding, but his dark thoughts and sense of loss still remained with him. Although Jason often avoided talking about the past and his feelings, Grandma Elizabeth never tired of telling him that he was strong and capable of more. Her words became a source of hope and inspiration for him. But despite his grandmother's care, Jason continued to remain a mysterious figure in his own world, striving for something more than just a quiet life in a provincial town. Life for Jason and his grandmother, Elizabeth, was far from rich. They lived in very modest conditions where every cent mattered. For them, every day became a new challenge, where the struggle for survival was on the agenda. The small house number 13 on Tikaya Street was far from luxurious. It was more like a dilapidated shelter, where every creaking of the old wooden floors was a reminder of a difficult life. They did not have enough money for even the most basic needs, and the loss of their parents only worsened their financial situation. Jason often saw his grandmother work to feed and provide for him. She worked as hard as possible to get at least a piece of bread for breakfast. Every day was a challenge for her, but she didn't give up because she knew Jason needed her. Poverty became an integral part of their lives, but despite this, Grandmother always found ways to make their lives better. She taught Jason to appreciate what they had and to find joy in simple things. It was in this harsh reality that Jason found his strength and motivation to move forward, striving for something more than just surviving in this world. As Jason grew up in poverty, he began to feel more than just a lack. Hatred for the rich, for people whose life seemed so carefree and luxurious to him, arose in his heart. He saw how they spent money on things that seemed unnecessary to him, while he and his grandmother struggled to make ends meet. Every time he saw luxury cars, expensive restaurants, or people living in luxury, anger and jealousy overwhelmed him. He began to consider them foolish and unrighteous because they never seemed to understand the difficulties and suffering of those in dire straits. This hatred of the rich became the engine of his aspirations. He decided that one day he would become as rich and powerful as they were, but he would do it his own way, a way that would require revenge and retribution. When Jason turned 18, his life was once again turned upside down. This time the loss was no less tragic. His only support, his grandmother Elizabeth, died. The disease turned out to be invincible, and despite all the efforts of Jason and local doctors, it left this world, leaving him alone in the midst of a ruthless reality. The death of his grandmother was a deep blow for Jason. He felt that now he was truly alone, without family, without support, without anyone who could help him. But instead of breaking under this weight, his grandmother's death only strengthened his resolve and his desire for change. He vowed that he would never again allow himself to be defenseless, that he would never again become a victim of circumstances. This moment became the point of no return for Jason. He decided that he would now create his own destiny, no matter what trials fate might throw at him. After the death of his grandmother, Jason was left alone, without support. He had to face difficulties completely alone. Inaction and despair slowly turned into anger and determination to do something about it. He decided that he would no longer be a helpless victim of circumstances. He promised himself that he would become strong, influential, and rich, and nothing would stop him from achieving this goal. Jason began looking for ways to change his life. At first he tried to find an honest job, but soon realized that this path would not lead him to the desired success quickly and efficiently. Then he turned to other, more radical methods. His first steps in the world of crime were not easy for him, but he was ready to go through fire and water to achieve his goal. He quickly learned the intricacies of street life, learned to circumvent the law and manipulate people. Jason Morgan did not hate the rich, but he saw them as the embodiment of untruth and injustice. He believed that rich people were arrogant and lived at the expense of others without caring about those in poverty. In his eyes, they became symbols of a system that suppresses and oppresses those who stand at its lowest threshold. This system seemed evil and ruthless to him, and he dreamed of changing it, at least partially, in his favor. Robberies became for Jason not just a way to make money, but also a form of protest against a system that deprives him and his grandmother of even the most basic goods of life. He felt that in this way he could regain a piece of justice and repair the damage done to him and those in difficult situations. Thus, each robbery for Jason became not only a way to get money, but also an act of resistance against a system that, in his opinion, was vicious and unfair. At the beginning of his criminal career, Jason Morgan decided to start with petty theft. He targeted the rich, dreaming of depriving them of some material goods and, perhaps, drawing their attention to the problems of those who are in poverty. His targets were carefully selected, people who, in his opinion, deserved little punishment for their arrogance and indifference to those in the lower strata of society. Jason felt that every amount of money stolen was a step towards his revenge and retribution. Pickpocketing was for him not only a way to earn money, but also a way to show his protest against the system that deprives him and his loved ones of a normal life. He believed that by doing so, he was making a small contribution to the fight for justice and equality. At the beginning of his criminal career, these thefts went unnoticed and almost unnoticed. Jason was careful and planned his every move well to avoid attracting the attention of law enforcement. But as he became more and more experienced, his actions became bolder and more ambitious, and he soon moved on to bigger and more outrageous crimes. With each successful heist, Jason became more confident in his abilities and determination. He realized that he had the potential for more and began to strive for more ambitious goals. After accumulating a certain amount of money, he decided to move on to larger robberies. Now his targets became much more sophisticated: luxury homes, elite parties, and wealthy art collectors. Jason understood that the risk increased with each new step, but his ambitions were too strong to stop. He developed meticulous plans for each heist, studying the locations, time frames, and weaknesses of his targets. His criminal mastery combined with cunning and courage made him unrivaled in the world of theft and robbery. Although each new robbery carried the risk of being caught, Jason found adrenaline and satisfaction in it. He felt that his actions mattered, that he was not just stealing money, but also protesting against a system that was depriving him and so many others of life's opportunities. Thus, the transition to more ambitious crimes became for Jason not only a way to earn money, but also a form of expression of his hatred of the rich and his desire for revenge and retribution. After some time in a small town, Jason realized he needed to move on if he wanted to realize his ambitions. Texas, with its huge cities and opportunities, presented new horizons and new opportunities for him. Moving to Texas was a new beginning for Jason. He began his great criminal career with a clean slate, leaving the past in the past and striving for new heights in the world of crime. In big cities, he saw many opportunities for large and ambitious crimes. Jason planned his moves carefully at first, exploring the city, studying potential targets and their weak points. Gradually, he found his allies in the world of crime, creating a network of contacts and partnerships that allowed him to realize his ambitions. Texas became like a blank slate for Jason, on which to create his masterpieces of crime art. He developed complex and daring plans that allowed him to rob banks, carry out robberies of jewelry stores, and extort large sums of money. Quickly gaining a reputation as a cold-blooded and ruthless criminal, Jason became a legend in the Texas underworld, causing fear and awe among even the most seasoned criminals. With each successful crime, Jason Morgan became more fearless and ambitious. His criminal empire in Texas grew like an unruly shadow, shrouding the cities in waves of crime and tension. He was a criminal genius, a strategist of impeccable planning and execution. Together with his team, he pulled off one of the most daring robberies in Houston history, leaving law enforcement bewildered and worried. Jason Morgan became a cult figure in the world of crime, his name commanding both awe and admiration. He became a symbol of rebellion against the system, and his audacity and courage inspired many who considered him a hero. But everything comes to an end. At the same time, while Jason was at the height of his criminal career, law enforcement agencies were increasing their efforts to capture him. The hunt for America's most dangerous criminal grew increasingly intense and cautious. But Jason was ready for anything. He knew that sooner or later he would be caught, but he was not going to give up without a fight. His name will go down in history as a legend, as a symbol of resistance and struggle for one's ideals. Law enforcement agencies in Texas are taking Jason Morgan seriously, determined to finally put an end to his criminal empire. However, despite all their efforts, they could not trace him. Jason was a master at staying under the radar. He was careful, tactful, and well-prepared. Each of his crimes was carefully planned, every trace was erased, and every evidence was destroyed. He has outpaced law enforcement at every turn, leaving them worried and irritated. His traps were so cunning that even the most experienced agents could not penetrate his defenses. The hunt for Jason turned into a real game of cat and mouse, where each new move by the criminal provoked a new, exciting response from law enforcement agencies. They watched him, eavesdropped, but could not find his weak spot. But time was on the law enforcement side. With each new crime Jason committed, they came closer to exposing him. They knew that sooner or later he would make a mistake and they would be ready to take advantage of it. Realizing that time was against him, Jason Morgan decided he needed to change his strategy. He realized that he alone would not be able to elude law enforcement agencies for long, and decided to assemble a team that would help him in the fight against them. He began an active search for like-minded people who would be ready to support him in his criminal endeavors. He soon assembled a team of experienced criminals, each of whom was a master of his craft. Each team member contributed their unique skills and experience to the overall cause. Thanks to this, Jason and his team has become even more dangerous and unpredictable for law enforcement agencies. With each new crime committed, their power and authority in the underground world grew, and law enforcement agencies were increasingly powerless against this organized gang. In order to assemble the perfect team and prepare for the new phase of his criminal activities, Jason decided to disappear from the sight of law enforcement agencies for 2 whole years. It was a bold and risky move, but he knew it was necessary to achieve his goals. During these 2 years, Jason traveled around the country, looking for potential allies and shelter for his team. He spent time in the shadows, observing and analyzing the actions of law enforcement agencies and their methods of fighting crime. During this time, he also delved into learning technical and tactical skills that could help his team in their future criminal operations. He hired hacking experts, trained in weaponry, and improved his fighting and survival skills. During this time, Jason remained in touch with his team. He maintained contact with its members, coordinated their actions, and directed their efforts towards achieving common goals. After 2 years, Jason returned with new knowledge, experience, and determination. His team was ready for new challenges, and he was willing to take any risks to achieve his goals. After a 2-year absence, Jason returned to the world of crime with an even larger and more organized team. His gang consisted of more than a dozen people, each of whom was a professional in his field. Each member of the gang contributed to the common cause, bringing their skills and experience. The gang included burglars, weapons experts, security specialists, and many others who ensured the success of each operation. Thanks to such a large membership, the gang could afford to attack targets simultaneously in different parts of the city or even the country, creating confusion and complicating the work of law enforcement agencies. This large-scale organization allowed Jason and his gang to commit even more sophisticated and daring crimes that went beyond ordinary robberies and thefts. They weaved their intrigues, played on the weaknesses of the system, and created new standards in the world of crime. However, despite all their power and organization, Jason and his gang knew that they could not remain under the radar of law enforcement forever. They were ready for the fight and the consequences, but their ambition was stronger than their fear. To strengthen his gang even further, Jason offered each of his members a substantial amount of money for new recruits. He promised them a worthy reward for each new member accepted into the gang, thereby increasing the motivation of his comrades. This move caused Jason's gang to grow even faster. Each gang member began to actively search for and attract new candidates in order to earn even more money and strengthen their position within the organization. With this addition of new members, Jason's gang became even more diverse and numerous. It had people with different skills and experiences, which made it even stronger and more adaptable to different situations. However, as the gang grew, new challenges also came. Jason and his team had to plan their every move more carefully and be prepared for the fact that law enforcement might become even more active in the fight against them. Despite this, Jason and his gang were ready for any challenge. Their ambitions were too great to stop at the slightest obstacle. Having received information about a wealthy businessman, Jason and his gang began to develop a daring robbery plan. They studied his activity schedule, his location, and his usual routes to determine the most opportune moment to attack. After careful analysis, the team concluded that the most convenient time for the robbery would be in the evening, when the businessman returns home from his office. They developed a detailed plan of action, defined the roles of each participant in the operation, and calculated every step down to the smallest detail. Jason and his gang knew that this heist would be difficult and risky, but they were ready for it. They were driven by ambition and a thirst for adventure, and the opportunity to receive a huge amount of money was too tempting to refuse. Plan to rob a businessman's house. Intelligence. Jason and his gang watched the businessman's house for several days, studying his routine and schedule. They found that the businessman usually returns home from his office in the evening. Preparation. The gang hatched a plan to break into a house. They purchased special equipment to break locks and bypass security systems. Jason and his group also provided escape routes and communications. Time and place. They chose a specific time and place for the robbery to minimize the risk of detection. It was late in the evening when there were usually fewer people on the streets and when the businessman's house was at its most closed. Invasion. Jason's team broke into the house using tools to pick locks and bypass security systems. They were camouflaged and armed to ensure their safety and complete their mission. Threat. At gunpoint, Jason and his gang forced the businessman and his family to comply with their demands. They quickly and efficiently entered the safe and took all the valuables they found. Retreat. After the successful robbery, they quickly left the crime scene, following a pre-planned escape plan. They used emergency exits and made sure no one was following them. Division of loot. The obtained valuables were divided among the gang members, each receiving their share of the successful operation. This plan allowed them to carry out the heist as quickly and efficiently as possible, minimizing the risk of detection and maximizing the loot. It was a quiet, gloomy November morning when Jason Morgan's gang gathered in their hideout to discuss their next mission. The goal was clear: to rob the home of one of the city's most famous businessmen, Phillips Greenwood. Phillips was known for his powerful connections and wealth, and his home was known as a fortress, protected by the most advanced security systems. But Jason and his gang were up to the challenge. They spent months scouting, studying every detail of Phillips' home. When night came, the gang took to the streets of the city, under the cover of darkness, armed to the teeth and ready for action. The planned precision was impressive. One gang member hacked the security systems, while others broke into the house using knowledge gained through intelligence. No noise, no trace. When the gang entered the main hall where the safe containing their most valuable items was located, they were prepared for any obstacle. They were deadly silent, like ghosts, and moved with the agility and confidence of predators. In the dark, the team opened the safe where Phillips's jewelry was kept and removed whatever valuables they could find. The entire operation took less than an hour, and when they left the house, no one noticed their departure. In the morning, Phillips discovered that his house had been robbed. He was stunned and outraged, but could do nothing. Jason Morgan's gang disappeared like ghosts in the night, leaving no trace and mercilessly ravaging the house. Thus ended one of the most daring and successful robberies committed by Jason Morgan's gang. After a successful robbery at Phillips Greenwood's house, Jason Morgan's gang split up to avoid suspicion. They hid in various hideouts throughout the city, where each of them spent some time, meeting only when necessary to discuss further plans. While they were in the quiet shadows, law enforcement was in full swing to unravel the mystery of the robbery. Jason and his gang left minimal traces, and the investigation reached a dead end. However, every day the investigation moved closer to the gang. Law enforcement agencies used all their resources and technical capabilities to find the perpetrators. Despite the threat, Jason Morgan's gang was not going to give up. They managed to intercept information about the next major robbery that was planned in the city. It was a risky move, but they were willing to take the risk to enrich themselves even more. The gang came together again to prepare for the next operation. They developed a new plan, taking into account all the mistakes of the previous one and staying one step ahead of law enforcement agencies. But they could not foresee that fate had prepared another test for them, which would be the most difficult of all. After successfully robbing the home of Phillips Greenwood, Jason Morgan's gang was able to steal an incredible $300,000. This was a huge booty that could provide them with a comfortable future for many years to come. Having received the money, each of the gang members felt like the king of the world. They celebrated their success by lavishing money on lavish parties, expensive cars, and lavish luxury items. But with this money came new problems. Law enforcement was persistent in their investigation, and every day the gang felt the net tightening around them. They knew they had to act quickly and carefully to maintain their freedom and keep their money. But each of them had their own plans for the future, and the temptation of luxury and wealth was too strong to resist. It was at this moment that they received information about a new opportunity for a major robbery, which could multiply their wealth several times over. It was a risky move, but they were willing to take on the challenge, no matter the consequences. Upping the ante and strengthened by a successful robbery of a businessman's home, Jason Morgan's gang was preparing for their next big heist. They received information that one of the major banks in the city was about to move a large amount of money to a secure vault. This was the opportunity they had dreamed of. Jason and his team came up with a daring plan that they thought was insurmountable to law enforcement. They knew that robbing a bank was a real challenge, but their ambitions were too great to stop. The night before the money was transported, Jason Morgan's gang went to work. They used their skills and experience to infiltrate the process by studying the bank's route, schedule, and security measures. When the moment arrived, the gang attacked the bank car convoy, firing into the air and forcing the guards to surrender. Swiftly and precisely, they seized control of the situation, taking possession of an amount of money that exceeded all their expectations. They quickly disappeared into the night, leaving with the spoils that would provide for them for many years to come. This was their most ambitious and daring heist yet, and they felt the power and adrenaline that each operation brought. Burning all their bridges behind them, Jason Morgan's gang realized that they would have to act quickly and decisively to avoid arrest. They hid in the shadows, stopped using their usual contacts, and disappeared from the public eye. However, law enforcement agencies were persistent and did not intend to give up. They used all their resources to find clues and leads leading to the gang. The police turned to informants, distributed identikit photographs, and conducted massive raids throughout the city. Jason Morgan's gang knew that time was against them. They knew that every day brought law enforcement closer to their hideout, but they were not going to give up without a fight. As time passed, their hiding became increasingly tense. Every rustle, every sound made them clench with tension. They lived in constant fear of being caught, knowing that their arrest could happen at any moment. But despite all the difficulties, Jason Morgan's gang was ready to fight to the end. They were determined and loyal to each other, and neither of them was going to give up without a fight. Time passed, and every day the tension increased. But the gang knew they had to stay strong and united if they wanted to maintain their freedom and avoid going to jail. Realizing that their location was becoming increasingly unsafe, Jason Morgan's gang decided to move from Texas to Chicago. They understood that they needed to change the situation and start with a clean slate in order to escape the scrutiny of law enforcement agencies. The move was difficult and dangerous. The gang acted secretly, avoiding any suspicious actions so as not to attract unnecessary attention. They used their contacts to find a safe place to live in Chicago and prepare for the next phase of their criminal activities. Arriving in Chicago, the gang was ready for new challenges. They studied the city, its nooks and crannies to find new opportunities for robbery and profit. Chicago was a huge city with huge opportunities, and the gang knew they could do better here. They began their activities in a new place, acting carefully and prudently. They chose their goals carefully, studied them, and worked out plans before acting. They knew that one wrong step could lead to their downfall, and they were ready for any challenge that awaited them in Chicago. However, they realized that they still had a lot of work to do to ensure their safety and maintain their freedom. They were prepared for the difficulties that awaited them in a new place, and knew that only unity and determination could help them survive in this difficult world. Jason Morgan's gang was able to leave Texas so quietly that the police continued to believe that they were still in the city. Their exit was so well planned and discreet that they were able to avoid attracting attention from law enforcement. They used their skills and contacts to ensure a quiet and safe move. The gang left few traces to follow and made it safely to Chicago before the police could figure out what had happened. Upon arrival in Chicago, the gang was cautious. They understood that their success depended on how well they could conceal their presence and operate undetected. They chose safe places to live, avoiding any suspicious activities that might draw attention to them. The new location brought them new opportunities and challenges. They began to study the city, its structure and places where they could commit their crimes. Chicago was a huge area to operate in, and the gang was willing to take advantage of every opportunity to succeed. Even though they were able to escape Texas undetected, they knew this was just the beginning. They had a lot of work to do to achieve their goals and maintain their freedom, but they were determined and prepared for the difficulties that lay ahead. With Jason Morgan's gang, his arrival in Chicago went unnoticed. No one expected that they were already in the city, and this gave them a significant advantage. They could move freely, explore the city, and develop their plans without fear of being discovered. Knowing that their presence in Chicago was unknown to local authorities, Jason Morgan's gang began actively exploring the city and its potential targets. They studied the geography, crime structure, and presence of security in various areas to find ideal targets for heists. Chicago was a huge and diverse city with many opportunities. The gang knew that if they could choose their targets and plan their operations correctly, they could make even more money and attract less attention to their actions. They gathered information, made contacts, and developed strategies to make the most of their time and resources. In Chicago, they had many opportunities for activity, and they were willing to use each of them to achieve their goals. Jason Morgan's gang began to actively operate in Chicago, using their knowledge and experience to carry out a number of successful robberies. They chose their targets wisely, studying them in advance and developing detailed plans to minimize risks and maximize benefits. Chicago was a new field for them, full of opportunities and challenges. They explored the city, found new contacts, and learned about its criminal infrastructure. Each new robbery was like a test for them, which they successfully overcame, strengthening their position in the criminal world of Chicago. They became increasingly bold and determined, using their experience and intuition to deceive the guards and avoid arrest. But their success brought envy and hostility from other criminal groups, who saw them as a threat to their power and authority. The gang understood that they would have to fight for their place in the sun and protect their interests from competitors and law enforcement agencies. They were ready for this, because they were united and determined in their quest for wealth and power. But the more they achieved, the more they risked. They knew that one wrong step could be their downfall, but they were willing to take that risk for the sake of their goal. Jason Morgan's gang continued its path to the top of the criminal world, knowing that only the strongest and most determined can succeed in this difficult world. Sure, let's call him Richard Holland. Wealthy Chicago legislator Richard Holland was known for his connections to the city's political and business elites. His influence and wealth made him an attractive target for Jason Morgan's gang. Realizing that Holland's robbery could bring them huge loot, the gang began to carefully plan the operation. They studied his schedule, his habits, his places of residence to find the best moment to attack. While Holland was at the peak of his career and influence, he became a target of interest to many, including Jason Morgan's gang. They saw in him not only an opportunity for a major heist, but also an opportunity to strike at the very pinnacle of power in the city, demonstrating their strength and determination. The robbery of Richard Holland became their main goal, which could change their fate. They were ready for any challenge and risk, knowing that success in this operation could bring them not only great wealth, but also unprecedented fame in the world of crime. Jason Morgan's gang continued to pursue their goal, willing to do anything to achieve it, and robbing Richard Holland was the next step on their path to the top of the Chicago underworld. Jason Morgan's gang gathers at their hideout to hatch a plan to rob Richard Holland, a wealthy Chicago deputy. They knew that this step required the utmost care and preparation, so they began their meetings with a careful analysis of all the details of the operation. First, they studied Holland's schedule and habits, finding out when and where he was during the day. They then conducted a thorough reconnaissance of his residence, examining all possible entry and exit routes, as well as any security systems that might have been installed. The next step was to determine the best moment to attack. The gang analyzed data on Holland's movements and chose the time when he would be most vulnerable. Then they developed a contingency plan in case of unexpected circumstances. They thought through every step, every detail to be prepared for any scenario. An important part of the plan was their leaving the crime scene. They studied the environment around Holland's residence to find the best escape route and hide from law enforcement. Each gang member was assigned to a specific role and given instructions on how to act if a certain situation arose. After careful planning, the gang was ready to carry out the operation. They knew that success depended on their unity, consistency, and composure, and they were ready to prove their ability to cope with any challenge. After careful planning and preparation, Jason Morgan's gang finally began robbing Richard Holland's home. They decided that the best time to attack would be an evening meeting he was hosting at home for his political allies. The gang approached Holland's residence undetected, using special camouflage and covert approaches. As soon as they approached the house, they carefully walked around it, looking for a weak spot for invasion. Finally, they found an unguarded window at the back of the house. They used special equipment to quietly open the window and enter inside. Entering the house, they moved quietly through the corridors, avoiding guards and surveillance cameras. When they reached the party site, the gang began their operation. They found themselves in the room where the guests were gathering and, covered with masks, forced everyone present to lie on the floor and not move. They then quickly and efficiently began to search the house, looking for valuables and money. They went through the rooms, opening safes and drawers, collecting anything that could bring them profit. But at the most inopportune moment, when they were already on the verge of success, the phone rang in one of the rooms. This was a wake-up call, and the gang realized that time was against them. They quickly collected all the valuables they could and quietly left the house before law enforcement arrived. Their operation was risky, but they were able to escape undetected, leaving behind only traces of their cunning invasion. After Jason Morgan's gang left Richard Holland's house, law enforcement quickly realized that they were the ones who committed the robbery. Hundreds of police officers and detectives were involved in the investigation, and every lead led them to the gang. But the gang was cunning and resourceful. They used their contacts and resources to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. They changed their locations, diluted the trail, and destroyed any evidence that might lead to them. However, the detectives did not give up. They worked around the clock, collecting witness statements, analyzing video footage, and following every possible lead. They knew that sooner or later they would find the gang and bring them to justice. Tension grew every day, and both sides realized that they were on the verge of a great confrontation. Jason Morgan's gang was determined to maintain their freedom and wealth, but law enforcement was willing to use all its resources to catch them. During this time, the gang felt that time was working against them. They knew they had to act quickly and decisively to avoid arrest. But even in the most difficult moments, they remained united and determined, ready for any challenges that lay ahead. Their fate was uncertain, but they were ready to fight to the end, knowing that only the strongest and most skillful could survive in this deadly game. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, but Jason Morgan's gang continued to remain free, evading law enforcement. They became more and more careful and prudent, changing their locations, destroying evidence, and deceiving law enforcement agencies. Meanwhile, the Chicago police did not sit idly by. They expanded their investigations, brought more resources to bear on them, and developed new strategies to catch the gang. Every stone was turned over. Every trace was analyzed to find the bandits and bring them to justice. The tension in the city became more and more palpable. People were afraid, not knowing where the criminals might appear, and law enforcement agencies worked overtime, trying to find the gang and bring it to justice. But Jason Morgan's gang was not going to give up. They knew that there was no room for weakness along this path, and they continued to act with their unity and determination. Realizing that their time is running out, Jason Morgan's gang decided to organize a large-scale robbery of a jewelry store. They knew it was a risky move, but it was the kind of daring move that could earn them enough money to evade the police once and for all. Gathering in their hidden hideout, they began to formulate a plan. The gang needed to act quickly and coordinatedly to minimize risks and maximize benefits. The first step was to research the store and its security systems. They scouted the location of surveillance cameras, security arrangements, and possible routes for intrusion and escape. At the same time, they were looking for contacts who could help them obtain information or ensure escape. The next step was to determine the optimal time for the attack. The gang analyzed store schedules, customer traffic, and additional security measures to choose the moment when they could strike with minimal risk. After careful planning, the gang was ready to carry out the operation. They knew that success depended on their unity, consistency, and composure, and they were ready to prove their ability to cope with any challenge. So, with every step, the gang moved closer to their most ambitious operation yet. They knew that not only their freedom was at stake, but also their future. But they were ready to do anything to achieve their goal and achieve their place in the sun in the criminal world. In preparation for a large-scale robbery of a jewelry store, members of Jason Morgan's gang came up with a cunning intelligence plan. They decided to disguise themselves as ordinary customers and secretly explore the store, identifying the locations of surveillance cameras and other security systems. Each gang member was assigned to a specific area of the store to study. They carefully examined every corner, paying attention to cameras, motion sensors, and other devices that could interfere with their plans. One of the gang members, Jake, pretended to be an interested customer and walked around the store, pretending to choose a gift for his wife. He carefully scanned his surroundings, memorizing the location of each cell and security personnel. While Jake was in the foreground, other gang members operated from the shadows. They secretly watched everything that was happening, transmitting information to Jake through special headphones. Every step they took was extremely careful so as not to attract the attention of security or store staff. Thanks to their thorough reconnaissance, the gang gained valuable information about the store, which served as the basis for further planning of the operation. They knew they now had an advantage and were ready to use it to their advantage. Thus, cunning intelligence became the key to the successful execution of the robbery plan, and the gang was confident that, with their professional approach, they could achieve their goal and enrich themselves, despite all the risks. After successfully reconnaissance of a jewelry store, Jason Morgan's gang began to consider even more ambitious goals, including bank robbery. They knew it would be incredibly dangerous, but it was the kind of robbery that could bring them huge profits and increase their status in the underworld. The first step in planning a bank robbery was to study the target. The gang began by choosing a suitable bank, one that would have a significant amount of money, but was not too guarded or subject to strict security measures. They collected information about the bank's location, its building layout, security systems, and security hours. Particular attention was paid to the video surveillance system, places where money is stored and ways to access it. The next step was to develop an invasion plan. The gang analyzed the data collected during the reconnaissance to determine the optimal time and method of infiltrating the bank. They considered various options, from breaking into the back entrance to disguising themselves as bank employees. At the same time, they were preparing the necessary equipment and means to carry out the robbery. This included masks, weapons, explosives, and everything needed to ensure their safety and the success of the operation. Finally, the gang rehearsed the plan to make sure each team member knew their role and all the details of the operation. They knew that at this stage there could be no mistakes. Their future depended on it. Thus, Jason Morgan's gang was ready to carry out the most ambitious operation of their criminal career. They were confident in their abilities and were willing to risk everything for big profits and prestige in the world of crime. Weighing all the risks and opportunities, Jason Morgan's gang decided that robbing a jewelry store could bring them considerable profit. Following a carefully developed plan, they began the operation. Standing in front of them was Zvezdochka Jewelry, known for its luxurious jewelry and high safety standards. But the gang was up to the challenge. On the day of the robbery, each gang member took on a different role. Jason was the leader of the operation, leading the team. Jake and Michelle pretended to be a couple of customers to sneak into the store and assess the situation inside. Mark and Emma remained in the car outside, ready to provide support if necessary. When Jake and Michelle entered the store, they played out their role and began window shopping. While a store employee helped them select jewelry, they accurately and quietly transmitted signals to the gang through headphones. Meanwhile, Mark and Emma remained in contact with the group, ready to intervene if problems arose. While the store employee was busy, Jason and Jake suddenly attacked the security guard who was guarding the entrance. They forced him to turn off the alarm system and open the door to the jewelry storage room. Michelle was already waiting for them there, ready to take away the most precious specimens. Just as they were about to leave, Jason discovered that the police were approaching. At that moment, he decided that the time to search for the key to the security lock was a luxury they could not afford. Quickly using a powerful hook, he knocked the lock off the door and threw it aside, taking the jewelry with him. The gang then fled out the back door and escaped in their car, escaping police pursuit in time. Later, when they shared the spoils, they realized that the risk had paid off, and realized that their teamwork and perfected plan could turn their wildest dreams into reality. When Jason Morgan's gang left the scene of a jewelry store robbery, they were confident in their safety. However, the next morning, when they read the news, they discovered that the police had noticed one very big piece of evidence. They had left a trace of a unique pendant that belonged to Michelle at the crime scene. The pendant was quite expensive and unusual and was seen on one of the store's security cameras. The police immediately began an investigation, keeping Michelle under suspicion. The gang realized this was a serious problem. If evidence links them to a crime, there may soon be other evidence that leads to their arrest. Jason quickly called the gang together and announced that they needed to destroy the evidence before they encountered the police. For several hours, they carefully planned how they could return to the store and destroy any traces. They decided to use a tempting strategy. Jason and Michelle noticed that the pendant had a defective part, which, presumably, could be a problem for the owner. They decided to pretend to be customers, return to the store under the pretext of exchanging the pendant, and destroy the evidence when no one was looking. The plan was daring and risky, but the gang knew it was the only way to avoid arrest and maintain their freedom. They were determined and willing to do anything to protect themselves and their interests. Shortly after the meeting, the gang went to the Zvezdochka store in order to carry out their plan. Jason and Michelle entered the store, remaining calm and professional. They approached the exchange counter and pretended that they wanted to exchange the pendant because it was defective. The seller, not suspecting anything, took a closer look at the pendant and agreed to an exchange. While he was accessing the inventory system, Jason and Michelle quickly but quietly exchanged the pendant, leaving the defective one on the rack. After the exchange was completed, Jason and Michelle walked out of the store, keeping their cool and confidence. They knew they had little time to destroy the evidence before the police began their investigation. Quickly making their way to the back of the building, they found a secluded place where they could destroy the defective pendant. Using special equipment that they always carried with them, they sawed the pendant into small pieces and completely destroyed it. When they finished, they carefully covered their tracks and returned to the car, where their comrades were already waiting. At that moment, they knew that they had done everything possible to avoid being targeted by the police. They left the crime scene feeling satisfied and confident in their ability to cope with any challenge that might put them in danger. However, at the same time, they still had a feeling of anxiety simmering inside them. They knew that the police would not be far behind, and they would have to be vigilant and careful to avoid arrest and maintain their freedom. The police began actively tracking Jason's gang after they became suspects in the robbery of the Zvezdochka jewelry store. The first step in the investigation was the analysis of recordings from CCTV cameras installed in the store and its surroundings. The recordings showed two suspicious customers who were visibly interested in jewelry and were in the store shortly before the crime was committed. One of them matched the description of Jason Morgan, which raised serious suspicions among investigators. The police began interrogating witnesses as well as those involved in the exchange of jewelry. They also conducted a crime scene investigation, collecting all available evidence, including fingerprints and DNA. At the same time, the police began to analyze the past of Jason and his gang, paying attention to previous crimes and possible connections with other criminal groups. They looked at all possible places where gang members could be hiding. However, Jason's gang was experienced and cautious. They used fake documents, changed places of residence, and stayed one step ahead of the police. They also destroyed all evidence related to the robbery, which complicated the investigation's work. Despite all the efforts of the police, Jason Morgan's gang continued to evade arrest, remaining free and continuing their criminal activities. The police were determined and ready to use all available resources to find and arrest the gang, but they faced a long and intense investigation. After several unsuccessful attempts to find Jason Morgan's gang, the police decided to change their strategy and use cunning to catch the criminals. They decided to develop an undercover operation to infiltrate the gang's trust and catch them in the act of committing a crime. The police created a fictitious criminal group that posed as competitors of Jason's gang. Using secret agents as members of this fake gang, the police began to actively contact criminals through underground communication channels. The police agents acted as if they were interested in working with Jason's gang, offering them deals and engaging in discussions about future crimes. They gained the gang's trust by presenting themselves as reliable allies. Using secret agents, the police were able to obtain valuable information about the gang's plans. They learned that the gang was about to commit a bank robbery and decided to use this knowledge to their advantage. Before the operation, the police developed an arrest plan. They set up an ambush at the bank using hidden cameras and SWAT reinforcements. When Jason Morgan's gang entered the bank and began committing a robbery, the police immediately intervened. Thanks to their covert preparation and preliminary intelligence, the police were able to quickly and effectively arrest all members of Jason Morgan's gang. However, none of them were harmed, and they were all brought to justice. Thus, thanks to a carefully planned undercover operation, the police were able to finally catch Jason Morgan's gang and bring them to justice for their criminal deeds. After the successful operation of arresting the Jason Morgan gang, the police began interrogations and further investigation to establish all the details of their criminal activities. It turned out that the gang was involved in many serious crimes, ranging from pickpocketing to bank robberies. During interrogations, gang members tried to justify themselves and deny their guilt, but the police had a lot of evidence against them. In addition, one of the gang members who decided to make a deal with justice agreed to testify against his accomplices in exchange for a reduced sentence. This information became key to establishing all the details of the criminal network in which Jason Morgan's gang was involved. The police were able to trace other criminal groups with which the gang collaborated and uncover a number of other crimes, including smuggling and drug trafficking. As a result of the trial, Jason and his accomplices were found guilty of numerous crimes and sentenced to long prison terms. Thanks to the work of the police and cooperation with justice, the criminal network was destroyed and their leaders were prevented from continuing their criminal activities. This success was a major achievement for law enforcement agencies, confirming their determination and professionalism in the fight against organized crime. At the same time, it was a warning to other criminal elements that the law is always on guard and is ready to suppress any manifestations of crime. Although Jason Morgan's gang was exposed and caught, their story will be remembered as one of the most notorious and ambitious criminal enterprises to ever exist in the underworld. The story of the sixth criminal. Today I will tell you a story about a man whom few people know about, but who left an incredible mark on the history of American crime, Max Jackson. This man became known as the most noble criminal in history because he stole from the rich to help poor and needy people. His story is an amazing example of how one person can change the world even while breaking the law. Max Jackson, the son of humble local workers, grew up in a poor area of the city. His childhood was difficult. His father, consumed by alcohol, was rarely at home, and his mother worked as hard as she could to feed the family. Max was often beaten at school, and he felt lonely and misunderstood. Despite this, Max was a smart child. He quickly became adept at street fighting and soon began to turn his intellect to creating complex plans. His dream is to leave this poor area and leave behind the life of the needy forever. As Max grew, his character became more and more tough. He began to treat those around him harshly, responding to aggression with aggression of his own. His reputation as a difficult guy only grew over the years. One day, when Max was 16 years old, He was arrested for robbing a local store. This was the first serious incident that brought attention to his potential as a criminal. Instead of improving, Max only delved deeper into the world of crime, becoming more and more dangerous and merciless. Despite this, Max remained a man with ambitions. He missed the money and opportunities that the rich part of the city provided. This prompted him to create more complex and ambitious plans aimed at robbing rich and powerful people. Every year, Max became more famous and dangerous. His name began to be mentioned in criminal circles with horror and admiration. But even in the darkest moments of his life, Max maintained his goal of leaving the area and becoming a powerful and free man. Since childhood, Max has felt bitterness and hatred towards rich people. They often humiliated him because of his poverty, looking down on him as if he were inferior to them. These unpleasant memories and insults became fuel for his thirst for revenge and desire to return with wealth and power. With each new robbery of Max, his hatred of wealth and influence only intensified. He saw this as an opportunity to take revenge for all the wrongs he suffered in the past. Every dollar he stole was an act of justice in his eyes, a step toward proving to everyone that he was no less worthy of success than those who looked down on him. But even in his darkest moments, Max never forgot his dream of leaving the area and becoming something more. His hatred of wealth was not so much a desire to destroy as a desire to create something of his own, regardless of who he had to cross to achieve this goal. At the age of 17, Max realized that he could not continue to live on the edge of the abyss, dependent on random robberies and criminal affairs. He decided to take his life into his own hands and start working honestly to provide for himself and help his parents. Max began working in construction, earning every dollar through hard work. The days were long and tiring, but he didn't complain. Every dollar he earned through honest labor brought him a sense of pride and dignity that he never experienced when he was involved in criminal matters. Max began saving every cent he earned, dreaming of the day when he could leave the area and start a new life. He helped his parents by paying bills and helping them cope with financial difficulties. But even while working at a construction site, Max could not completely forget about his ambitions and desire to return to crime. Sometimes, when night fell, he gazed at the flickering lights of the wealthy neighborhoods, feeling that this life was just a temporary obstacle on his way to the top. Despite all his efforts and aspirations, Max could not escape his past. At some point, when money at a construction site stopped bringing him satisfaction, and when his parents also needed additional help, Max turned to crime again. He started with small cases, seemingly innocent thefts, to plug a hole in his finances. But every time he committed a crime, his old self would wake up again, reminding him that he would never be able to escape his past. Soon, petty thefts grew into more serious crimes. Robberies, scams, even violence. Max was drawn into the criminal world again and again, despite his personal efforts to avoid it. Every day his struggle with himself became more and more difficult. His new life, building a future, seemed like a distant and unattainable dream. He understood that the further he went into crime, the more difficult it would be for him to get out of this abyss. With petty thefts, Max began to pay attention to those around him and realized that many, like him in the past, needed help. In addition to helping his parents, Max began to allocate part of his illegal earnings to charity. He organized secret deliveries of food and clothing to poor families in his area, especially children who, like him in the past, suffered from a lack of resources. This action brought him some sense of satisfaction. It compensated for his internal struggle and helped him forget about the difficult side of his life. However, despite his charitable deeds, Max knew that this would not completely solve his problems. He still had to commit crimes to survive in this world. His actions became more and more dangerous and risky, and his personal happiness seemed more and more unattainable. Despite his charitable deeds and desire for a better life, Max's hatred of rich people remained in his heart. He saw their luxurious mansions, expensive cars, and luxurious lifestyles, and this only fueled the flames of his hatred. From time to time, Max plunged into the world of crime again, robbing rich and powerful people. His thefts became increasingly cunning and ambitious, taking the form of carefully planned robberies and scams. Each new robbery brought Max not only money, but also a feeling of revenge and satisfaction. He saw this as an opportunity to come back with wealth and power, to finally prove to everyone that he was no less worthy of success than those who looked down on him as a child. But with each new robbery, Max went deeper into the darkness of crime, losing a part of himself along the way. At the age of 20, Max, consumed by his hatred of the rich and his thirst for revenge, decided on the most ambitious robbery of his life. He targeted an influential and wealthy man from his small town, whose affairs and influence extended far beyond ordinary people. Under the guise of night, Max and his accomplices carefully planned the robbery. They studied every detail, thought through every step, and anticipated any possible obstacles. For Max, this was not just a robbery. It was an expression of his revenge and thirst for revenge on those who once looked down on him and his family. When the X hour arrived, Max and his bandits broke into the target's house and began to search it for valuables and money. They met with resistance, but Max was determined and merciless. His hatred of wealth weighed on him, and he stopped at nothing to get to his goal. Finally, they reached a safe in which, according to rumors, huge sums of money and valuable documents were kept. Max confidently cracked the safe and found what he was looking for. Max's first big robbery was not only successful for him, but also amazingly exciting. Like the adrenaline pumping through his veins, every step, every moment of tension brought him satisfaction and excitement. When they left the influential man's house, Max felt revitalized and full of energy. His heart beat faster, his hands trembled with excitement. This was something completely new to him, and he felt that this was just the beginning of his new life in the world of crime. This success only strengthened his determination and confidence. Max felt that he had finally found his true calling, his true strength. He no longer needed to hide in the shadows and hide his ambitions. He was ready to become anything to achieve his goals. With this feeling of satisfaction and excitement came a new determination. Max was ready to take on bigger and more dangerous tasks, willing to risk everything to achieve his goal. His dreams of wealth and power became even more vivid and mesmerizing, and his thirst for revenge against the rich only intensified. Thus began a new chapter in the life of Max Jackson, a chapter that will determine his fate and his place in the world of crime. With every moment after the successful robbery, Max felt that his life was finally beginning to change for the better. So much money opened up new opportunities and new horizons for him. He imagined everything he could do with this money: buy a house for his parents, provide them with a comfortable life, and also start his own business and get out of the shadow of crime. But besides the money, Max felt true satisfaction from the robbery process itself. The feeling of adrenaline, danger, the excitement of victory, all this made his heart beat faster and his blood boil in his veins. He realized that this was exactly what he had been looking for all his life: the feeling of freedom and power that the criminal world gives. With each passing day, Max plunged deeper into this world. He became bolder and more fearless, preparing for new and more ambitious robberies. His gang became his faithful team, ready to follow him through thick and thin, and Max felt like a real leader, powerful and confident. But even in the most triumphant moments of his life, Max knew that this was just the beginning. He knew that in order to achieve his dream, he would have to go through many more trials and struggles. And he was ready to take on this challenge because now he had a goal worth fighting for and powerful means to do it. After a successful robbery, Max did something that many would not expect from a criminal of his caliber. He decided to give most of the stolen money to those who needed it most, the poor and needy people of his city. He organized secret deliveries of food, clothing, and other necessary items for those who suffered from a lack of funds. He helped with paying bills, medications, and gave money for education and medical care. His generosity and kindness brought hope and relief to many people, and his name became a symbol of hope and support in their small town. These actions of Max caused mixed reactions in his circle. Some saw nobility and compassion in him, while others doubted his true motives. But for Max, this was more than just an act of generosity. Max's actions aroused not only delight and gratitude in the eyes of those in need, but also dissatisfaction with the authorities and law enforcement agencies. The police did not like the fact that a criminal who robbed the rich became an object of idolization for many people in the city. They began an active search for Max, seeking to catch him and bring him to justice. Max understood that his good deeds attracted unwanted attention to his person, but this did not stop him. He continued to help those in need, despite the risk of being caught. For him, this was necessary to atone for his sins and prove that even criminals can do something good. However, with each new day, it became more and more difficult to avoid meeting with law enforcement agencies. They were persistent and methodical in their search, and Max knew his time might be coming to an end. But even in the face of danger, Max was not going to stop. He decided to continue his fight for justice and helping those who needed him most, in the hope that his good deeds would be stronger than his past misdeeds. And so began the hunt for Max Jackson, a criminal with a kind heart who became a symbol of hope for many, but a threat to the authorities. The rich people of the city who became victims of Max were beside themselves with rage. Not only did they lose their valuables and money, but they also felt vulnerable to a criminal who seemed untouchable. They began to put pressure on local authorities and law enforcement agencies, demanding that urgent measures be taken to capture Max. Political and economic pressure on law enforcement agencies became increasingly stronger. The rich and powerful people of the city used their influence and resources to achieve results. They promised generous rewards and influence in exchange for capturing Max and his gang. At this time, Max and his gang felt that they were on the verge of disaster. They became more careful, strengthened security and secrecy measures. But even this could not provide them with complete security against such powerful opponents. During this stressful time, Max realized that his time was coming to an end. He was forced to make a difficult decision: stay and fight, or leave his city and start again somewhere else. But even in the face of danger and threat, he knew that his fight for true redemption and justice must continue wherever he was. Arriving in California, Max and his gang began their new life. They found work and a place to live, trying to forget about their past and focus on the present. In California, Max and his friends decided to leave their criminal past behind and start over with a clean slate. They carefully monitored their actions, trying not to attract attention to themselves and not get into conflicts with the law. Despite this, Max's past sometimes reminded him of itself, causing him a feeling of anxiety and uncertainty. However, he tried not to pay attention to this and continued to move forward, striving for a better future. Realizing that California offered great opportunities for new beginnings, Max and his gang began to see it not only as a new place to live, but also as a potential location for new heists. They noticed that there were many rich people in this state, and their houses were teeming with valuables and money. The idea of robbing rich houses in California captured Max's imagination. He saw this not only as a way to make money, but also as an opportunity to return to his old lifestyle, which he had missed so much. Max began studying the wealthy areas, their customs and routines, developing plans for future heists. He attracted new allies, people who were willing to follow him in his new endeavors. But even in his ambitious plans, Max remained cautious. He knew that robbing wealthy homes in California could be a dangerous and risky endeavor, and that his success depended on careful preparation and caution. Thus began a new chapter in the life of Max and his gang, a chapter that promised a lot, but also demanded a lot. They were ready for new challenges and adventures, striving for new heights in the world of crime. In the shadow of palm trees and the glare of the ocean lurked a world of theft and intrigue in sunny California. Among the many cities, Los Angeles stood out, an abyss of opportunities and dangers. It was here, in the depths of the city bustle, that a talented thief named Max flourished. Max was a master of deception and secrecy. His ability to remain unnoticed in a crowd and steal valuable jewelry from the most inaccessible places made even the most experienced associates respect him. But Max was not just a robber. He was a cunning strategist, conducting his business with intelligence and ingenuity. One day, in one of the most luxurious mansions in Beverly Hills, where diamonds and masterpieces of art became part of the decor, Max decided to commit his most ambitious robbery. The owner of the mansion, billionaire and collector Harvey Diamond, was famous for his impeccable events, which brought together celebrities and the rich from all over the world. It was at one of these events that Max intended to make his move. With the help of his extensive information exchange and allies, Max developed an incredibly daring plan. The party at Diamond's house was designed to make guests feel at home, knowing their safety was guaranteed by state-of-the-art security systems. But Max knew that no system could resist genius and audacity. That evening, Max entered the role of a guest, woven into the crowd of famous faces and millionaires. Majestic paintings and precious antiques surrounded him, but his eyes were fixed on one item, the Demon Pearl, a rare necklace that became the highlight of the collection. Under the cover of fun and noise, Max calmly stole inside the house, bypassing the guards and passing by impenetrable walls. Finally, he reached the safe where the most valuable object was kept. Using his skills and special equipment, Max was able to pick the lock and take the pearl necklace. After successfully robbing Harvey Diamond's mansion, Max's gang, known as the Jackson Gang, found themselves at the top of their game. The $300,000 worth of jewelry was the biggest haul of their criminal careers. But as success grew, so did the risks. The police began to actively investigate the robbery of the Demon Mansion, as well as other crimes committed by the Jackson Gang. This forced Max and his accomplices to become even more careful and extremely careful. Gathered in their hideout, the Jackson Gang discussed how to use their new wealth while avoiding the clutches of the law. Some suggested considering leaving the country for a while, but Max believed that this was an admission of defeat. He decided that the best solution would be to continue doing what he did best, stealing, but in a more careful and sophisticated way. Over the next few months, Jackson's gang began to work with even greater precision and accuracy. They chose their targets carefully, carried out thorough reconnaissance, and planned every move in advance. Max personally managed each operation, taking into account all possible risks and complications. With each new robbery, Jackson's gang became more famous and dangerous for the law. But at the same time, Max and his accomplices managed to remain in the shadows, avoiding falling into the hands of justice. Having escaped from the police, Max's gang faced new challenges and dangers. They remained in the shadows, avoiding capture, but each step became more dangerous. Turning off public routes, they hid in the most unexpected places. Abandoned warehouses, underground bunkers, even dilapidated caves in the mountains. They had to give up their usual comfort and luxury in order to maintain their freedom. Max, who became not only the leader but also the guide of his gang through these difficult times, continued to remain cool and insightful. His decisions were calibrated, his actions extremely careful. He knew that his freedom and the lives of his friends were at stake. Despite all the efforts of the police, Max's gang remained invisible. They used their contacts and resources to stay one step ahead of law enforcement. Their skills and experience as thieves were invaluable in this fight for survival. But time passed, and the police pressure became stronger. They began to penetrate deeper into the underground community, following every possible lead. Max and his gang knew they had to act quickly to maintain their freedom. Realizing that Los Angeles no longer offered them safety, Max and his gang decided to leave. They understood that New York, although full of its dangers, provided them with more opportunities for a secret life and a new beginning. Arriving in New York, Max and his accomplices began the process of recreating their new life. They used their stealing skills to earn enough money to support themselves, and also acquired new identities and documents to hide their past. New York was a completely new world for them, full of new opportunities and dangers. They quickly became integrated into the diverse fabric of the city, discovering new contacts and resources that helped them maintain their freedom. But even in the new city, Max and his gang could not completely relax. They remained on guard, knowing that the police could pick up their trail at any moment. However, every day the risks became less and less, and they began to gradually return to normal life. After establishing himself in New York, Max realized that the life of an ordinary security consultant did not bring him as much adrenaline as before. The old skills and passion for risk still lived within him, and he began to miss the days when every day was an adventure. When the thought of robbery arose, Max understood that it was dangerous and risky, but his excitement and thirst for adventure prevailed. He began to develop a new plan that was supposed to bring them considerable wealth and provide them for the future. Gathering his gang together, Max proposed his new idea to them. He talked about a potential target, a high-end jewelry exhibition, which was to be held in one of the most luxurious hotels in the city. It was an ambitious proposal, but Max was confident they could do it. The gang agreed to take on the challenge, and they began preparing for the robbery. Max used all his knowledge and experience to develop a detailed action plan. They studied the hotel's layout, exhibition schedule, and security plans to find weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Max and his gang decided to direct their efforts to rob the famous jewelry exhibition, which was held in one of the most luxurious hotels in New York. Their plan was daring and cunning, but at the same time well thought out and coordinated. Reconnaissance and information gathering. Max and his accomplices began with thorough reconnaissance. They studied the hotel's plans, the layout of the exhibition halls, the locations of exits and entrances, and security plans. They discovered security weaknesses and developed a strategy to exploit them for their own purposes. Creating a false atmosphere of security, they decided to create a false threat to distract the attention of security and police. One part of the gang was supposed to jam the security systems and cause a false alarm about a fire in the hotel, thereby forcing everyone to focus on evacuating and fighting the fire. Invasion and robbery. During this time, the second part of the gang was supposed to infiltrate the exhibition halls using emergency exits and unknown passages. They used their hacking skills and bypassing security systems to get to the most valuable artifacts, gathering the jewels quickly. In anticipation of a chaotic moment when security would be busy with the fire and evacuation, Max's gang had to act quickly. They collected all the valuables they could find and left as quickly as they could. Safe escape. After completing the robbery, Max's gang had to quickly leave the hotel and hide in a safe place where neither the police nor security could find them. The plan was bold and well thought out, but as always, there were risks and unexpected circumstances. However, Max and his gang were ready for any challenge that might arise during their next adventure. When the day of the robbery arrived, Max's gang was ready to go according to plan. They were dressed in dark clothes and camouflage suits so as not to be recognized. Armed to the teeth, they split into two groups. One part of the gang was engaged in jamming the security systems and creating a false fire alarm, while the second group headed towards the exhibition halls to commit a robbery. The team involved in blocking the security systems worked quickly and professionally. They hacked electronic locks, jammed security cameras, and set off false fire alarms to cause panic and chaos in the hotel. While the second group entered the exhibition halls, using emergency exits and secret passages studied during reconnaissance. They worked quickly and silently, moving through dark corridors and security barriers to reach valuable artifacts. When they finally reached the showrooms, they began collecting jewelry. Gold and silver jewelry, diamonds, pearls, and other valuable stones instantly disappeared into their bags, while the clock struck them. But suddenly the situation changed. They heard the sound of an alarm siren, and the chaos around them only intensified. Security began to urgently evacuate visitors, and our heroes realized that time was on their side and they must hurry. They acted quickly, filling their bags with all the valuables they could find. Then, using the same secret passages, they left the hotel and disappeared into the night, disappearing before anyone knew what had happened. After making sure they weren't being followed, Max's gang hid out in a safe place where they could share their loot and relax after the stressful heist. Despite the risks and difficulties, they were able to successfully complete their mission, moving closer to their goal and gaining new opportunities for their future. After the successful robbery, Max's gang carefully counted their loot. Gold, diamonds, pearls. All this was of great value, which could provide them not only with a comfortable existence, but also a new start in life. However, the joy of success was overshadowed by the understanding that the police had probably already begun an investigation into the robbery. Max and his gang knew they had to act quickly and carefully to avoid falling into the clutches of the law. While they were hiding in their temporary shelter, Max began to develop a plan for further action. He knew that they would need to redistribute the spoils to minimize risks and ensure their security for the future. One of the ideas was to decide to sell jewelry through his contacts in the underground world. They could get a high price for their loot, but it could also draw attention to their person. Another option is to save the valuables and use them as security when needed, but it could also create additional risks associated with their possession and discovery by the gang. While they were discussing their options, one of the gang members suddenly remembered an old partner who could help them with the legend of the jewelry. This partner was an expert in counterfeits and forgeries, and could create perfect replicas of valuable items so they could safely sell them without attracting attention. This plan seemed the most reasonable to Max. They could get money for fake jewelry and then use that money to create a new legend and secure their future. Thus, Max's gang decided to act quickly and decisively, using their resources and skills to minimize risks and ensure their safety in this dangerous game of stolen jewelry. After discussing plans, Max's gang decided to turn to their old partner, an expert in the field of counterfeits and forgeries. This man was known for his skill in creating perfect replica jewelry, indistinguishable from the real thing. Contacting him turned out to be a non-trivial task, but thanks to their connections in the underground world, Max's gang finally gained access to this specialist. They agreed to meet at a secret location where they could discuss their plans. The partner suggested creating copies of jewelry that would be indistinguishable from the originals. He was confident that he could cope with this task and offered his services for a fee. Max's gang agreed to this proposal, realizing that it was the best way to avoid attracting the attention of the police and keep their jewelry. They provided the partner with the necessary information about stones and jewelry so that he could get started. While the partner was busy creating replicas, Max's gang continued to monitor developments and remain on the alert. They knew that every mistake or omission could get them into trouble. When the copies were ready, they were handed over to Max's gang, who immediately began preparing them for sale. They used their contacts and resources to find buyers willing to pay high prices for these perfect replicas. Through joint efforts and professionalism, Max's gang was able to successfully sell the counterfeit jewelry and receive significant money in return. Realizing that money could bring more benefits to those who need it, Max decided to give part of the funds to the poor. He had a deep antipathy to poverty, realizing that this problem leaves many people hopeless and deprives them of the opportunity to live a decent life. By giving money to those in need, Max hoped that this could at least slightly improve their situation and give them a chance for a better future. However, he did not plan to completely abandon his old lifestyle. For Max, stealing was not just a way to make money but also a part of himself. He continued on his path, but now with greater understanding and compassion for those more disadvantaged. Realizing that his life had begun to repeat itself in an endless cycle of theft and stealth, Max felt an overwhelming desire to do something incredible that would go beyond his usual routine. He understood that something needed to change in order to feel meaning and purpose in his life. One day, looking at the huge skyscrapers and endless possibilities of New York, Max felt a thirst for adventure and adrenaline. He decided that he wanted to do something that would make him feel alive and free, even if it meant taking a lot of risks. He began exploring different possibilities to do something truly incredible. One day, the thought of a robbery occurred to him, but an unusual one, not the same as before. It had to be something higher, more complex, something that would make the whole world wince at his courage and ingenuity. Thus, Max began to develop a plan that could change his destiny and leave his mark on history. This was something completely new, something no one had dared to do before, but Max was willing to risk everything for this one chance at greatness and adventure. Max plunged into deep thought, making plans and considering every detail of his unusual enterprise. He understood that this step must be well thought out and carried out with the utmost care. Otherwise, he risked everything: his freedom, reputation, and even life. Gradually forming a picture of his plan, Max felt a new kind of determination and courage being born within him. He understood that this would not be just a robbery, but a project that would require all his ingenuity and cunning. And so, when the plan was finally ready, Max realized that the time had come to act. His heart was beating faster than ever, and adrenaline was making his blood run faster through his veins. He was ready to take the first step towards his incredible venture. One day, when the city was immersed in the light of night lights and the shadows of stealth, Max was faced with his choice: to remain in the safety of his usual path or risk everything for a chance at great adventure and glory. And despite all the risks and dangers, Max decided to take a step into the unknown. He took his breath in his hands and went into the night to fulfill his dreams and change his life forever. Max continued to move forward, facing each step of his plan with determination and confidence. He knew that the path to the incredible would not be easy, but this only added fire in his eyes and firmness in his heart. The first step in his plan was to assemble a team, a group of people willing to follow him on this incredible adventure. Max turned to his old acquaintances, people whose skills and dedication were necessary to complete the mission. He gathered a gang ready to overcome any obstacles on the way to their goal. The next step was to acquire the necessary information and resources. Max used his connections to gain access to information and technology that could help them with their plans. He studied places, times, and people to be prepared for any possible scenario. Finally, when everything was ready, the moment of action arrived. That night, when the city seemed asleep, Max and his gang moved forward, facing every obstacle with intelligence and composure. They overcame guards, bypassed security systems, and finally reached their goal. But what they found inside was far beyond their expectations. It was something far more incredible than they could have imagined, and Max knew they were facing something that would change their lives forever. Okay, let's review the story. Max and his gang decided to pull off an ambitious heist. They planned to steal some of the most precious diamonds in history. These diamonds were known not only for their enormous value, but also for their legendary origins, which made them even more desirable to thieves. Max looked over the plan again and again, making sure that every detail was worked out to the smallest detail. His gang was ready for action, and each member knew his role in this dangerous operation. At night, when the city was sleeping, Max and his gang broke into the building where the diamonds were stored. They were careful and silent, avoiding any contact with guards and security systems. Finally, they got to the safe where the diamonds were kept. Strictly following the plan, they opened the safe and found inside what they were looking for: crystal clear, brilliant diamonds emitting their own light. With the diamonds in hand, Max and his gang left the building and disappeared into the darkness of the night, knowing they had time to plan their next move and ensure the safety of their quarry. Thus began their most ambitious theft, and Max knew that this was only the beginning of their exciting adventure, full of danger, intrigue, and incredible twists of fate. The first step was thorough reconnaissance. Max and his gang studied the building where the diamonds were stored, studying the security systems, the location of the guards, and the infiltration methods available to them. They worked day and night to come up with the best plan of action. The next stage was preparing equipment and tools. They acquired the necessary equipment to hack, disguise, and bypass security systems. Each gang member was trained in the use of this technique and knew their role in the operation. The plan was divided into several phases. The first phase involved entering the building. They chose a moment when security was least vigilant and hid inside the building, using emergency entrances and secret passages. Then the second phase began, breaking into the safe. They used their skills and tools to bypass the security mechanisms and get to the very heart of the safe where the diamonds were kept. When the safe was opened, the third phase began, collecting valuables. Max and his gang worked quickly and silently, collecting the diamonds and making sure they didn't leave a trace behind. Finally, the last phase is escape. They left the building using the same paths they had taken to enter and disappeared into the darkness of the night, taking their loot with them. This plan was thought out to the smallest detail, and every member of the gang was ready for action. Their coordination, professionalism, and dedication to each other were the key to the success of this audacious operation. Realizing that even the most carefully thought-out plan can end at the most unexpected moment, Max and his gang decided to steal diamonds, trusting their professionalism and ability to adapt to circumstances. They armed themselves with tools, hid their faces with masks, and entered the building, following their plan. But despite all their efforts, something went wrong. Just when they were close to their target, the security system activated earlier than expected, forcing the guards to come out from behind the wall. This was a surprise that Max and his gang didn't expect to encounter. While one part of the gang continued to carry out the plan, the other two, who found themselves outside the guards, encountered an unexpected obstacle. They were forced to fight for their freedom, but despite their skills and experience, they were eventually arrested. Max and the rest of the gang, knowing that time was against them, were forced to make the difficult decision to abandon their comrades and escape before they themselves fell into the clutches of the law. Now that two of Max's gang have been captured, their future is uncertain. Max and his remaining allies were forced to rethink their plans and make new decisions if they were to survive and reach their goal. After the arrest of two members of Max's gang, the investigation began interrogations. They were offered a deal, cooperation in exchange for a reduced sentence. Realizing that they faced many years in prison, both criminals decided to cooperate with justice. They spoke about their allies, revealing their real names and all the information they knew about them. They talked about each gang member's background, their skills, connections, and preferences. They revealed the details of the planned crimes and did everything possible to help the investigation catch the remaining members of the group. Their information was valuable to the investigation, and they were provided as witnesses against their former allies. Their cooperation helped bring justice closer to solving the case and solving many other crimes committed by Max's gang. Max and his remaining allies, realizing that they had been betrayed, realized that their time was running out. They were forced to change their plans and reconsider their strategy if they wanted to avoid arrest and maintain their freedom. Now they had to act quickly and carefully so as not to become the next victims of justice. The police managed to expand their investigations and detain 3 more members of Max's gang. This happened after one of the traders revealed information about the whereabouts of the remaining members of the group. One of the gang members was caught trying to sell one of the stolen diamonds on the black market. Police operatives infiltrated the deal undercover and arrested him on the spot. 2 other gang members were detained after they were found at their temporary hideout. Police received information about the whereabouts of the bandits from eyewitnesses who saw them in the area. Now, most of Max's gang was behind bars. Max and the remaining members of the group realized that their chances of successfully continuing their criminal activities had become extremely small. They realized that time was changing and they needed to make decisions quickly if they wanted to avoid jail time and save their lives. Realizing that time was against them, Max and the remaining 2 members of his gang realized that they had to act quickly if they wanted to avoid arrest and maintain their freedom. They knew that the police were already in pursuit and that every minute became more and more valuable. Without much thought, they decided that their only chance of salvation was to escape. They gathered their things and, leaving all ties to the past behind, headed south towards the border. They had to use all their skills and resources to remain undetected and avoid falling into the hands of the police. They changed locations, used fake IDs, and avoided interactions with strangers to minimize risks. Days turned into weeks, weeks into months, but Max and his allies did not give up. They continued to run, knowing that every day they were free brought them closer to a chance at a new life. Their path was dangerous and full of trials, but they were ready to go through all this to achieve their goal. As Max and his gang fled through desolate areas, heading towards the Mexican border, one of them, Jake, fell into a trap. The police, quickly responding to their movement, sent a group of bounty hunters along the border. Jake, trying to avoid arrest, decided to swim across the river to reach Mexico, but he was caught on the Mexican shore. The police, together with Mexican law enforcement agencies, quickly captured him and brought him back to American soil. Now there were only 2 left for Max and his remaining ally as they continued their journey through merciless deserts and mountain ranges, hiding from the eyes of the law and seeking to find a safe place where they could hide and start a new life. Realizing that if they managed to catch one of the fugitives, then the other 2, including Max, could be nearby, the police focused their efforts on finding the remaining 2 criminals. Using surveillance technology and a wide network of informants, police determined that Max and his latest ally were moving through desert areas towards a mountain pass. It was clear that they needed to act quickly before the fugitives had time to cross the border. Police organized an operation to detain them, with hundreds of armed agents, roadblocks, and even helicopters patrolling the skies. But Max and his ally were cunning and dangerous, and they managed to avoid the fight and remain free. However, the police continued to persistently pursue them, not giving them the opportunity to find shelter or hide. Suddenly, they found themselves surrounded and faced with a final battle for freedom and survival. When the police began questioning Jake, they encountered his adamant refusal to cooperate. Despite the pressure and threats, Jake insisted that he was not going to rat out his friends and was willing to do anything to protect them. For detectives and police, this was an unexpected turn of events. They were surprised, and in some ways even delighted by his devotion and perseverance. Even though he was in a difficult situation, Jake refused to betray his friends or cooperate with the authorities. However, the police realized that time was against them, and they continued to put pressure on Jake, hoping that he would change his mind. But Jake remained steadfast, refusing to betray his allies. Thus, even though Jake was taken into custody, his loyalty to his gang remained unwavering. This became a new challenge for the police, who were forced to take into account his determination and willingness to fight for his friends to the end. The police were forced to admit that Jake had not turned himself in to his comrades, and this created new difficulties in their attempts to capture the remaining fugitives. The possibility of hiding or finding refuge for Max and his last ally became increasingly likely. Meanwhile, Max and his ally continued their journey through mountains and deserts, trying to get to safety. They were careful and vigilant, avoiding any contact with outsiders and keeping a low profile. However, with every step the police were getting closer to them. They managed to identify traces of the fugitives, and moments of their closeness became more and more frequent. Max and his ally knew their time was running out and they needed to act quickly. Realizing that their chances of survival would increase if they split up and each went their own way, Max and his ally made the difficult decision to split up. They agreed to meet at a pre-agreed location if they managed to avoid arrest. Max and his ally carefully planned their routes and meeting times to minimize risks. Then they dispersed, moving in different directions and taking refuge in the shadows of the mountains and the thickets of the desert. Each of them was gripped by a sense of tension and uncertainty, not knowing what lay ahead. They continued to move, carefully avoiding the police and hoping that their plan would work. Time passed, but neither Max nor his ally remained hopeless. They continued to fight for their freedom, ready to overcome any obstacles and risks in order to return to their lives of freedom. While Max and his ally split up and continued on their way alone, the police stepped up search operations. Using all available resources and technology, the police focused their attention on finding the fugitives. One of the patrols patrolling along the deserted paths noticed movement in the distance. As they got closer, they discovered a hidden figure trying to get through the bushes. They prepared to make an arrest, ordering the man to stop and raise his hands. But the fugitive, realizing that he had been discovered, tried to escape. A chase began, during which the police used all their skills and equipment to stop the fugitive. In the end, thanks to coordination and professionalism, they managed to stop and arrest Max's ally. He was immediately taken to prison, and his arrest was another step towards completely solving the fugitive case. Realizing that the police were closing in and his chances of survival were becoming increasingly slim, Max realized that he had little time left before he was found. In this desperate situation, the thought occurred to him that this might be his last chance to leave the United States and start a new life in another country. As a seasoned criminal, Max knew he would need support and resources to successfully escape the country. He began contacting some of his contacts outside the U.S., looking for ways to obtain false documents and organize his escape. While the police focused their efforts on capturing his ally, Max focused on preparing for his escape. He used his experience and connections to gather the necessary resources and plan his path. Finally, the day of his escape arrived. Max entered an international airport using false documents and secretly left the country on a flight abroad. After setting foot on foreign soil, he felt his bad deeds and past let go and began a new chapter in his life, hoping that this time he would be able to avoid his previous mistakes and find a new start. As Max pursues his last chance to escape abroad, his ally finds himself in a brutal situation under pressure from the police. Despite all the persuasion and offers, he could not withstand the pressure and decided to hand over Max. Meanwhile, Max, relying on his knowledge and experience, sought to leave the country. But at the last moment, when he was already at the airport, the police raided him and arrested him. His escape ended at border control. After being arrested, Max finds his hopes of freedom dashed and he must now face the consequences of his crimes. He was taken to prison, deprived of his freedom and the opportunity to leave. During further investigation, the police found out that Max's gang had caused significant damage throughout their criminal activities. Analyzing their previous crimes, investigators estimated the total damages at more than $50 million. This included not only stolen jewelry, money, and valuables, but also losses caused by bank robberies, car thefts, and other criminal activities of the gang. This conclusion made their crime syndicate one of the most dangerous and largest in the region. Their crimes were well planned and carried out with a high degree of professionalism, making them especially dangerous to society. This news caused a wide resonance in society and drew attention to the problem of crime in the region. The police continued to actively work to expose Max's gang and bring all its members to justice. Understood. In this version, during the investigation, the police discovered that Max actually donated most of his money to poor people. It turned out that over many years of his criminal activities, he actively supported local charitable programs and provided assistance to those in need. This discovery led to some shock in law enforcement circles and society as a whole. Many began to see a different side to Max, realizing that he had other motives and values besides his life of crime. The police, realizing that Max was not so financially interested, concentrated their efforts on finding other motives for his activities. This led to a deeper understanding of his personality and motives, and helped uncover other aspects of his criminal career. After carefully considering all the circumstances of the case and taking into account Max's donations, the court sentenced all gang members to long prison terms for their crimes. They each received 30 years in prison for various crimes, including robbery, fraud, and gun violations. However, when it came to Max, his determination to help people in need and donations worked in his favor. The court took into account his good deeds and decided to give him a more lenient sentence. Max was sentenced to 15 years in prison for his involvement in criminal activity, but also for helping people in need. This verdict caused various reactions in society. Some thought he was fair considering Max's actions in helping the poor, while others thought he was too lenient towards the criminal. However, this court decision reflected Max's complex nature and took into account both his criminal acts and his good deeds. After Max began serving his time in prison, his health began to deteriorate. During a medical examination at the prison clinic, it was discovered that he had HIV. This was a hard blow for Max, who was already trying to correct his mistakes and live a better life. Over the next years, Max continued to serve his sentence, battling illness and trying to maintain hope for the future. He found support in friendship with some of his accomplices and the support of his loved ones who occasionally visited him. However, his condition gradually worsened, and 7 years after he was imprisoned, Max died from complications related to HIV. His death was a bitter reminder of the consequences of his previous life and the mistakes he made. Max left behind mixed feelings among the people who knew him. Some remembered him as a criminal, others as a man who tried to improve and help others. His story became the subject of reflection on the nature of human kindness and taking responsibility for one's actions. Ultimately, Max remained in the memory of many as something more than just a criminal. His actions showed that even in the world of crime, there is a place for humanity and compassion. He became a symbol of some unusual nobility among the shadow arcades of the world. Max was considered one of the most honorable criminals in the United States, a man who stole from the rich but gave his money to the needy. His life and death became the subject of discussion, inspiring people to think about the meaning of life and the value of human dignity. Ultimately, Max's story reminds us that even in the darkest corners of the world, a light of humanity and kindness can shine through, and his legacy lives on in the hearts of those who believe in the possibility of change and taking responsibility for their actions. If you like the story and would like to hear more stories like this, don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like this video, and leave a comment about what you think about the criminal Max. Your feedback is very important to us and helps us create content you enjoy. Thank you for your attention. The story of the seventh criminal. Today I will tell you the story of Jacob Stone, a man whose legendary status in the world of crime has firmly established him as one of the most dangerous criminals in America. This man created one of the most powerful gangs operating across the country, and his name became synonymous with power, wealth, and ruthlessness. But what kind of person was this mysterious criminal? How did he manage to evade the law for so long and remain in the criminal world, always at the top? This is the story of his greatness, his fear and courage, his dark deeds and hidden ambitions. Prepare to be plunged into a world of intrigue, danger, and unexpected turns of events, because his story will capture your attention from the very first moments. Jacob was born and raised in a devastated area of a large American city. His parents, Michael and Sarah, struggled to survive, working several low-paying jobs. Living in poverty and social isolation made him a silent and withdrawn child who spent most of his time alone. The first steps on the path to crime. From a very young age, Jacob witnessed crime and violence on the streets of his neighborhood. He was often bullied by his peers and felt unwanted. Looking for a way to make money and gain respect, he joined a local gang where he quickly gained a reputation as a desperate and determined guy. Jacob Smith was a black boy, which only increased his sense of isolation in a neighborhood where prejudice and racial animosity were prevalent. His parents also suffered from racism, constantly facing hostility and discrimination at work and in society. However, Jacob was a determined and intelligent child. He strived for a better life for himself and his family, despite all the obstacles. At school, he was the target of ridicule and threats because of his skin, but he didn't let it get him down. Instead, it became the impetus for him to strive to prove his worth and strength to everyone. His parents always supported him and motivated him to learn and develop despite difficulties. It was through this support and his own willpower that Jacob was able to overcome the negative influences of his environment and strive for his dreams. Influenced by his childhood and struggles with prejudice and untruths, Jacob decided that becoming an outlaw was the only way to protect himself and his family, and to prove his strength and power in a world where racism and crime reign on the streets. When Jacob was 13 years old, his family decided to try their luck and move to Philadelphia. It was a big step for them, but they hoped the new city would bring them more opportunity and hope. Philadelphia turned out to be like a new beginning for Jacob and his family. They settled into the new area, and Jacob went to a new school. The new city brought them some relief from the racial tensions they had previously experienced, but some challenges still remained. For Jacob, moving to Philadelphia meant new opportunities, but also new dangers. He was ready to use his skills and strength in his new city to give himself and his family a better future. But he was also determined to prove to everyone that he was not just a black boy from the ghetto, but a man capable of achieving more in life. In Philadelphia, Jacob and his family faced new challenges, but they continued to be haunted by issues related to their race. Even in a new city, they often faced discrimination and prejudice. For Jacob, this became an additional incentive to become stronger and more influential. He began looking for ways to earn money and influence to protect his family and prove his worth in society. However, moving to a new city also gave Jacob new opportunities. He began to become acquainted with local gangs and groups that controlled the streets of Philadelphia. With his intelligence and charisma, he quickly gained respect and trust in this world of crime. For Jacob, Philadelphia became not only a new home, but also a platform for his ambitions. He sought power and respect, preparing himself to become one of the most powerful and dangerous criminals in the city. When Jacob was 16 years old, his father, Michael, was killed in a random attack on the streets of Philadelphia. This happened on one of the cold autumn evenings, when Michael was returning from work late in the evening. He accidentally witnessed a robbery in one of the dark alleys of the city. Michael, without hesitation, decided to intervene and try to help the victim of the attack. He tried to calm down the attackers and invited them to give money to save the life of an innocent person. But in response to his kindness, one of the attackers shot Michael without hesitation and fled the scene of the crime. This tragic death shook Jacob and his family to the core. They lost the main breadwinner of the family and the person who had always been their support. The death of his father only strengthened Jacob's sense of powerlessness and hatred of a world ruled by violence and lawlessness. This tragic incident became a turning point in Jacob's life. He decided that he would no longer be powerless and vulnerable. He promised himself that he would find and take revenge on those who killed his father, and that he would become strong and powerful to protect his family and achieve his goals in this cruel world. After his father's death, Jacob was overcome with deep grief and rage. He vowed to find the killers and take revenge on them for the death of his father. But his grief was only the beginning of the difficult trials that he had to go through. The death of the father left the family without the main breadwinner. Jacob now has the responsibility of providing for his family and protecting his mother, Sarah. He decided to take on this burden and become a support for his family. As Jacob grew older, he became increasingly immersed in the world of crime in Philadelphia. He joined a local gang and began making money doing illegal things. In this cruel world, he learned that to survive, he must be strong, cunning, and ruthless. However, his desire for revenge for his father's death never went away. Jacob used all his resources and connections to find the killers. He spent a lot of time and effort on this, while not forgetting about his family and his responsibilities in the world of crime. Thus, the death of his father became the impetus for Jacob to plunge deeply into the criminal world, but the source of his motivation and determination to achieve justice. Jacob continued his life in the world of crime, balancing between the responsibilities of protecting his family and seeking revenge for the death of his father. He quickly gained a reputation as a strong and influential man in the local gang, thanks to his determination and ability to make quick and decisive decisions. In his quest to find his father's killers, Jacob used every resource available to him. He infiltrated underground networks and even infiltrated rival gang territories, searching for any information that could lead him to answers. At the same time, he continued to earn money and respect in the criminal world using his skills and knowledge. But the deeper he delved into the world of crime, the more he realized that the truth was not always as simple as he thought. He faced betrayal, corruption, and complex moral dilemmas that forced him to question his path and his goals. As he continued his quest, Jacob couldn't help but wonder how far he was willing to go to avenge his father. He realized that this could change him forever, and that the price of revenge could be high, both for himself and for his family. But his determination to find the truth and achieve justice remained unchanged, filling him with strength and motivation in this dangerous world. Upon reaching the age of 18, Jacob became even more ambitious and determined. His desire for revenge and desire to gain influence led him to the decision to join one of the most dangerous and influential gangs in the city. He attracted the attention of the leaders of this gang with his skills, determination, and ability to make quick and correct decisions. By his actions, he proved that he is worthy to join their ranks and become part of this powerful organization. By joining the gang, Jacob gained access to new resources, connections, and opportunities. He quickly moved up within the gang hierarchy, earning the trust and respect of his fellow criminals. However, joining this gang meant that Jacob had to make some hard compromises and take some risks. He became part of a world where the laws of force and violence ruled, and where every decision could have serious consequences. Despite the dangers and difficulties, joining this gang gave Jacob even more opportunities to realize his plans to avenge his father and achieve his goals in the world of crime. He was ready to do anything to achieve his goal and protect his family from any threat. After joining a dangerous gang, Jacob became a pawnbroker, a role that required him to carry and distribute drugs. It was dirty and dangerous work, but he accepted it, seeing it as an opportunity to advance within the gang and gain access to valuable information. Jacob quickly acquired the skills and intelligence needed to complete his tasks. He was careful and resourceful, avoiding the attention of the police and rival gangs. His success in this role only enhanced his status within the gang, as well as his reputation as a reliable and effective operative. However, with each new assignment, Jacob plunged deeper and deeper into the dark and dangerous sides of the criminal world. He saw how drugs destroyed people's lives, how power and lust for power divided gangs, and how blood and violence became an integral part of his daily life. However, Jacob remained true to his goal: to find his father's killers and take revenge on them. Every time he carried drugs or performed other tasks, he remembered his revenge and that this work brought him closer to his goal. Thus, Jacob continued his path in the world of crime, balancing his responsibilities in the gang with his desire for revenge for the death of his father. His life became more and more dangerous and difficult, but he was ready to go through all obstacles to achieve his goal. Jacob, continuing his investigations, came across information that the clue to his father was in the old files of the police station. He decided to take a chance and enter the abandoned building where these files were kept. In the darkness of an empty building, Jacob discovered an ancient archive filled with dusty files and old notes. While looking through them, he found a file regarding his father's murder. The name mentioned in the dossier was Johnson. It was his father's name. But besides this, the documents mentioned the name of one of the witnesses, who would clearly be the key to the solution. After studying the file in detail, Jacob realized that the witness was hiding, fearing for his life. However, his location was indicated in one of the notes. It was an old address where he lived many years ago. Jacob decided to go there to find this witness and find out the truth about his father's death. This was his last chance for justice, and he was ready to go to the end to find out the truth and avenge his father's death. Under the cover of night, Jacob headed to the witness's old address. It was a run-down area where the streets were deserted and the houses looked abandoned and forgotten. He approached an ancient house, shrouded in darkness and mystery. Stepping inside, Jacob carefully inspected every corner, preparing for any possibility. The dusty furniture and box-filled rooms seemed forgotten by time. In one of the rooms, he found an old man sitting in the corner, frozen in fear. Once in front of him, Jacob asked questions about his father's death. The man was scared and cautious in his answers, but gradually he began to tell Jacob what he knew. It turned out that his father was involved in matters that could lead to death, and that his murder was part of a shady deal. Jacob learned the name of the man who ordered the murder, and with the help of a witness, gathered enough information to press charges. But before he could do anything further, he had to deal with his feelings and decide how to proceed. At that moment, Jacob realized that the truth about his father's death was much more complex than he had imagined. He had to make a decision that would determine his future actions and his place in this world. Sitting across from the witness who was recounting what had happened, Jacob felt his emotions fluctuate between rage and sadness. He was stunned by what he learned, but at the same time realized that he now had the key to solving the mystery of his father's death. After many hours of talking and figuring things out, Jacob realized that the truth about his father's death was much more complex than he could have imagined. His father was caught in a web of intrigue and shady deals that ultimately led to his death. But most importantly, he learned the name of the man behind it all, the powerful boss of the local criminal network, Ryan Smith. Realizing that he now had the opportunity to seek justice, Jacob decided that the time had come to act. He knew he had to act carefully and tactfully to bring justice without putting himself and his family in danger. With all his strength and determination, Jacob came up with a plan to put pressure on Ryan Smith and bring about his downfall. He used his gang connections to plot an attack on Smith's property and disrupt his business operations. Thus, Jacob entered into a dangerous game where his own life and the life of his family were at stake. But he was ready to do anything to get justice for his father and put an end to this dark chapter of his life forever. Jacob's plan was incredibly complex and risky, but he had no time for hesitation or doubt. He knew that it was now or never. It was time to strike back and expose whoever was behind the murder of his father. At first, Jacob carefully developed a strategy, carefully weighing each step. He then activated his gang connections, gathering a small but dedicated team ready to carry out his plan. They began to act covertly so as not to attract the attention of the police or enemy gangs. The first step of the plan was to weaken Ryan Smith's position by creating difficulties in his business. Jacob and his team attacked warehouses and retail outlets belonging to the boss, causing significant damage to his operations. This forced Smith to make contact, which was exactly what Jacob expected. The next stage of the plan was more daring. Jacob decided to draw public attention to Smith's activities so that the pressure on him would become even greater. He staged a series of information leaks and scandalous revelations that caused a wave of indignation in society and attracted media attention. But the most decisive moment came when Jacob decided to confront Ryan Smith personally. He arranged a meeting with his boss, where he showed him evidence of his crimes and demanded justice for his father's death. At that moment, Jacob realized that his decision would change everything. As Jacob stood in front of Ryan Smith, the tension in the room became more palpable. The two men's eyes met in a merciless confrontation filled with anger and determination. Smith tried to justify himself by making excuses and threats, but Jacob was unmoved. He presented the boss with convincing evidence of his crimes, including those related to the murder of his father. This was the moment of truth on which his life and the fate of his family stood. Smith was furious. He tried to intimidate Jacob by threatening him and his loved ones, but he did not allow himself to be intimidated. On the contrary, he continued to stand firm and demand justice. His determination and courage were unshakable, even in the face of such mortal danger. The moment Jacob stood in front of Ryan Smith, the tension grew. Smith, realizing his game was up, decided to take one last chance. He quickly pulled out his weapon, but Jacob was faster. Grabbing his revolver, Jacob began a rapid hand-to-hand confrontation with Smith. In this fight, where every step was imbued with rage and determination, Jacob used his training and experience to seize the weapon from his enemy. One moment of fatal error, and Jacob was able to snatch the gun from Smith's hands. The seconds felt like an eternity, but the moment Jacob took aim, his determination was absolute. With a wave of his soul, he pulled the trigger, and the shot rang out in the silence of the room. Ryan Smith fell to the floor, his eyes remaining open, filled with horror and surprise before their light faded. Jacob remained standing, clutching the revolver in his hand, mixed feelings filling his heart: relief, sadness, but also a sense of completion. Hearing the sounds of gunfire, neighbors anxiously dialed the police number. The ambulance and police arrived within minutes of the incident. Jacob realized that he was now in a dangerous situation. He only had a few minutes to leave the crime scene before the police found him there. The sound of sirens approached with flashing beacons, and Jacob had to make a decision on the fly. He quickly assessed his capabilities and decided to hide in the attic, hoping that he would not be noticed. Hiding in the darkness, he prayed not to be found. The minutes dragged on like hours, and the sounds of police footsteps and voices grew closer. But finally, the noise began to fade away. The police left without finding Jacob. Relieved, Jacob came out of hiding and headed towards the exit. The police began a thorough investigation into what happened, but despite their best efforts, they could not find any evidence that could lead to the discovery of Ryan Smith's killer. Jacob, on the verge of panic, knew that time was working against him. He was in a constant state of tension, expecting that at any moment the police might discover evidence that would lead them to him. Mixed emotions raged inside him: relief at being free of Smith and fear at the possible consequences of his actions. Jacob knew he had to act quickly and decisively to avoid being targeted by the police. He began to carefully plan his escape, looking for ways to hide and start a new life in a safe place. Every day the tension grew, But Jacob was determined to continue to fight for his freedom and a new chance. He knew it was time for a bold move that would change everything. Realizing that he needed help, Jacob decided to form his own gang to protect himself and his loved ones, as well as find a way to evade the police. He began actively reaching out to his contacts, inviting them to join his business. It wasn't easy at first. Many of his friends and acquaintances were wary, fearing police attention and possible danger. But Jacob was convinced of his goal, and his determination began to infect others. Gradually, his gang began to form from those who shared his vision and were ready to help. These were people with different skills and abilities, from information technology experts to experienced streeters and fighters. Together, they became an invincible force. Every day, Jacob's gang became stronger and better organized. They created plans, exchanged information, and helped each other in the most difficult situations. Jacob realized that now he was not alone in his struggle, and this gave him strength and confidence. Gradually, Jacob's gang gained more and more control over the city's street areas. Jacob was determined in his quest to find a new life, free from fear and persecution, and he wanted his gang to be a reflection of himself. All the gang members were black, like him. This was not only a strategic decision to reduce the risk of detection, but also an expression of solidarity and unity. Jacob believed that only such a gang could achieve their goals and protect each other in the harsh world of street life. Together they became an unshakable force, acting in unity and coherence. Each member of the gang contributed with different skills and abilities, which made them invincible on the streets of the city. Their activities were subtle but influential. They defended their territories, helped those in need, and circumvented legal restrictions to ensure their survival. For Jacob, the gang became not just a group of like-minded people, but also a family that was always there in difficult moments. As Jacob's gang gained a foothold in the city, they began to look for new ways to make money and increase their influence. One of the options that came to Jacob and his gang's mind was to rob a furniture store. The idea was that furniture stores often stored large sums of money, as well as valuable items and goods that could be resold on the black market. In addition, such a robbery could serve as a demonstration of the gang's power and influence over other criminal groups in the city. Jacob called a gang meeting and presented his idea. He explained the plan of action, developed a strategy, and assigned roles to the gang members. Everyone was unanimous that this could be a successful heist, provided they acted carefully and in a coordinated manner. The furniture store robbery was planned for the night when the store was closed and there was minimal security. Jacob's gang carefully made their way inside, avoiding any guards or security systems. They quickly collected valuables and cash, leaving the crime scene before police could arrive. During the night when the city was plunged into darkness, Jacob's gang approached the furniture store they had chosen to rob. All gang members were trained and armed to the teeth. They knew that every second was important and that any mistake could result in disaster. Jacob, at the head of his team, developed a detailed plan. He assigned roles: who would break the doors, who would monitor the security, who would collect money and valuables. Everyone was serious and determined. First, the gang had to get inside the store. They used hacking skills to bypass security without drawing too much attention to themselves. Once they entered, the loot collection operation began. One group was engaged in collecting valuable items: furniture, household appliances, jewelry that could be resold. Another group was looking for cash that might have been kept in store safes or cash registers. Each gang member knew his role and performed it flawlessly. They worked quickly and efficiently but carefully so as not to attract the attention of the police. Their goal was clear: collect everything valuable and disappear, leaving behind only an empty store and complex puzzles for investigators. In the end, Jacob's gang was able to get away with the loot without attracting attention. They disappeared into the night, leaving behind only secret trails and the belief that the world of crime would always support them. Under the cover of darkness, Jacob's gang successfully infiltrated a furniture store, ready to commit a daring robbery. Inside the store, valuable items and money were waiting for them, which could provide them for some time in advance. Armed with tools and skilled burglary skills, the gang members infiltrated the store, bypassing security systems. They quickly split into groups to make the most of their time and resources. One group rushed to the stands with furniture and household appliances, taking out the most expensive and sought-after items from the store: sofas, armchairs, refrigerators, televisions. Everything that could bring good profit on the black market was collected and carried away. Another group focused on finding cash. They searched cash registers, safes, and other places where money could be kept. After a thorough inspection of the store, they discovered a large amount of cash that the store was holding to pay its suppliers. As a result of the robbery, Jacob's gang was able to steal furniture and household appliances worth more than several $100,000. They also discovered a significant amount of cash, adding up to even more. The next step was to ensure a safe and discreet disappearance to avoid police pursuit. Jacob's gang was able to complete the mission successfully, but they still had a lot of work to do to ensure their safety and keep their money. The situation became increasingly tense when Jacob's gang discovered that there were 23 hostages in the store. This is an unforeseen turn of events that added even more danger and responsibility to their shoulders. Jacob and his gang were at a dead end. They couldn't just let the hostages go without risking being caught. In this situation, Jacob made the difficult but decisive decision to shoot 2 of the hostages in order to demonstrate the seriousness of his intentions and force the others to follow his instructions. When police arrived at the scene, they were shocked by what they saw: a destroyed furniture store, the corpses of 2 hostages, and the rest were in a state of shock and fear. The officers were amazed at the brutality and ruthlessness of Jacob's gang. Police officers quickly began investigating and assisting the hostages. They had to collect witness statements, investigate the crime scene, and identify the dead. But the worst thing was that the police realized that they were dealing with a criminal group that was ready to do anything for its goals. The officers knew that they would have to use all their resources and experience to apprehend Jacob's gang. They knew that this would not be an easy task, given the cunning and determination of the criminals. With time running out, the police began to increase their presence in the city, hoping to find clues and leads that would lead them to Jacob's gang. They were prepared for a long and difficult fight against this brutal criminal group, and were determined to bring all those responsible to justice. Every day, the tension in the city only grew. Jacob's gang became the subject of an intense manhunt, with police sparing no effort to find them and bring them to justice for their crimes. For Jacob's gang, the situation became increasingly tense. They understood that they were on the brink of war with the police, and that every step they took could be treacherous. But they were determined in their desire to protect their interests and survive at any cost. However, the police were persistent and professional. They used all their resources and technology to track Jacob's gang and find clues that would lead them to them. Officers carried out extensive raids, searching homes, checking vehicles, and monitoring gang connections. Jacob's gang knew that time was against them. They were faced with a choice: stay and fight to the end, or leave the city and start a new life elsewhere. But even if they managed to leave, their past will always haunt them. Every day the situation became more tense, and the struggle for survival became more severe. In the end, only time will tell who will emerge victorious in this dangerous game: Jacob's gang or the law. Under pressure from the police and feeling that he was running out of time, Jacob decided that he needed a new, ambitious plan that would help him gather enough resources to leave the city for good and start a new life. He gathered his gang in a secret place where they could discuss their plans safely. Jacob announced that they were to carry out a bank robbery. It was a risky move, but he was confident that it was the only way to raise enough money for their plans. The bank was well protected, but Jacob had confidence in his team. He developed a detailed plan, and each member of the gang was assigned a role. They spent months observing and planning, studying the bank's layout, its security systems, and staff schedules. To rob the bank, Jacob developed a cunning and carefully thought-out plan. Here's what it might look like. Reconnaissance. Jacob's gang began with thorough reconnaissance. They studied the bank's location, studied the staff's work schedule, and determined when the bank would be most vulnerable. Team. Jacob assembled his team of the most reliable and experienced members. Each gang member got his own role: burglar, guard, driver, shooter, etc. Transport. They prepared a vehicle that would allow them to quickly leave the crime scene. It could be a stolen car or a specially prepared getaway bus. Weapons and uniforms. Each gang member was armed and protected. They used body armor, masks, and other means to hide their identities. Diversion. Jacob and his team create a diversion to divert the attention of the police and security to another part of the city while they carry out the heist. Quick action. When the moment came, they broke into the bank, quickly neutralized the guards and staff, took money from the cash registers and safes, and then quickly fled the scene. Safe hideout. After committing the robbery, they moved to a pre-prepared safe hideout where they could hide from the police and switch to a plan to escape the city. This plan was based on a high level of coordination, careful preparation, and well-done details, which allowed Jacob's gang to carry out the heist efficiently and without unnecessary losses. After a successful bank robbery, Jacob's gang retreated to their temporary hideout and began preparing to escape. Jacob knew that they had little time before the police discovered their trail, so every minute was worth its weight in gold. He gathered his team and announced the start of an operation to leave the city. They switched to alternative routes and used special vehicles to avoid roadblocks and public attention. While the police began intensive raids throughout the city, Jacob's gang slowly but surely moved on their way. They were vigilant and careful, knowing that one wrong step could be their last. As they left the city limits, the tension began to ease. Jacob's gang was relieved, realizing that they were able to successfully pull off the robbery and avoid arrest. Arriving in Chicago, Jacob's gang felt relieved from their persecution. The city was huge and full of opportunities, which created ideal conditions for a secretive existence. They took refuge in a quiet area of the city where they could remain undetected. Jacob and his gang began to build a new life under new names and fake documents. They avoided contact with local criminal groups so as not to attract attention to their person. Despite their success in evading the police, anxiety and uncertainty remained in the hearts of each gang member. They knew that at any moment the police could find traces of their criminal activities and deprive them of their freedom forever. However, they were willing to take risks to remain free. Chicago provided them with new opportunities and prospects. They began to rebuild their criminal empire, but now more carefully and prudently. They understood that, in this city, they could find their place in the sun, but only if they stayed one step ahead of the law and their pursuers. From the moment they arrived in Chicago, Jacob's gang decided to act as carefully and quietly as possible. They chose a shelter in a quiet suburb where strangers rarely visited and tried not to attract attention to themselves. The gang avoided major criminal operations and limited itself to petty thefts and fraud. They split into small groups and acted independently to reduce the risk of attracting attention. Despite this, Jacob and his gang never ceased to be on their guard. They knew that the police could find traces of their criminal activities at any moment and launch a raid. Therefore, each member of the gang was on constant guard, ready to flee at the first sign of danger. For a long time, the gang remained in the shadows, avoiding the attention of both the police and local criminal gangs. They understood that time was on their side, and gradually hoped that their criminal past would begin to be forgotten, and they would be able to live a normal life, safe from persecution. Over time, Jacob's gang began to gradually relax. They felt that the danger had passed and began to appear on the streets more and more often. However, Jacob remained cautious and reminded his subordinates not to relax and be careless. Despite bouts of relaxation, the gang continued to avoid major criminal operations to avoid attracting the attention of the police. Instead, they focused on petty theft, fraud, and other low-profile crimes. One day, when Jacob and his gang gathered to discuss their plans for the future, a gang of rivals burst into the room. It turned out that they learned about the location of Jacob's gang and decided to eliminate them in order to seize their territory and resources. A brutal firefight began. Jacob's gang was prepared, but they were outnumbered. They held on bravely, but with every minute the situation became more and more tense. In the end, through skillful tactics and determination, Jacob's gang managed to fend off their rivals, but the cost was high. Several gang members were wounded and one of them died. This incident serves as a reminder to Jacob's gang that danger lurks around every corner, and that they must remain vigilant and determined to survive in this dangerous world. After being attacked by a rival gang, Jacob realized that they were the target of not only the police, but also other criminal gangs who saw them as a serious competitor in drug trafficking and other criminal operations. He called his gang together for a serious conversation. Jacob admitted that the situation had become much more dangerous and that they needed to take action to protect and maintain their influence. The gang agreed that they needed to strengthen their position and be prepared for any possible threats. Jacob and his associates began to build new alliances with other gangs and increase their weapons and protection. They also increased intelligence and monitoring of their territories in order to be aware of all the actions of their competitors. The gang knew that they needed to be one step ahead of everyone else in order to survive in this dangerous game. For Jacob, this was an important lesson. He realized that in the world of crime there is no place for the weak, and that in order to survive they need to be prepared for any challenges and threats. He was determined to continue his fight and protect his gang at all costs. Realizing that they had become the target of other gangs, Jacob decided to investigate the situation and find those who were trying to eliminate him and his gang. He began an active investigation aimed at identifying hostile groups. First, he reached out to his contacts in the Chicago underworld, using his resources and influence to gain information on possible suspects. He developed a network of informants who could provide useful information about the activities of rival gangs. Jacob and his gang conducted many night raids and raids, searching and collecting evidence. They studied the territories of other gangs, monitored their activities, and collected information about possible participants in the attack on their gang. Every day they got closer to the solution. And finally, through hard work and determination, they managed to find clues leading to the gang that was behind the attack on them. Jacob was ready for revenge. He and his gang devised a plan to punish their enemies and protect their territory from further threats. They were determined in their desire to protect their interests and show everyone that they were not to be trifled with. Having collected all the necessary information about the enemy gang, Jacob and his gang decided to act quickly and decisively. They developed a detailed plan to strike back and eliminate the threat forever. On the night of the next day, they went into enemy territory. Armed to the teeth and ready for battle, they infiltrated enemy territory, covering each other and acting tactically. The battle was brutal and bloody. Both sides fought for their lives and their territory. Several members of both gangs were wounded, but Jacob and his team held strong despite the odds. In the end, through discipline, coordination, and determination, Jacob's gang emerged victorious. They captured the leaders of the enemy gang and destroyed them, giving their gang the opportunity to strengthen their position and continue their criminal activities without danger from competitors. After this victory, Jacob's gang became even more respected and feared in the Chicago underworld. They showed everyone that they can not only defend themselves, but also respond to threats with strength and determination. After successfully fighting a rival gang, Jacob's gang became an unrivaled force in the Chicago crime world. Their name inspired fear and respect. Their influence covered every corner of the city. Jacob and his gang used their power to establish complete control over drug trafficking, smuggling, and other criminal operations in the city. They developed strong ties to local authorities and corrupt officials, allowing them to operate freely and with impunity. They ran their operations with a strong hand, allowing no competition and not tolerating disobedience. Those who dared to oppose them faced instant and merciless punishment. Meanwhile, Jacob's gang continued to expand their holdings, capturing new territories and increasing their income. They became an unstoppable force in the world of crime, not only in Chicago, but also beyond. For Jacob and his gang, it was a time of greatness and power. They knew that they had become the most powerful players in the underworld, and nothing could stop them in their quest for power and wealth. Every day, Jacob's gang became richer and more powerful, but with this growth came more and more enemies. Their success in drug trafficking, smuggling, and other criminal operations caused envy and jealousy among other criminal groups, who strongly opposed them. Jacob and his gang felt pressure from enemies who were trying to undermine their power and authority. They faced attacks, assassination attempts, and other acts of violence, but they remained strong and determined, ready to defend their interests at any cost. In response to the threats, they increased their security measures and launched their own operations to neutralize enemies. They formed alliances with other criminal groups to strengthen their positions and increase their power. However, despite their best efforts, Jacob's gang could not completely eliminate the threats. Enemies continued to stalk them at every turn, and every day was a test and challenge for Jacob and his gang. Despite all the difficulties, Jacob and his gang continued to fight and protect their interests, knowing that only the strongest and most determined will be able to survive in this dangerous and merciless world of crime. Realizing that their success was attracting more and more enemies, Jacob decided to go further and increase his income to strengthen his position in the underworld. He began to develop plans to rob banks, realizing that this could bring them even more money and power. Jacob invested a lot of time and resources into preparing for these robberies. He hired experienced professionals to help him develop detailed plans, and they carefully studied every aspect of the operation to minimize risks and increase the chances of success. Jacob's gang was ready for action. They trained, upgraded their skills, and collected all the necessary equipment and weapons to commit robberies. Jacob was determined to succeed, and nothing could stop him in his quest for wealth and power. However, they understood that the risk was very high. A bank robbery could attract even more attention from the police and other criminal groups, and they were ready for it. But they were determined and willing to risk everything to achieve their goals and strengthen their position in the world of crime. Jacob and his gang began meticulous preparations for the bank robbery, knowing that the success of the operation depended on every detail. Here's how they prepared. 1. Reconnaissance. The gang spent long weeks on reconnaissance, studying the location and environment of the target bank. They observed the flood of visitors and employees, analyzed security systems, and identified security weaknesses. 2. Preparing the plan. They developed a detailed action plan, defining the roles of each gang member. They took into account every step of the operation, from breaking security to escaping with the loot. 3. Training. The gang conducted intensive training to prepare for their roles in the operation. They practiced specific skills such as picking locks, handling weapons, and coordinating under stress. 4. Preparing equipment. They gathered all the necessary equipment to carry out the operation, including masks, suits, weapons, burglary tools, and vehicles. 5. Escape planning. They carefully planned their escape to avoid falling into the hands of the police. This included choosing the route, the time and place of the meeting, and how to destroy evidence. Jacob's gang was ready for action. They knew that success depended on their unity, discipline, and professionalism, and they were determined to achieve their goal despite all the risks and challenges. When the day of the robbery arrived, Jacob's gang acted with composure and the precision of a clock. They arrived at the bank at the predetermined time and began performing their roles as planned. Some of the gang, armed and wearing masks, stormed the bank, forcing employees and customers to lie down on the floor and not move. Others began breaking into safes and cash drawers, collecting valuables and money. At the same time, the gang members responsible for security kept the surrounding area under control, ensuring that there were no external threats and timely warning of a threat from the police. The operation continued in minutes that seemed like an eternity, but each member of the gang knew their role and carried it out with professionalism and determination. They soon gathered everything they could and were ready to escape. However, as soon as they tried to leave the bank, an unpleasant surprise awaited them in the face of the police, who had already arrived in response to the alarm. A chase ensued, and Jacob's gang was forced to use all their skills and resources to evade arrest and bring their loot to safety. And although the escape turned out to be much more difficult than they expected, Jacob's gang still managed to escape from the police with loot and without losses. This success only strengthened their position in the underworld and proved that they can handle any challenge that comes their way. After the successful bank robbery, Jacob's gang continued to strengthen their position in the underworld. They were at the height of their power and wealth, but this attracted even more attention from the police and other criminal groups. Jacob knew that they needed to act carefully and deliberately to avoid falling into the hands of the law and to prevent possible betrayals within and without their own gang. He began to expand his operations and influence to other cities and states, establishing new connections and alliances with other criminal groups. He also invested heavily in legitimate businesses to cover his criminal proceeds and provide protection for himself and his gang from prosecution by the authorities. But despite all their efforts, the enemies of Jacob's gang continued to pursue them, and every day was a test and challenge. Jacob knew that he and his gang remained a target for many, and that they needed to remain vigilant and determined to survive in this dangerous and merciless world of crime. He was ready to take any measures to protect his gang and his interests, and understood that only the strongest and most skillful would be able to survive in this struggle for power and wealth. When the police began an active investigation into the activities of Jacob's gang, they were able to obtain information from one of the former gang members, who decided to make a plea deal in exchange for testimony and protection. This man, known by the alias Shepherd, was an inside informant who was gathering evidence against his former associates. Thanks to Shepherd's detailed testimony, the police received information about the location and plans of Jacob's gang. They organized a sting operation to arrest part of the gang while they were in one of their secret hideouts. The police suddenly invaded the gang's hideout, leaving them with no chance of escape. Some of the gang members were arrested on the spot, while others tried to resist, but were quickly subdued and detained. However, Jacob and some of his most trusted men managed to evade arrest due to their quick reactions and knowledge of secret passages. This was a serious blow to Jacob's gang, weakening their influence and opportunities for further criminal activities. However, the rest of the gang was determined in their quest to protect their leader and resume their activities, promising even more tension and drama in the fight against the law. After the arrest of half of Jacob's gang, the police began active investigations and raids on the remaining participants. Jacob realized that his gang was under enormous pressure, and he had to take drastic measures to maintain his power and protect his remaining brothers in arms. In response to the police, Jacob began developing new tactics and strategies to evade law enforcement. He established strict security measures around his gang and increased the level of paranoia among his members to prevent betrayal. At the same time, he intensified his connections in the criminal world, establishing new alliances and exchanging information with other gangs. He understood that only by uniting and acting together could they withstand the powerful force of law enforcement. However, despite their best efforts, the police continued to strike at Jacob's gang, detaining their members and exposing their criminal operations. Jacob knew that time was against him, and that they needed to act quickly and decisively to maintain their power and protect their people. Thus began a new chapter in the struggle for power and survival in the world of crime, where every step was decisive, and every decision could determine the fate of not only Jacob, but also his gang. After part of Jacob's gang was arrested, their honor and loyalty were put to the test. They ended up in prison, but not one of them ratted out their comrades. For them, honor and loyalty were fundamental values, and they were ready to do anything to preserve their gang and their leader. In prison, they became even closer, discovering new levels of trust and mutual assistance. They supported each other, shared information, and made plans for the future. They knew they were being targeted by law enforcement, but they were willing to fight to the end to defend their honor and their gang. Jacob, while free, continued to fight for his imprisoned brothers, using his connections and resources to provide them with protection and support from the outside. He knew that they were his strong and reliable allies, and that he must do everything possible to return them to freedom and revive his gang. Meanwhile, the police continued to strike at Jacob's gang, but his brothers in prison remained a stone wall despite all the trials. Their honor and loyalty were unwavering, and they were willing to do anything for their leader and their gang. The police were able to track down the rest of Jacob's gang using a wide range of information sources and intelligence networks. They established surveillance and control over strategic points where gang members could be located and carefully monitored their movements. One day, when the bandits were about to commit their next criminal operation, the police organized a special operation to detain them. They invaded the gang's hideout in a coordinated manner, giving them no chance of escape. The sequence of the surprise attack made the strike as effective as possible. The fight was brutal and bloody, but the police ultimately outnumbered the bandits with their professionalism and numerical superiority. Most of the gang members were arrested on the spot and their weapons and loot were confiscated. However, despite his best efforts, Jacob managed to evade arrest thanks to his clever escape plan, which he prepared in advance. The remaining gang members were taken into custody and awaiting trial. This was a serious blow to Jacob's gang, which weakened their influence and opportunities for further criminal activities. Now, they had to gather again and be reborn from the ashes to continue the struggle for power and survival in this dangerous world of crime. When the police struck Jacob's gang, arresting their members at the border, Jacob realized that he was now in a very serious situation. He was the only member of the gang who remained at large, and now he had to act quickly and carefully to avoid falling into the hands of justice. He decided to hide in Philadelphia, where he previously lived, in the hope of finding temporary refuge and thinking about how to proceed. Returning to a familiar environment seemed his best option to avoid police persecution and maintain his freedom. But Philadelphia turned out to be an unpredictable and dangerous place, especially for a man on the wanted list. Jacob had to hide and move around the city, constantly changing locations and identities to avoid detection. He knew that his former accomplices were facing serious charges in prison, and that he could not count on help from them. Now he had to survive alone, whose enemy was the entire law and police agents, and whose allies were only shadows of his former power and wealth. Jacob found himself in a difficult situation and had to turn to his criminal drug friend for help and cover. This friend, known as Ryan, was a longtime ally and partner in various criminal operations. Ryan was an intelligent and cunning man who had connections in the underground world and was well aware of techniques for evading arrest and hiding from law enforcement. He offered his friend Jacob temporary refuge in his secret hideout, which was located in the slums of Philadelphia. Living in Ryan's hideout made Jacob feel relatively safe, but he knew it was only a temporary solution. He needed a plan of action to regain his power and revive his gang, but to do this he would have to take risks and act boldly. Ryan and Jacob spent their days discussing possible courses of action and strategies to rebuild the gang and get out of their difficult situation. Together, they planned their next steps, knowing that each of them must be careful and prepared for any challenges they would face. While Jacob hid in the secret hideout of his criminal friend Ryan, his enemies and competitors sought to destroy him to eliminate his main rival in the world of crime. One day, as Jacob emerged from hiding to meet one of his trusted allies, his enemies struck. They waylaid him while he was alone and attacked with unexpected ferocity and determination. Although Jacob was well-trained and armed, the numerical superiority and strategic planning of his enemies proved too strong. During the shootout, Jacob was seriously wounded but managed to retaliate. However, when it was all over, Jacob found himself defenseless against his opponents. They approached him, and at the last moment, as he lay on the ground, they struck a fatal blow. Thus ended the life of Jacob, one of the most powerful and influential criminals in the world. His death was a major blow to his gang and left the underworld in a state of uncertainty and chaos. But his legacy lived on, inspiring both his allies and his enemies, and his name remained famous in criminal circles for many years to come. Jacob's death shocked the criminal world. His allies were stunned and deeply saddened at the loss of their leader and friend. His enemies felt temporary relief, but knew that the struggle for power in the underworld would continue and that new leaders would emerge in place of the departed. The police and law enforcement agencies were also determined to strengthen the fight against crime, and Jacob's death was a victory for them in this fight. However, they knew that new criminal leaders would soon fill the gap left by the departed, and that the struggle for control of the streets would continue. For those who remained true to Jacob's ideals, his death became a source of renewed motivation and determination. They were ready to continue his work and protect his legacy from enemies and traitors. Thus ended the story of Jacob, a criminal mastermind whose name will be remembered as a symbol of power, wealth, and determination. His death marked the end of an era, but the beginning of a new chapter in the struggle for control of the streets and hearts of the people.